Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalini, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. We've got more inflation data today. Let's go through the PPI numbers, see how it lines up with CPI. Joining us, Mike Sanders, is the head of fixed income at Madison Investments. Mike, thanks for being here this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate that.
Now up 6%, so it looks like this is
inflation this week a little bit warmer in some elements that folks were looking for. But does the disinflation trend still hold?
Yeah, I think the data was good enough to allow the Fed to continue to cut interest rates. Maybe not what the market was expecting in terms of more disinflation to justify where rate cuts were getting priced in a couple of weeks ago. But I think in general, a little bit hotter, but I think in line with what the Fed's okay with. So steady as she goes in terms of rate cuts.
So we're pricing out some of the deepest of expectations. Doesn't look like right now we're looking for another 50, but should that be a welcome shift if the data outside of inflation are also warming back up?
Yeah, I think it kind of depends what the data really ends up kind of telling you, the kind of the deeper numbers. I think the Fed is clearly going to continue to cut interest rates, but in reality, the numbers aren't where the target is long-term for the Fed. So I think really you're going to have questions pop up as how far the Fed can ultimately go, to your comment before. And right now, the market expectations out in 26 and longer have it much higher than where the Fed thinks neutral rate really is. And I think that's going to have implications for longer-term treasuries and kind of what you've seen so far pricing in fixed income markets out the curve. We've seen a little bit of higher yields in 10s and 30s. The curve is still steepened in terms of 2s versus 10s. So that bear steepening a little bit might be the continued trend if the inflation stays where it is, but everything else seems to go okay in terms of the labor market.
All right, my favorite conversation here, the different types of curves. We've had a lot of them in the last, maybe I wish I was saying that ironically, but I'm not.
Yeah.
We've had like 3 different ones. We had the bull steepener going into the cuts. We had the bear steepener coming out of it. And then in the last couple of days, as we've priced down those deeper cut possibilities, we've had a little bit of a flattener. So in those 3, which is the one stocks like the most? Is it that bear steepener?
Again, I think it really depends on the data. If the labor market stays okay and GDP stays at the level where, GDP now is at a 3.2%, as long as inflation is trending in the right direction, I think higher rates can be managed. And, there's a certain point where the stock market's not going to like interest rates most likely. But our expectation for this year was that we would have a bull steepener with the front end rallying, finally pricing in those cuts. Now you've had the back end sell off. But again, it really comes down to where that terminal rate ends up, that neutral rate ends up from the Fed's perspective. So I think as long as the economy stays strong and rates are manageable, I think that's probably good for risk assets. And if you look at the corporate bond market, high yield especially, it's definitely assuming that kind of outcome because spreads are as tight as they've been in a very, very long time.
Okay. As the stocks have been rallying, yields been moving up, so it seems like what we've been getting, I guess the data tells us is all right, is a good development. If we see commodity prices start to heat up, does that complicate it? It also seems like right now we've got crude oil stuck in 70s, which generally helps, and it seems a lackluster recovery in China that's limiting commodity prices too. What role does that play?
energy is clearly going to have a big impact on, inflation expectations. Obviously, a lot of it recently has been the geopolitical aspect of it. But clearly the Fed would be concerned if you see the reacceleration of some of these commodities without them being able to cut interest rates maybe as much as they would like. They don't want to be seen as kind of being a flip-flopper, if you will. They want to have to cut to maybe raise interest rates. So the Fed's, I think, still okay in terms of policy and where they think that rates will go. But, it's a world market, and decisions by the Fed are creating, movements in other asset classes. Other central banks are continuing to move their policy rate. So they're definitely easing policy and making growth more likely. And again, I think that goes back to how you've seen the yield curve shift over time, higher neutral rate, and then maybe more turn premium out the curve.
Okay. I like that. Good stuff. I like the details there, Mike. What about on the credit side?
Good morning. Good morning. It is 9:25 a.m. I'm your host, Cuzavini, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Friday the 11th. 5 minutes to go for the opening bell. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, looking for stocks after 9:45, 9:50 with high relative volume, and an upward sloping VWAP for bullish trades or a downward sloping VWAP for bearish trades, accompanying that higher than normal relative volume, typically 2 to 1 or greater. Flat VWAP for range-bound trades. After about 9:45, 9:50, we're looking for what sectors are in play. You can see how that worked very well with semiconductors earlier in the week. And then trade specific stocks therein. Into the rest of the day. So right now we're just waiting for the opening bell. We got about 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. I'm going to grab a coffee and I'll be right back.
You enough compensation for the possibility of spread widening. There's other places that you can go. Probably if you want to earn more return, quite honestly, you should probably buy equity first.
Netflix pushing a bit higher. Let me go grab my coffee. I'll be right back.
If high yield spreads aren't really compensating you for risk and they're highly correlated to equities, you should just take equity.
I think I like that point. I think also there's a lot of now funds that are using equity options and more to create income. It seems like there's a lot of competition for fixed income from the equity side now. Different products kind of designed to give you yield. Mike, the last point though is when you think about the relationship between stocks and bonds, I think we're in the clear to where your treasuries are going to work. Stocks sell off, bonds catch a bid. We're officially putting the highly correlated days behind us.
Yeah, I think at a certain level, if we were to move higher, you might see those correlations come back to those levels that you had mentioned. But right now, because of where you're starting at from an income perspective with 10-year treasuries at
that's right where I sold my puts, this Iron Condor 220. So we're looking for support in that area. I bought the 215s for insurance. I also sold the call side, which will evaporate above 260, actually above 250. I have the 260, 265 spread on the opposite side.
Priced efficiently right now in terms of hedging your risk in other asset classes, and as long as we don't spike,
it was these rich call skews that kept me interested in Tesla.
I don't really see the correlations
as traders were leaning long calls. All right, I wanted to sell that premium.
Good stuff. Always a very cogent analysis of the bond market. Appreciate that. Good thoughts on how it relates to equities too. Appreciate your time.
Good, thanks a lot. Take care.
Have a great one. Mike Sanders, head of fixed income at Madison Investments. Coming up, we got the opening bells, and we've got stocks to talk as the Dow goes public. Banks will be our focus.
So we think that Tesla may have a decent bounce back up to 230. So if we get down to 220, might see a decent bounce.
Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging.
All right, we're open. And we're open.
How could this election impact your
Okay. S&P. Let's keep an eye on the S&P for a few minutes.
No hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election.
Okay, the FANG stocks are mixed. Apple's trying to bounce. Tesla down to 216.
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices?
Looking for a bounce. Tesla.
Yeah, at Schwab, I can get full service wealth management advice and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
All right, Tesla looking for a bounce. Maybe some cheap calls out of the money. We'll give it a few minutes.
All right, a whole lot of sideways action. Not much excitement. It is Friday, though. But maybe folks are checked out. It's supposed to be 85 degrees here in Chicago. I don't know if that's right, though. What they're saying. Okay.
Tesla.
Right now, trying to pick up the pace. Russell and Dow went positive, but the S&Ps and Nasdaq still down a little bit. Tech a little slow out of the gate. Tesla got slammed, of course, down 8.5%, about $19. I believe that is outside the market maker move. Not a ton, but yeah, put buyers likely getting paid this morning, as that's a pretty big drop in Tesla, and that's going to generally limit your Mag 7 category. But you got Meta, you got Netflix up. Bitcoin's kind of a big mover. We've got banks to talk about, which of course have earnings behind them, and Wells Fargo the leader there, but JP Morgan back up to almost $217. The high in JPM's at 225. So it might be getting a little pushback to the record here for the banks.
Okay, Amazon starting to bounce. Supermicro, a little short covering, starting to bounce. There goes NVIDIA. Looking for Tesla to bounce.
The biggest one. Crude oil down about 8 bips. Sluggish and sleepy in the commodity world still. We've also got bonds and the dollar doing nothing right now on the macro side. Consumer sentiments in about 30 minutes might give us something to talk about. Kind of our last potential catalyst for the week. Look at gold. It's quietly coming back because it did have a couple weak sessions. Gold kind of stalled out in the last 2 weeks of September after putting the high in on the 26th. Last week of September, first week of October. Rather.
Okay, so we got calls out in November for SPY. S&P starting to bounce. Looking for Tesla to bounce.
Start off with some tech stuff. Oh, here we go. All right. Catch a little bit here. Amazon, Alphabet down higher too. NVIDIA, maybe. There it is. NVIDIA's trying to go positive right now. Let's go to Diane King Hall.
NVIDIA looking good.
In New York.
Looking for the bounce. Okay, just drop back down now.
Happy Friday, Diane. Let's talk some NVIDIA first. We got
Have to remind everyone that we are up 5 weeks in a row on the S&P 500. So 6th week becomes a bit harder to hold on to. Okay, so we're getting closer and closer to potential pullback and then a bounce into the election, I'm thinking. All right, so we usually average about 5 or 6 weeks up. So this is 5 weeks up, back above the 10 EMA. 10 EMA is very strong. S&P. All right, so just keep that in mind. Reducing your risk into today, into the close today. We'll see what happens next week. All right, Amazon on the move. Tesla still dropping.
What's the trajectory looks like for future compute demand. They also talked about the increase to its fiscal year 26 and 27 revenue and non-GAAP.
AMD, we were looking for a bounce. No bounce yet. AMD, it's still very early. It's only 9:34 on the East Coast. Okay, watching S&P. S&P climbing. We've got a fair value gap right there. Watch for that to get retested before moving higher. AMD lower. Okay, top of the list. Top of the list. S&P and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ 100. We have Team Atlassian following through. MongoDB. That was active yesterday. That's off a little bit. Datadog, Fastenal, Fortinet. Okay, the security stocks were doing very well yesterday. Home Depot, watching that one for a bounce. Home Depot.
Further leadership in NVIDIA next to its peers. The semiconductor group chart has been much slower, but NVIDIA is moving. The rest have.
Okay, looking for NVIDIA to bounce.
Again, like the SMH is basically like right at where it was in August. Technically, it did get above that level, but NVIDIA is really moving, and it seems like the language and the news we're getting justifies it because the fact that the Golden Tree is now saying that all the hyperscalers basically.
Okay, let's watch Tesla for a minute. Tesla 220. There's a lot of puts down there that are more than likely going to get monetized. That'll help send this back in the opposite direction. So if you're thinking about Tesla as a scalp, today's options maybe 225 or so. Maybe we get back. Looking for a bounce in Tesla. Thank you, Rick, for the update on SPY. SPY, we've got the 585 zone. 585 is active on SPY for November for the election. Okay, Amazon's going. There goes Supermicro. Let me take a look at Supermicro. I don't have a position currently in Supermicro, but that's been active lately. Runs up in the morning and then moves sideways to lower. Let's see. Yesterday, okay, had a nice dip right around 230. Okay, there goes Supermicro. Supermicro on the move. Okay, looking for NVIDIA to do something. NVIDIA got an upgrade from Goldman Sachs to 150. JP Morgan out with earnings. JP Morgan earnings. All right, it's higher. All right, look at JP Morgan go. Okay, watch the banks. Looking for a bounce in Tesla. Okay, S&P 500, Tesla. Tesla bouncing. Tesla is bouncing. Okay, I have next week's Iron Condor, and that's doing very well. I'm in the money at the 220s right now, but we're bouncing very quickly. Okay, I'm going to buy some calls for today, 227.50.
Okay, all right. Good stuff. All right, good report. Thanks, Dan. Let's talk some Boeing here. We've also got quite a bit of drama still in the stock. Made new lows this week. Now Boeing's filing a complaint against the union.
Okay, this is a scalp on Tesla. Okay, I bought the 227.50. Don't think we make it that far back, but probably should have got 225. We'll see. We'll see. It's early. Puts are going to monetize. They loaded up on 220 puts. There was a heavy call skew. A lot of people buying calls on Tesla. Decided to sell premium. Okay, Apple pulling back. All right, so very volatile morning so far. Okay.
The union has been seeking this 40% pay increase over several years. They wanted to see an increase in retirement benefits. And you may remember they had voted down that contract that was initially proposing a 25% pay increase. And they just accused Boeing, the top class there.
Okay, here we go. We're starting to move a bit more. So this is a scalp. I will take $100 per contract. Let's see if we can get there. Let's see if we can get the $100 per contract profit. Okay, we're starting to see a bounce. Okay, NVIDIA watching a bounce there. Okay, let's see. The NASDAQ 100 is about 60% green. NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, this stock is just falling apart. All right, 148. Low of the week, 146.
Okay.
So we will continue to monitor. Doesn't seem like anything they're trying is working.
No, and I mean, the S&P says, the ratings agency says that this strike is costing Boeing more than $1 billion per month, and that's even accounting for the measures they put in place to reduce costs. When we think about the measures they put in place to furlough staff workers, so not just the factory workers, the office workers as well, and it's just not enough for the company to
give it a few minutes. It is a Friday, so I'm not anxious to do a whole lot very quickly. Okay, I'm going to post the top 20. Focus on these, NASDAQ. Palantir bouncing. Palantir with a bounce. Okay, Bitcoin with the bounce. Bitcoin.
Pretty much dealing with the same situation. Let's talk banks. Let's talk earnings when we come back. We're going to JP Morgan up. That's the highlight. But
okay, Nano Nuclear pulling back again. I'm probably going to buy some Nano Nuclear down here at 17. Okay, Nano Nuclear. Nano Nuclear. Let's see. NNE. It's still early. Nano Nuclear, watching that. Could pull back a little bit, so I'm gonna wait. All right, there goes Tesla. All right, $100. Looking for $100 per contract on Tesla on the bounce. Tesla looking for $100. Should have bought the 225s. 227 is fine, but probably, well, those were cheap. So those were 60 cents, 58 cents, 55 cents when I was looking at them. Taiwan Semi is green. Okay, let's look at Taiwan Semi. Thank you, dollar. Taiwan Semi. They're the one making all the chips, so I wouldn't be surprised. Taiwan Semi. Okay, and NVIDIA. NVIDIA got an upgrade. Posted that in the room earlier. NVIDIA. So with Goldman increasing their price target to 150 from 135, I think it's a good opportunity maybe to take some profits off into strength or, maybe buy some further out. I like the idea of leaps on NVIDIA. But we do have earnings November 27th. A lot of people are, and a lot of analysts are anticipating big numbers from NVIDIA, given the comments from the CEO, Jensen. Insane order book that they have. Still a lot of volatility in the markets this morning. I'm seeing stocks jumping around. Okay, Tesla. I might take some profits and regroup on this one. Tesla. Okay, let's see. All right, let's go some more Tesla. All right, so TTM is turning. Tesla.
Everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think.
It's trying to turn. Okay, so it just went yellow. Now it went back to red. So a lot of puts down here being monetized, most likely. Amazon's on the move. Looks good. There goes Micron. Micron pop. Micron with the pop. Watching for AMD to do something similar. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Okay, there goes Microsoft bouncing. Apple's at the low of the morning session right now. Okay, let's look at Amazon. Amazon looks good. There's a 4-hour on the right. 4-hour chart on the right. 5-minute on the left. Okay, let's look at, you can see TTM is full on bullish. TTM. JP Morgan on the move.
Financial stocks. JP Morgan's results were great. They beat on earnings. They beat on the revenue side of things. Their net interest income was actually better than what they guided to in early.
Nano Nuclear, looking to take something on Nano Nuclear.
They're a powerhouse. Their return on equity far exceeded estimates. So, positive.
TTM trying to turn.
I found Jamie Dimon's comments in the earnings call really interesting. He had a very confident tone to the earnings.
Okay, Amazon. Okay, looking good. Tesla. Tesla.
U.S. economy remains resilient. They talked about really, I think, positive investments for the future of the company. I think the last subset of the report is an area we've been watching closely, which is what's happening on the consumer health side.
Gorgeous day outside. Fall is here. Myrtle Beach. First really cool morning. Actually had to wear a long sleeve shirt. All right, Tesla looking for more.
Consumers and a little bit higher reserve build than expected, and a lot bigger reserve build from the year ago level. But I see that as normalization rather than real.
Okay, 1-minute Tesla chart is showing TTM's changing direction. Okay, so we'll see. Maybe they just keep it down here and keep taking profits. But the TTM is showing the momentum is shifting. Nano Nuclear. It doesn't look like people are really interested in Nano right now. Okay, very sparse volume, nanonuclear. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, Palantir moving a bit higher. Meta with the bounce. Meta's going to make lots of money in the years to come. So watching with anticipation the spacing action down here. All right, Tesla on the move. Here goes Tesla. All right, so $100 per contract. That's all I that's all I want. That's a scalp. All right, let's see. Go Tesla, go. Go Tesla. Tesla. Okay, approaching $75 per contract right now. Profit. Tesla. Go. All right, 2 fair value gaps there on the 1-minute chart, Tesla. All right, so I'm going to sell these at $100 per contract. I'll keep a couple. Okay, Micron's still going. Micron looking good. Micron looks good. Trump Media is also higher this morning. Trump Media. Let's see what that looks like. Trump Media. TJT.
What do you like the most here, Dan? Because I mean, it seems like there's a few ways you could go. You could go kind of with the leader, the stable one, JP Morgan. Or you could go
Trump
with
Media.
one that has maybe growth potential to return to its former self.
TJT. All right, looking for Tesla to continue. You got a lot of puts down here at 220 there to get it monetized, so that creates a tailwind.
Interesting stories. We've been a long-term investor in JP Morgan, so that's clearly a very core holding.
Tesla TTM is starting to go cyan now. You see cyan bars starting to show up.
What historically was a wonderful brand that was tarnished a little less than a decade ago, but there's really
NVIDIA on the move. Good job. Thank you, Angela, for keeping track of NVIDIA for us. Okay. Trump Media looking good.
Areas that they think are growth engines. They've divested or shrunk businesses that they think are secularly challenged. And they
Okay, Trump Media. I'm going to take some profits. Take some profits. 2-day swing from Wednesday. Okay, Trump Media. I'm out.
But I think there's been a lot of progress there, and it's certainly, I think there's room for growth there, and at a less lofty valuation.
Okay, we're looking for 25 on Trump Media. I'm just going to take it off for now. We're looking for 25, then we get 27.
A fabulously complex business to transform, but they too have made, I think, a lot of progress, and I'm looking forward to next week's earnings.
All right, we met the targets that we're looking for. Okay, cool. That works. NVIDIA, nice pop. All right, so they're buying the dip. Watch Tesla. Watch Tesla. The dip. Okay, so we got more cyan bars on Tesla.
Because BlackRock's earnings, I know we're focused on banking, but BlackRock's earnings were pretty amazing. They're pretty the flows there and their profit margins also bear watching, and I think that shows overall strength of financials, and I think an interesting environment for investing in financials.
Okay, like that. BlackRock is the one making high.
Okay.
To the point. I mean, we're
A lot of puts down here getting monetized.
seems to be the winner because that's a stock market correlation almost too. I mean, they've got all these ETFs people are just piling into. Obviously, the Bitcoin ETFs were a huge success, so that's a really good thought as well. Good eyes. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that time. Have a good Friday. Be with me in studio.
Micron looking good. NVIDIA looking good.
So, let's talk Citi here, okay? Let's do the comeback stories first, and then we'll get to JP Morgan. What kind of trade you got in Citi, Rick?
You know, it's really pretty tough to make a case against betting against the big financial institutions in general here. So I'm thinking more bullish with both
Meta,
here, given that the earnings for the things
Tesla.
that are pretty good here. So when we look at our chart,
Okay, the first wave up, that's mostly shorts covering, puts monetizing. If we get any kind of follow through, watch the 5-minute, 15-minute on Tesla. Okay, the 50-day, right, was near there. Tesla, the 50-day.
67.81. So the trade that we're exploring today is an
Okay.
idea we would do a call.
All right,
put
so
here. So we would do a
daily. Let's see.
a long call vertical 65
Tesla daily.
prices at the November 15th.
Have to double check because yeah, we're below the 50, right below the 50-day. There's a lot of 21% of today's volume.
We would cap out our potential profits here at a little bit above where we might expect those all-time highs to go. And we also see risk.
Watching for the bounce.
This way we can't get in a bad situation.
Okay, Tesla, Meta. Still early. It's only 9:55 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday the 11th. Being a Friday, I'm a little less aggressive. We'll be taking some profits off the table. NVIDIA starting to move. Okay, that looks good. NVIDIA. Rivian is up. What's up with Rivian? RIVN. Rivian. Rivian starting to base down here, maybe. Still in a bearish pattern. Lower highs, lower lows on Rivian. Pretty cheap at $10 a share. I see their SUVs around. Anybody have a Rivian or a neighbor with Rivian? I saw a few, not a lot. I've seen more Cybertrucks, Tesla Cybertrucks. I think people like to buy them just because they're obnoxious and obvious. Reminds me of that movie Tron. I don't know, it's just the ugliest truck. A Tesla truck. All right. Let's go to the hourly chart. Okay, mindful of the NASDAQ 100, of course. NASDAQ 100 is... I'm going to have to reboot my machine, I think. I kept TOS open overnight. That tends to rob your memory. This seems kind of slow.
And the chart is kind of in a similar situation where we are once again breaking out above our previous highs there and approaching those 52-week highs once again here. In this case,
okay, let me go here.
The chart shows that our highs
all right, Tesla.
Not too far away from where we are now, especially after this 4.5%.
Okay, coming back down for a second trip. All right, so this initial bounce was short covering, obviously. Pulling back. Let's see if more puts monetize. Looking for a bounce that follows through.
Sold the October 18th 225 call and bought the November 15th 225 call. So just the monthly expirations here, giving ourselves a bit of a
Amazon looking good. Okay. Okay, let's go back to NVIDIA. Micron on the move. Micron.
If you were to leave this spread intact here, but what you might consider doing is, you could just
Micron.
short option close out worthless and keep
okay.
in there, hoping for some greater potential gain.
All right, I'm going to reboot Thinkorswim. This is really slow.
It's a very, as our friend.
Okay. Noted that Thinkorswim is a memory hog. Hope everyone's having a good morning. It is Friday the 11th, almost 10 o'clock on the East Coast. Okay, Tesla pulling back to an area of support. 220, looking for a bounce again, as more puts monetize. Micron looking for a follow through. Watching NVIDIA. Meta is starting to bounce. Meta might be a good play today. Meta looks like it wants to go. Okay, looking for Meta to bounce. It is bouncing right now. Meta's going to make lots of money in the future. It's one of the top three: NVIDIA, Meta, Palantir, that Tom Lee and a few others are mentioning. Not just opinion, but numbers, which is the most important part for AI. 5, 3. Okay. All right. So we're back up. Thinkorswim. Okay. Micron pulling back a little bit, a little profit taking. All right. We're back, Schwab. Thank you. Okay, Micron pulling back, a little profit taking. Micron. All right, NASDAQ 100.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Okay, it's 10 o'clock straight up on the East Coast. Okay, NASDAQ 100, we got 65 stocks. 65 stocks green on the day so far. 35 are declining. 67 now. Okay, we got more stocks going green and pushing higher. Looking for the bounce in some of these semis as well. Uber, top of the list. Uber looking pretty strong. S&P 500. Uber is number one. Uber number one. Uber's number one. S&P 500. Don't chase it. Look for dips.
We were expecting 70.1. That's 68.9. Bonds catch a little bit of a bid. Dollar down a little bit.
Okay, Wells Fargo responding in kind with JP Morgan moving higher. Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, banks, earnings season, higher. Okay, there goes Wells Fargo. JP Morgan's ripping, man. JP Morgan is gone. Okay, so looking for more upside. Bank of America trading. Where'd you go? Bank of America just jumped to number 3. BAC, number 3. SPX just jumped 5 spots. Bank of America just jumped 5 spots on the S&P 500. Check it out. Bank of America. Big move. Wow. Okay, that looks good. First Solar, the solar stocks were down yesterday. Those are turning. Looks like dip buyers. First Solar. First Solar looks like shorts covering.
Narratives from Lisa Su versus Jensen Wong.
Bank of America. Okay, First Solar. That'd been trending lower recently. Big turn on First Solar. Okay, let's look at Enphase. That's what we have on our house. Enphase systems. Love my Enphase systems. I think what happened when I had my solar, when we first got it, they gave us a $6,600 check. I think what they did, it was a rebate, but it just felt like what they were doing is like over the following months after they gave us that check, they paid themselves back. So our electricity bill was higher. by about 50%, 50% higher than what it is right now. I mean, it dropped quite a bit. It's under $100. Our house is 2,800 square feet. It's under $100 now. They don't give you 100% credit, but $100 for electricity. I mean, I'm here all day long. You know, between the kids, my wife, they're always washing. Anyway, long story short, Enphase looks good off the low. Enphase. Enphase looks really good off the weekly lows. Look at the hourly chart. Okay, let's go to the daily Enphase. Let's see what that looks like. Enphase. Okay, you got a triple, quadruple bottom, multiple levels here where buyers stepped up in the past. Let's look at the weekly. Weekly. All right, look at that. All right, so you've got a base here. You're in the lower part of the base. It may be a little bit scary to buy on the dip, you know, but we've seen this level hold before. So what do? Okay, so you don't have a 100% guarantee, but what you do is you put a stop underneath the low of the week, or maybe you put a stop on the low of yesterday or the 200-day. That looks really good, actually. First Solar, for it to move back up to that upper Bollinger Band, at least to the 50-day. That'd be a 10-point move. All right. Yeah, JP Morgan looking good. All right, so the top 10: Uber, Wells Fargo, Fastenal, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Granger, BlackRock, Domino's Pizza, Key Corp, and First Solar. Top 10. Okay. Okay, there goes Tesla. Second time. Tesla, second wave up. All right, so this is probably more than just shorts covering. All right, so here is Tesla. Probably more than just shorts covering, all right? Okay, this one over here is probably shorts covering. This pulls back. More of those puts monetized. At 220 is a major strike, major strike at 220. Tesla's starting to bounce. This could stay down here a while. This could just like flatten out and kill the premiums. So this next wave up, I'm not going to get cute with Tesla. I'm going to go ahead and take profits. Let's see, where am I here? Tesla on this bounce. I think we're going to be moving 50 basis points by the end of the year and 225 basis points. Okay, Tesla. Unless something, exogenous happens between now and the next meeting, or even by the end of the year. Okay, let me see how much further we can get here. If we can get above 221, maybe I'll hold these for a few. All right, so the banks are definitely in play. So is First Solar. The solar stocks are in play. Obviously, JP Morgan came in at estimates. Wells Fargo, as I mentioned earlier, reduced their loan loss provisions, which is actually a good sign. But again, the financial conditions are improving, irrespective of the fact Tesla. That bond traders are getting whacked. Because of the anticipation that as the Fed is moving rates, that the entire yield curve is going to move down in tandem, but that's been not the case as of late. Interesting enough also, OJ, if you look at the movement in yields, long-term yields higher, it's actually going back to the September 18th, which is the day of the Fed FOMC meeting. So I think that's interesting, and we're seeing that Tesla relationship between bonds and stocks since then. It's Nano Nuclear. Nano's down a little bit more. All right, Nano's turning the corner. Kind of a thin trade. Watching the volume on this one. Volume looks okay, I guess. 17. Added to the Russell 3000. All right, let's look at Nano. Watch the solars and the banks. Those are doing the best. I'm just checking out Nano. Inside day. There's nothing really super interesting about it at this point. Tesla. The case that I made on Wednesday was that the situation economically seemed to be threading the needle. You got the NVIDIA breakout.
plenty of reason
Okay.
for the stock to continue
Mhm.
strength. And then yesterday we had a little give back section. So I don't know, maybe we can-
Uber, go through the list again. Uber still going. Okay, let's take a look at Uber. Uber was one from last earlier in the week, right? Uber, big gap up on Uber. Uber, big gap up.
7 or so trading days. So interesting to see how things play out. But maybe again today the Russell is giving us an indication that yields will
Okay, Uber has earnings on October 31st. Is this playing off of Robotaxi or what's the deal here? Uber. Eases competition fears. All right, so that makes a lot of sense. Uber on the move. Okay. Big gap up. Uber looks good. Fastenal. Fastenal announcing dividend 39 cents on October 25th. Earnings reported 51 cents. Estimated that they beat by a penny. Fastenal's on the move. Wells Fargo. All right, Wells Fargo's number 2 on the S&P 500. Wells Fargo reported $1.42 versus a $1.26 estimated.
Irrespective of the fact that they increased their loan loss provisions, but I think they're being more conservative, with the expectations of, strained consumer household debt and maybe some of the commercial loans. But irrespective of that, their Tier 1 capital ratios, I think about 14%, which is
Okay, Tesla looking good. Nice little move on Tesla.
benchmark minimums for banks of this capacity. So
SPY, nice job on SPY. For those of you, Rick posted earlier the 580s and 585s, I believe, for November being traded. Okay, so we're moving nicely here. Okay, Nano Nuclear's on the move. Nano Nuclear.
Pretty good old day here. 9 out of 11 sectors higher. Tech and consumer discretionary, the ones red, but they're trying to turn around. And banks now up almost 2%. Factor leadership is in value right now. The high beta is moving, momentum's moving. Every factor fund that follows up. So got a good session here. Maybe even AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, will find a bid. Jeff Pierce, AMD up 16 bits. Got hit pretty hard yesterday, though, so what are we looking at? We got you, Jeff? Yo. Let's get that mic on that man. AMD shares right now doing nothing. But did have a pretty big failure yesterday. Hello, JP. Talk to me. What you got on AMD?
All right. Yeah, so I think what we're seeing here
Nano Nuclear on the move.
as potentially selling this news, right? And then also some disappointment about new customers and not really seeing much in the verbiage around that. And certainly, investors weren't
Wells Fargo.
anything that's going to take NVIDIA by storm, but they were seeing some new products, the M1 or MI325.
Tesla, let's see, Wells Fargo. Nice move on Wells Fargo.
Including H200 that NVIDIA has, and that production is going to start at the end of 2024. I think investors are excited about that, but they know NVIDIA still is dominating that AI chip market. They could see some pressure from these AMD chips if we see tech firms start to look at them as a comparable option. But right now, we've got analysts weighing in as well. We saw Piper Sandler move their price target to 200 from 175. They said that they seemed enthused about the company's products, but we've also seen, Oppenheimer, for example, who basically said they was a largely uneventful event, saying everything that management recapped was already well understood. So, a bit of a back and forth in terms of how the event went over, but looks like right now investors are not overly enthused with all the products they saw.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's...
Okay, we got futures moving higher.
There is a kind of war of words going on, but, how much is that going to move the needle? I mean,
Tesla still pushing.
Look, all due respect, rest, one of the biggest.
Okay, we got cyan bars on Tesla on the shorter time frames.
Credit to her, I'm sure she's going to come through.
Okay, let me go to the hourly here.
Their tech is amazing right now, but it's just first right now is basically last. So it's first, and what I'm saying is like when Nvidia's got the door.
Wells Fargo, First Solar, Enphase. Enphase, these are good off the lows. Enphase. Okay, Enphase on the move.
Right. There's no close second, right? I mean, if you look at NVIDIA having roughly 90% of the market share. And so when you look at these chips, right, you think about their future chips, they're going to have a 350 version in 2025, a 400 version in 2026. All of that is good. There are still options, right? There's tons of demand.
Enphase.
Great news for AMD, but that means they can take over more market share. But NVIDIA has such a strong hold right now.
Enphase earnings on the 22nd. Aftermarket earnings on Enphase aftermarket on the 22nd. So maybe next week's calls on Enphase. This looks good.
Last year, we knew that their market was about $45 billion. That's about a 60% compound annual growth rate. You know, again, with NVIDIA having this huge market share, I don't think the expectation is they're going to put a big dent in NVIDIA. But can they continue to take more and more market share, especially as this demand rises? That's the big question mark. And I think investors see that, and that's why we've seen a relatively good reaction in their stock. You know, nothing compared to NVIDIA, certainly, but we've seen some strong reaction. The GPU market is a concern.
Tesla. Okay, Enphase looks good. Tesla.
Good stuff. I think it's a good description.
Tesla trying to break through this area of supply. As we start to move higher, puts will monetize. Okay, dealers are short puts. As we start to move higher, they can release you could just see that buy order block keeps flashing off and on as we try to push through it. As we push through it, it'll disappear. Okay, Tesla, that's telling you there's some strength. Look at the TTM bars. It's telling you what momentum you should be looking for, bullish momentum at the moment. Nice.
Thanks, Jeff, for the look at AMD. Let's trade with Dan Denny, managing partner at KKM Financial. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Oliver. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Thinking of AI, you know, we got robo-taxi coming. We got NVIDIA almost high. TSM.
Tesla, nice move on Tesla.
Well, yeah, I mean, overall, you know, the general trend has been higher pretty much across the board. It's really since those August. And, the one thing about AMD, and as you and Jeff pointed out, is, you know, even though it's found some stability here the last couple of months, it's still not.
Okay, Meta. Palantir looks good. Palantir. NVIDIA breaking out. NVIDIA. Uber looking good. Uber. Yeah, Uber should just keep going, right? Uber. Uber. Okay, one of their earnings, Uber. Uber. November 5th. Okay.
I've been doing this trade example for a couple of weeks here, but it just seems like the theme right now. And what I'm looking at is just selling a put spread underneath the market here for AMD and just kind of riding it out over the next month or so and seeing how the stock reacts as we move through earnings. And if, you know, if we're able to take out those July highs, which we have not yet, and if we're unable to do that, then I could see further weakness. So I'd be more inclined to look to pick up the stock on weakness as opposed to try to chase it here and then get caught near a top.
All right. That sounds pretty good to me because AMD
Uber.
is not really a momentum trade, so you probably get dips to buy.
Okay, looking good. Uber, big gap up on the robo-taxi. Fizzle. which was imparting some competition. Okay, NVIDIA pressing the highs. NVIDIA looking very good. NVIDIA. Uber is trending, most likely trends during the day. Uber trending. What time is it? 10:20. All right. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Maybe to pick up the stock at a better level. If it keeps going higher, I want to see it break those July highs before I really think that, you want to just kind of look to get long the stock.
Okay. So when you are selling downside, you're implicitly taking a bullish view, but you're not chasing the stock and you're not really trading it like a momentum trade. So I think it all fits. I think it all tracks basically with what AMD has been doing. And $350 too. I mean, it's a pretty high probability trade for 350.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at 55 implied vol here, so that's elevated, which these names move, so it's right that they are elevated implied vols, but that gives you opportunities as well. And so selling that put spread, you're looking at what about a little over a month, to capture the $3.50, which if you look at it from a valuation standpoint, it's a little over 2% versus the stock over just a little month period. If you do that multiple times over a year, then you're looking at some pretty decent returns. Well, again, you get the opportunity to get put in the stock should we see some weakness and trade below 150 before.
Kinder Morgan on the move. Okay.
So the idea here is really, again, just similar to last.
Tesla starting to flag. Tesla.
You collect rent, I should say, but you also not only do you get to collect rent, you also have the opportunity to own the underlying at some point, as opposed to just
Uber pulling back from the highs. Uber.
I like the idea that if we see some weakness, picking it up down below that 150 level to me is a little more
Tesla.
Chasing it at these levels.
All right.
Flagging Tesla.
Sounds good, Albert.
Yeah.
All right, take care. Have a great weekend.
You too. Dan Denning, managing partner, KKM Financial. When we come back, it's Tesla time again. Let's talk cyber stuff. We've got ban, got cab, and we've got not just visuals, but we got a whole demonstration. Elon rolling up in the cyber cab.
Nope, I'm not in Geo. I'm not in Geo. Okay, NVIDIA at the highs, looking good. NVIDIA. Okay, what are the banks doing? Wells Fargo. Okay, consolidating. Enphase. Sorry, pulling back a bit. Enphase. Looking for a follow through next week. All right, so NASDAQ 100 looking pretty good. NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ 100, we got 88 stocks green. That's the most we've seen green. 12 are declining. 88 are advancing. All right, so we got good breadth in the markets. Let's go take a look at that breadth-wise. Yeah, I'm looking at Geo. I see what you guys are doing. Yeah, it looks good. Let's see. Breath, advanced decline percent. Okay, we want all these to be moving higher. They are. Okay, all four of these. S&P 500, mid cap, small caps, and NASDAQ in descending order. S&P, mid cap, small caps, large NASDAQ, lower panel, descending order. Those are bullish. Okay, let's take a look at how NIMO closed last night. NIMO 2,000 stocks on the composite. Still pointing down, so we want that to change direction. Let's look at the S&P. We haven't looked at this in a couple of days. S&P equal weight index, removing the weight of the S&P top weighted stocks listed on the left. All right, we're making new highs. S&P equal weight. That's bullish. Microsoft on the move. Okay. All right. Micron on the move. Micron. Micron again.
Tesla's autonomous vision, you shouldn't own this stock. So this event really provided us a great update on that vision. So the first update was that we should expect Tesla's Model 3s and Model Ys to really reach this level of unsupervised autonomy in the second half of next year. Now, there's a lot of skepticism around this idea because Tesla previously made this very high conviction hardware call by relying only on vision and removing some of these LiDAR sensors. So this lowers the unit cost of the vehicle significantly, but really relying on only vision is currently seen as a much lower fidelity solution.
Okay, Micron on the move. Check out Micron. Micron's also on the move. Making new highs. Micron.
And the second big unveil was obviously the wing-doored Cybercab. No steering wheel or pedals, and it's slated to go in production before 2027. And this is a large part of the bull thesis because this could really fundamentally alter the personal transportation industry by driving down cost per mile driven. And this is where bears have really been concerned because after looking at competitor Waymo, which already has reached 100,000 trips per week,
Tesla.
they do this at L4 autonomy, so much.
Watching for. We want to make sure there's no second wave down or third wave down, depending on what time frame you're watching. Micron breaking out.
They also came out and unveiled this sort of robot that served drinks and dances to some Daft Punk, as well as a robo-van that can carry over 10 passengers. They still look very early in terms of the planned rollout. So I think this stock really remains very much a show-me story as investors wait for these sort of features to evolve from promises to reality. And I think a lot of Uber and Lyft investors here also kind of breathe a sigh of relief as we're seeing.
Okay, Micron on the move. Micron moving.
Yeah, good point on that.
Amazon going. Supermicro breaking out. Supermicro has been kind of hanging out. It's been hanging out in a narrow range. Supermicro. So this looks like a wave up, potentially. Supermicro. That's on the move. Supermicro.
Uber, so that's where it makes sense that the Uber stock might trade inverse to the quality of this event. But I mean, he wouldn't be showing us this if it weren't coming.
Daily looks good. Supermicro.
I mean, this might be a real option for me as a little side gig within the next year.
Yeah, look, and I think they're incredible businesses. Just
Amazon.
Sort of underutilized assets.
Going more.
Using these sort of network and platform effects to really connect suppliers and buyers on each end of it. Now, in terms of the timeline, I mean,
Tesla trying to go again. Here goes Tesla. Another wave up. Tesla.
That really drives everything forward. So this kind of this massive overpromise every time really.
Okay, Supermicro looks good. Micron, of course, pushing higher. Tesla. Tesla trying to go again. I got a tight squeeze on the 1 minute chart on the left, 1 minute chart on the left. Watching the TTM. Okay, so we got a green bar on the hourly, looking for TTM to change color. Maybe this moves higher into next week. If you're thinking about next week's calls. Supermicro. Micron continues. Okay, Micron looks good.
Part of the overall culture at Tesla and really just pushing that sort of aggressive nature in terms of meeting deployment. And hopefully they can do it now. I still think it's a show me story and they really need to deliver here.
Yeah. I think also it seems like he's going to have an uphill battle, or rather a challenge to get states and cities to get him to try this out, because he did say again, we can do this wherever they'll let us. And right now, that's a pretty limited number of places. And if it's centered in California, that's where you've already got the competition. So the fact that Uber moved as much, Tesla's moving as much, though, it does feel like we're getting closer, really, to like this is a real reality. I mean, there's a lot of market cap moving around on this stuff now that I don't think would if it were just a figment of our imagination. But obviously,
NVIDIA off the highs now, a little profit taking. Meta still trying to go. Palantir, let me put in phase here. In phase. Okay, in phase.
Yeah, that's exactly what it reminded me as well. And I think that this kind of concept, obviously, you have a lot of hurdles on the regulatory basis when it comes to
Futures still pushing higher. So as futures are moving higher, I'm interested in still interested in reducing my risk. Being we're up 5 weeks straight, next week will be week number 6. Week number 6, week number 7, week number 8. I mean, it gets a lot more probable that we're going to pull back beyond 5 weeks, at least a little bit, back to the 10 EMA weekly. People take profits and wait for a little dip. We do have the election ahead of us. AMD doing nothing, just sitting here. Off of yesterday's low, but people are just kind of contemplating on what they're going to do with NVIDIA, AMD. Supermicro looks like it wants to keep going. It is the high of the day. Wouldn't buy it up here. Amazon. Okay, Tesla pulling back a little bit.
To really comply with a lot of these new regulation systems are going to really lower the friction points there. And there's a lot of sort of similarities in terms of these other incredible hardware companies that we've seen in the past, and you're starting to see these really evolve with Tesla.
Well, I like that comparison. That's a good one. All right, and as far as like the investment thesis goes, you mentioned it's a show me story. Valuation obviously still nosebleed.
Okay, Dexcom.
Drop compared to the other options in the tech category or the growth category or the innovation category. How do they rank in the world of AI right now?
Netflix pulling back. Futures still pushing higher.
And not so much due to kind of the competitive environment, because if you just look how much kind of rates.
CSX, the rails. What are the rails doing? CSX. Rails. Let's take a look at the rails. CSX. CSX. Okay, range bound. All right. So what's the market doing today? The leading stocks, Uber up almost 9%. Fastenal, nice follow through on Fastenal. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all these looking good. JP Morgan, off the highs of the session. Watch for BNC pivots. If you like JP Morgan, you don't need to chase it. Wait for BNC pivots. Okay, it's probably going to pull back a bit. Supermicro is still going. Okay, Supermicro.
I think what that's going to translate to is manufacturing capacities through these digital twins from a sort of productivity enhancement perspective that we're going to see Tesla's going to be a massive beneficiary of, because we talk about sort of these cloud companies and the chips themselves, but I think that there's going to be some incredibly difficult engineering problems solved over the short term with these reasoning sort of models and the advancements that we're making on that front when it comes to AI. And I think that the symbiosis between this deep research level and these reasoning models is really going to invent all these new product categories that the human brain can.
All right, Supermicro, SMCI, Supermicro. All right, nice trend. Wait for a BNC pivot if you like it. If you still think bullish, I'm thinking bullish, but I won't buy it up here. I'll wait for a BNC pivot. Tesla, looking for another pop higher in Tesla. Tesla about to pop again, it looks like. Tesla. Okay, grinding higher. Okay, if this starts to get going, these 220 puts, there's a lot of option open interest that expires today at 220. They'll start to monetize, and that'll start to rip the stock higher. Tesla, that'll help to push the stock higher. Okay. All right. So here we go. We're coming out of a squeeze now. All right. Watch the TTM. TTM, the next wave. This is a 1 minute chart, so more granular. Okay. Futures still hanging in there. So that's giving us a benefit. If you're bullish, that's giving you a benefit with the futures moving higher. The futures start to turn over markedly and start to drop off. That's going to help the bears a bit and be a headwind for bulls. So just keep in mind that as the markets are moving higher, you get the best of all advantages right now. So watching Micron, meaning I'm looking to sell into strength as the futures continue higher. All right. Tesla. Okay, Tesla changing character now. Tesla. Okay, let's go to Bollinger Bands are opening up. Tesla. All right, Google on the move. Google continuation. All right, Tesla. Google's on the move. All right, Tesla, sorry. Tesla. Sorry about that, Tesla. Okay. Tesla. Okay, watching the volume too. All right, 5 minute. It's got the momentum now. Okay, you can see the daily chart on the right. Big buy orders right in this area. So they came right back down to where they want to buy. Okay, let me just enable. Let me enable something real quick. I'm gonna just want to check something. Let's see. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Discount. Okay. Where are you? I don't use this feature very often, but let me use it now. Premium discount zones. Okay. Okay, premium is down here at 140. 270. Premium's at 270. Equilibrium, the gray, is right there below price. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Alrighty then. Looks good. Right.
Million of shares of Bank of America over the last several days per a regular.
All right, so we're going now.
Yesterday. So according to this report, now they're basically.
If you've been adding to Tesla on the dips for the scalp 0 day. Okay, looks good. All right, looking good. See how far we can push this Tesla.
Expecting a lot of excitement because earnings are expected to come in around 78 cents a share. That would actually mark a contraction on a year-over-year basis by about 13%. Revenue is expected to come in around 25.3 billion. That would be up modestly, about 0.75% from a year ago. Amazingly enough, out of all three of our names that have nothing to do with each other, there is not a single analyst that can sell any of them. So that's upbeat. There's 16 buys in this name, 7 holds, not a single bear, not an underperform or a sell in Bank of America shares. Average price target right now is 45.50 a share, so that does imply some modest upside. But again, having a pretty good week into earnings next week without really any major news.
Okay. I mean, when you're moving on your peers, then the bar starts to rise here into the report. It's a pretty nice ramp, right?
Yeah, nice day for the bulls kind of across the board here. We can see that the theme of our charts today is going to be upside breakouts here. And when we look at this one, we can see first we had this rather gradually sloping trend line going up here, starting at that level all the way back here almost a year ago here, coming across these lows many times, a bit of a downside excursion there. We dipped below below our purple 252-day EMA, but managed to make a nice rally, close above it very quickly, moved above our trend line. Once again, continuing on, pretty consistent with this trend line here. However, we also had a ceiling that we hit a couple times here near 41, making a nice move beyond that point today, and making a push near this small volume node here. Not a big node by any means here, but just something to keep an eye on if we do work our way above it here.
Tesla.
Once again, we can see that we were trending downward here, but experiencing an upside breakout beyond this boundary here. I've got our green trend line still in play. We broke above the 50 midline.
Tesla's still going. All right, looking good. Tesla changing character.
Obvious next point to watch, those highs, 44, 44, nice convenient number to say there. And we could see that, that's not, there's not really any other clear resistance until you get to that point. If we were to falter and move back down today, look for a retest of these old highs. Then we've also got a support confluence just below that. Yellow 21-day, orange 63-day moving averages, our long-term trend line, and our volume profile point of control between 39.30 to 39.90. So about a 60-cent range where we've got quite a bit of support. And then the lows would be the next stop near 38.
Kind of like we broke out of an ascending triangle right here.
Yeah,
So
exactly, yeah.
good stuff. All right, nice. Bank of America looking pretty good. Let's talk some tech. We've got Taiwan Semi coming out. It's pretty close to highs, Jenny. How does this correlate with NVIDIA?
Well, I think this is a really important story for NVIDIA. I'm not sure if I feel like I'm alone in that statement and sentiment because I don't feel like they trade in tandem at all. But frankly, the narrative of Taiwan Semiconductor, how it is handling its supply chain, how it's able to keep up with demand, all of these things are hugely important to the success and the rollout of Blackwell. So I tend to look at this name as one of the most important proxies to NVIDIA, even though I know they don't really trade again in tandem.
All right, looking good. Tesla.
The trailing four-quarter earnings surprise is almost 8% on average, and the stock has gained pretty steadily from those August lows. I mean, now it's trading, like you mentioned, around record levels, up 83% or roughly on the year. September sales figures we did get this week, and they did increase pretty heftily. We did see that actually in the month that was up 40% from a year ago, with September sales totaling around $7.8 billion in US dollars. In the past quarter, they did also see revenue of around $23.5 billion, which blew past their own outlook. Also did mark 36% year-over-year growth. So healthy metrics as far as sales, which we already know now going into this report. They do expect some continued strength in their business to be aided by smartphone demand as well as
Tesla.
related demand and their leading edge process technologies. They said they've been aggressively investing now in R&D, which helps them maintain.
All right, Tesla changing direction. Okay, this could accelerate. I should have taken 225s. They're going to increase in value very quickly. I took 227.50. I was acting too quickly, unfortunately. 225s though, definitely look good. What'd you guys take, and ladies? Did you take any scalps on Tesla on the bounce?
Yeah, it's a good point too because it's got growth behind it. So even if it is a little expensive relative to the overall market and index, still in the right category. Big winner here, breakout coming, Rick. How do we?
Hope everyone's having a good morning.
Yeah, maybe not a household name, but a big one in terms of market cap and importance here. And once again, upside breakout here. You can see that by one measure, we had a high point here, 193.
Okay, looking good. Okay, in phase, looking for another bounce. Tesla up against some supply in this area. 224-ish. Nanonuclear, or nanonuclear, higher low. Nanonuclear, looking for a higher high.
Line here that even after we did have a breakout above it, we quickly sank back below it. found some footing at the 21-day EMA in yellow there and maintained our upward trajectory, to above this volume node here as well. So now we've got our sights set on those highs near 190, 347, RSI trending upward, you can see here, but actually forming a little bit of bearish divergence here. You can see price made a high close there, and we are on pace for an
Okay, CSX, the rails look pretty good. They are in a range bound. They are range bound, but look good.
That is, there's still time left in the day, but it's not shaping up that way currently. So if we were to keep moving higher, we've got our highs to consider. We've got our upper boundary of our wedge type shape here. So a bit of a confluence of resistance around 193.50 or so, plus one standard deviation channel. Then one standard deviation above our blue linear regression line comes in at 219.71. So that's
All right, looks good. Home Depot. Rather surprised that Home Depot hasn't done more with 2 hurricanes and one. There's a potential for another one, I think. Okay, Tesla. Hmm. 222 Tesla.
Looks pretty good, I mean, not a lot to dislike. Seems like we're building up momentum, and as long as nothing changes, obviously the narrative is working. The trend is your friend. All of this happening within broader uptown, so I like that context. Moving averages all seem like support. I mean, it seems like it's about as good a chart as you can ask for to get some momentum at all-time highs. Let's end with one at all-time highs. Netflix. I was kind of sitting doing the psycho scroll yesterday, and Netflix found that they've got games. That's you're just kind of sitting on the phone before bed and before you pass out, and found these. Actually, Rick, did you know that they've got some real games on Netflix, which I didn't realize.
Micron. Okay.
Well, yeah, I know, but I didn't realize that they've got some decent titles on there. You can play Grand Theft Auto. Well, old one. All right, go ahead.
So I didn't realize that. Okay, but we were talking about this earlier this week. Netflix is becoming increasingly.
Oh, Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo. The bank's doing well today. Wells Fargo. Okay, so you can see Wells Fargo has been basing since May. Since May, basically, spending more time down below the 10 EMA, but the last 2 weeks above the 10 EMA. Are we going to break out? Looks like we're going to break out Wells Fargo. Let's look at JP Morgan. JP Morgan's been basing as well. For the last few weeks, it's just been right there at the 10 EMA. Now it looks like it wants to break out. Let's look at Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley doing the best. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley, best in class. This one's breaking out on the weekly. Okay, breaking out all-time highs. Look at that. That didn't even pull back. We noticed that a couple of weeks ago. I just didn't act on it. Did anybody act on it and buy? Because JP Morgan was floundering around the 50-day and just kind of moving sideways into earnings. And then Morgan Stanley just kept going. What's PNC Bank look like? PNC even looks better. I think Aaron used to do this one.
The problem is, again, last night I just wanted a little wind down, show for 30 minutes, and then it just starts scrolling through. Okay, so futures, we're at the highs, starting to pull back now. Maybe you want to take some profits off the table. All right, NVIDIA pulling back. Micron.
More video games. That would be my game. But anyway, so look at this chart. Broader shape, upward sloping channel between our two purple lines here. We had a steep trend line.
So the banks look good. PNC, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America. Bank of America looking good too.
Some footing at the 21-day EMA and managed to cross above our old highs at that light green line. So now we have our recent highs in the previous.
Bank of America looks awesome. That one finally in the 40s. I'd spent so much time in the 30s. Finally starting to see a little bit more. They were heavily in the mortgage business, right? This looks like going to make it all the way back. 3-year highs, perhaps back to 46. Bank of America. Wow, that looks really good. Okay, Netflix pulling back. All right, trapping some bulls that overstayed. If they're not scalping, I'm looking for dips like this. Netflix, I'm looking for dips in Netflix to give a better entry. I don't want to chase. All right, so Netflix has been up for the last 3 days. Come back a little bit. Remember, S&P 500 up 5 weeks straight. Okay, 5 weeks straight on the S&P. So I would think that we're either going to have an inside week, or maybe we pull back a little bit to the 10 EMA. Maybe not next week. I'm not saying absolutely next week, because things do look pretty good. Let's look at junk bonds. Junk. Okay, junk is actually bouncing. All right, so stock charts 50-day is off. That green line should be higher. If you look at junk bonds on TradingView, you'll note the difference. Corey pointing this out. Corey pointed this out the other day. Let's see, junk bonds. So junk bonds are at the 50-day. Junk bonds. Okay. Daily chart. So here's junk bonds. Okay, bouncing at the 50-day. That's exactly what you want to see if you're bullish into next week. And we want to see a bullish bias to end the day. So if we get a close at, up here somewhere, we'll have a bullish bias into next week. Okay. A little profit taking though at the moment. Profit taking. Okay, note the histogram bars. That'll change. Let's go to the 4-hour so we can see a little bit more granular detail. 4-hour has changed direction on the junk bonds. Okay, so that looks good. So that's a plus for next week. Okay, what are we watching here? Wells Fargo, the banks. Those are performing very well. Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, the best. I think Morgan Stanley's best in class. This is just ripping higher. Morgan Stanley, look at that trend. That's a beautiful trend.
Similar thing. Okay. The only catch, Diane, is when expectations get that extreme, there's a lot of opportunity for disappointment.
I know. And here's the thing. Even though consumers in this preliminary reading are expecting rates to come down and it's fallen to
Morgan.
level that we haven't seen in years, the expectation for the
Yeah, he sold. He's down like to 10%, right? Something like that. 10% holdings.
2.9% over the next year. That's an increase from their previous view of expecting an increase of 2.7%. Now that does still have a 2 handle on it.
Yeah, BAC.
With the expected path that the Fed wants to see and has been pursuing, and with them turning their attention to the job.
Yeah, Morgan Stanley takes forever to move. Just noting your comments in the trading room. Okay, so yeah, okay, Super Micro looked as good as Super Micro looked. There's no way I'm going to chase it, right? Okay, so let's go to Super Micro. Okay, as good as Super Micro looked this morning, there's no way I'm going to chase it. Look for BNC pivots. There you go. So if you bought it up here, you're probably very disappointed. It looks good on the daily. Let's take a look at Super Micro. Super Micro, SMCI. Okay, Super Micro. on the daily. Okay. So look at this volume by price band over here. If we clear this 50 level, there's a big vacant area as far as how much trading has occurred in this area between 70 and 50, 75 and 50. All right, so there's a little node right here, right around 60, where we had that pivot. But for the most part, not a lot of trading in this area above this 50 level. So if we get above 50, that's the level I'd be watching next week for Super Micro. Okay, it's dipping right now, so the dip is a better entry, at least the way I like to trade. AMD starting to bounce. AMD. Okay, AMD is trying to bounce after yesterday's shellacking. Okay, so we dropped from 174 down to 162. We bounced. Looks like we're going to get a bounce here. 50 days turned up. 50-day has turned up. The 200 days upward sloping, right where price bounced yesterday. So, if you like AMD, it takes some getting used to. New traders have some difficulty buying the dip for some reason. They like buying the highs and then suffering for however long until prices can pull back and then move all the way back to where they bought. If you can just shift your hat, turn your hat on backwards and buy the dips, you've got to stop right underneath. So where's your stop up here? Right underneath the low of the day on that Wednesday candle. But if you wait for the next dip, I mean, it's just a matter of patience. Have a list of stocks you want to check. AMD pulled back now. So this looks like it's going to go. I would watch AMD. It's already seeing some activity. Professional traders will not buy the high most of the time unless there's a good reason. They'll wait for dips and otherwise bullish stocks. If you look at AMD, what's stochastics doing? It's still pointing down. So we want that to be pointing up. Okay, there's still some risk here. Okay, there goes nanonuclear. Nanonuclear starting to move. Okay, can it take out 1837? Okay, watching this one. This is a pretty thin trade, so just watching. You can see how the gappy this is. Pretty thin. But for the most part, it's still showing activity, momentum. Momentum traders still appear to be active. So every time it dips, they buy it. They sell into rips a couple of days later, maybe, or intraday. The dip is getting bought again. Okay, so the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes turned back up. Price is above. So stop underneath today's low, 1650-ish. Okay, what time is it? I hear my son want to ride his bike or whatever. It was very chilly this morning for Myrtle Beach. Very chilly. Had to have a long sleeve shirt on. Okay, MicroStrategy, MSTR, MicroStrategy. Okay, there it goes. Nice one, Jason. Jason bought this, Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe, right? MicroStrategy. Wow, look at that thing go. Go. You can't buy it up here. Do not buy MicroStrategy up here. I'm just noting it. Wait for your BNC pivot. Okay, looks good. MicroStrategy breaking out. The weekly looks good. I'm only covering it because I know that Jason is in it. Looks good, Jason. Look at the volume too. That's institutions over the last few weeks. So that was a good catch on your part. I don't have a position. Okay, beautiful chart. That looks really pretty. AMD is starting to go now. AMD is starting to go. Watch AMD. AMD is riding the upper bands. Okay, AMD looks good. AMD is a buy. Trailing stop. Trailing stop under VWAP. Okay. Watch
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
low of the day. Make it low of the day.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail. Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away off with their head. AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
Okay, we're starting to look good here on AMD. All right. First level of resistance is going to be 165.86, 165.90 or so. Let's just say 166. That looks pretty good. AMD. Okay, let's look at AMD. Order blocks, AMD. Okay, you got an order block overhead, a sell order block overhead. Need to get through that level. Get through 165. Let's say 165.75. We'll get through that. We should see this follow through. You can see buy order blocks here underneath price. 2 buy order blocks right there. Okay. You got a fair value gap, came down and retested that fair value gap early. Continuation. The reason why ICT inner circle methodology works is because so many people use it. It's actually a Wyckoff spinoff. The ideas come from Wyckoff. Yeah, everybody knows Wyckoff. So it's nothing new. Actually, it's quite old. But they've written code or written software for it, so it follows Wyckoff methods. Okay, so AMD looking really good now. AMD for the scalp. You don't need to take a whole lot of new positions today. It is Friday, 5 weeks up. I'm anticipating that we could see some weakness next week. Okay, AMD. All right. AMD plussing it up a little bit. Okay, let's see. Nanonuclear continues to move. Nanonuclear. Okay, stocks are doing what they should. It looks like Tesla did come back a bit. All right. 220. Looking for another wave up. Wells Fargo. AMD is going nicely. Uber. AMD trying to break out.
Yeah, JP Morgan, I do think is one of the most important, just given the fact that it is the largest bank right now still in the world. So definitely one that I always keep on my radar, especially because Jamie Dimon tends to influence the overall market given his commentary, which frankly was favorable. I mean, he said their balance sheet has never been stronger. They're very well positioned to go into a lower interest rate environment. I mean, some of the commentary really encouraging out of course, Dimon this morning. Third quarter results pretty handily did top expectations for profit and revenue as earnings came in around $4.37.
Tesla looking for a higher low. Okay, Amazon trying to go again. Amazon. There goes AMD. AMD breaking higher now. There goes AMD ripping. AMD ripping now. AMD is going. Okay, nice little hammer on the 4-hour chart. Yeah, I mean, you know, such short-sighted commentary yesterday. AMD's down. So what? You know, is it a good buy? Is it still a buy at the lows? Absolutely. So where do you think where do you think professional traders are buying AMD? You think they bought it yesterday, or you think they bought it on the dip? Okay, here's AMD's numbers. So this is what I always look for. Is this a positive? Are all 4 of these positive? That's one thing I look for. And then I look for price action to echo what we're seeing. Okay, AMD. So yeah, AMD on the dip. Where is it? At a major level. the 200-day moving average. 50 days turned up, 200-day is upward sloping. 21-day will cross up through, looks like the 21-day will cross up through the 200-day, maybe today or certainly next week. If the trend continues, we're looking for a bounce. It'd be lovely to take out yesterday's price action. There goes AMD. AMD on the move. Okay. There we go. So we probably have a later in the day A pivot. Okay, so we're looking for an A pivot later in the day. Okay, so I'm looking for this A pivot later in the day. You could view this early 945, 950 pivot right there as A, B, C, and then D. Not uncommon to see two ABCD patterns or more, depending on what your time frame is. I'm using the 1 minute here, so sometimes you can see a couple of them. Higher lows, higher highs. Probably a lot of shorts covering, so not out of the woods yet. We need to put together another bullish day on Monday, which might be a little hard given where the S&P is. So if we open up, actually, if we close today with the S&P on a bullish candle, we'll have a bullish bias for next week. Okay, so we need to close up here. Provided we close up here north of 5,800, that'll give us a bullish bias. If we pull back inside of yesterday's range, I would still look at it as neutral to bullish, but using ICT, we would be neutral. Looks good. All right, so the S&P looks fine. AMD. Okay, looking for higher highs and higher lows. We've got a fair value gap right there where volume came in real quick. It's probably shorts covering. We might dip back down to that and then continue on, so watch for that.
Hopefully they're looking more long term, and the traders are focusing on the short run. But the data is saying that inflation's continuing to trend positively. Yes, any kind of report over report change, there might be a blip higher here or a blip unexpectedly lower there, but the trend is overwhelmingly compelling that we're moving in the right direction, and that long term trend is always our friend. Now, inversely on that, with some of this other data that's coming out, Nicole, the jobs market a lot stronger than anticipated. Just a lot of other elements of people still spending more money than anticipated. These are things that on the counterbalance say, well, you don't have to lower so much. And so, we'll see how the Fed transitions that. But really what's interesting is, they've been raising rates and, inflation's clearly gone different way. But one thing to keep
Okay, so it's that time. I got to take my kid to school. All right. All right, let me put this on the Qs. All right, the Qs. I'll be back right around 12 o'clock noon. So this time of day, you're looking for B and C pivots. All right, so don't chase anything to the highs. Don't chase anything up to the highs. Let me just
the makeup of the consumer, the underlying engine that makes up the consumer, that makes up everything, has changed. And so hopefully the Federal Reserve kind of changes with the times to take that into consideration.
Okay.
Or just kind of the week-to-week, month-to-month data.
All right, the Qs. All right, watch the Qs. All right, so we're starting to negotiate the highs at this point.
What's your economic outlook? How would you say to investors what to go for or stay away from?
Well, everyone wants to talk elections, and it's great to
Okay, I'd like to see a move above. I'd like to see a move above 494 today for the Qs. All right, let me go drop my son off at school, and I shall return. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday the 11th, 11:08 a.m. Just got a school drop off. I'll be back around noon.
Take that risk on the equity side, broadly diversified, so you're not putting all your eggs in any one basket. And then keep kind of the anchor core portfolio, that conservative element. Don't adjust it because of what we think the market's happening. Adjust it what you need over kind of your withdrawal needs to achieve the objectives your mandates, your institution's mandate requires. And so again, we're maintaining a bullish tone, but that bullish tone is kind of perpetuity because of the long-term data that overwhelmingly supports the reward you get for being an owner more than being a lender, regardless of what the short-term predictions are.
Yeah. I mean, when people ask about Mag 7, for example, we had Tesla last night, a lot of big action there. But when you think about those kinds of names, do you like those for the long term?
Well, I think it's great. Like what your headline earlier that that tech's lagging, but the market's still doing well. That's a wonderful thing. That's not all beholden to this few names, and so we love to see that. But as far as the great names, is great, but how many of those great names would have been the Mag 7 of 20 years ago? Maybe two. How many would have been there, 20 years before that? Effectively zero. And so loving, the Mag 1 of 20 years ago, Cisco, right? The market's still done great since then, but Cisco's still about 70% or so off its high. So yeah, they should be a part of there. They should be a large part of your large cap concentration because they make up that market cap relative weighting that justifies a large component to them. But being overly chasing them or focusing on them and using the long-term data, that will not reward investors if they focus on the individual names. So invest in the Mag 7 as part of that broader diversification, but know that those Mag 7 names are always going to change, and that's a great thing about healthy market dynamics.
And then I think about China and the questions about whether or not China will provide more stimulus. And granted, it gave a boost to a lot of stocks, Chinese stocks. It gave to some of the materials and commodities got a boost. But now we start to question, you hear people saying about the uncertainty about how much more stimulus is to come and how much demand really is there from China, that it's struggling a bit, right? Not really coming back in the same way. Do you delve into those kinds of stocks? How big is China in our picture of success?
Well, international and emerging markets and what broadly makes up those indexes can absolutely make sense. But to your question specifically on China, it's the China growth story is in some ways the most amazing thing of the global economy in the last 40 years, where they literally ripped about 1 billion people out of abject poverty and put them squarely in the global middle class. What a great thing for human well-being. But again, a lot of policies they've done recently have kind of been more focused on control instead of growth. I mean, the recent decree of taking away passports for government workers, does that lend itself to economically positive, broader thinking ideas? Probably not. And so again, international emerging market, absolutely. But again, just like avoiding focusing on the Mag 7, avoid focusing just on China, let global market capitalizations justify that. It'd be just as Nicole, if we were here and I was kind of pitching an individual product, which we never do. Think of it, 20 years ago, people have been talking about the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China. You can't even talk about Russia today, and C's kind of under duress. So again, these names, just like Mag 7, the name, or anytime there's an acronym, you got to watch out. So still broadly diversified, but beware of the over-concentrated plays.
Yeah, understood. I mean, they were working on their own currency too. That was another thing we were talking about. Jamie Battler, great to see you. Creative Planning, thanks for being on with us today. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Nicole. Have a great weekend.
Plenty more. You too. Plenty more to come up here on Trading 360. Up next, big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Dutat will go through the technicals. Joe Gay will take us to the trades for Intel, Palo Alto Networks, and Berkshire Hathaway. That's next here on Trading 360 on Schwab Network. We'll be right back. With Alex Coffee, I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Joe Tagay, portfolio manager of the Rational Equity Armor Fund. Glad you're both here. Joe, how are you feeling about the markets today?
Hi. Well, it feels good today. Usually October is a positive month, but it's also a volatile month. I am cautious here, though. We have VIX at 21 yesterday, 20-ish right now. So we have elevated levels of volatility in the markets at all-time highs. Something smells a little unusual here. I think we're going to see some volatility. It might be upwards momentum. We might see a pullback too. So I'm just cautiously optimistic. I want to play for some upside, but a little more concerned than normal.
So we're taking a look at Intel today. That's on your radar. We've actually heard some positive comments recently. Some of the folks have come out, have chosen Intel on the show, but no doubt it hit a low of $18 and change to 23 now. Where do you think this is headed and why?
Well, I think it's going higher, and there's no question it was the most hated semiconductor name in just a sea of green for semiconductors all year long. Everyone's been on board in the AI game, and Intel has just been left out. And this is a name I have disliked most of the year until that following their last earnings, they had a little bit of a corporate shakeup, maybe a little proxy struggle, but I think finally the board is getting the message. Finally, the board is listening and adjusting to the new reality. We are living in an AI world. They were so far behind the game when it came to this race, and finally they're getting on board. Big news for me, the big change for me was when they decided to spin off their foundry into a subsidiary. That's really why NVIDIA has been so successful. They've focused in on the design of the chips. Now Intel, I think they tried to do everything in the semiconductor space. They didn't do anything well. They can focus in on the design. That's where the money is. If they can succeed in that level, I think they'll be quite successful. They don't have to beat NVIDIA, but they just need to get a little bit of that market share. And they have been so far behind in the chips because they're on like 2 generations behind. They're on the 7-nanometer chips. NVIDIA is down to 3 nanometer. They're 2 generations ahead. Well, Intel's coming out with a 1.8 nanometer chip. I want to see when that gets here. Hopefully it's next year, not 2026. If it's coming out next year, I think they'll be right on board with the ability to compete with NVIDIA and get these really fast, powerful AI processing servers.
Okay. I'll tell you, the stock's down in 3 months, down 30%, year to date, down 50%. So for a believer, there is probably some room to claw back. Some of our guests have talked about the fact they liked Intel, but they just didn't know how quickly it could come back. And that was the real concern. Not that whether or not if it would, but in how long it might take. That being said, Rick, and I'm echoing at least one of our guests who was concerned about that. Rick, some of your thoughts.
A chart in the doldrums, to be sure here. We can see that, from this high point all the way back over here, 51.28, that gives us our long-term downward sloping trend line. And unfortunately for anyone bullish in this name, earnings really took an axe to share prices here. We're nowhere even close to our long-term downward trend line here, which happens to match up with our 252-day exponential moving average and our volume profile point of control. So if we were to get up to around this area, around our trend line, that would be significant resistance to overcome anyway, too. So definitely a difficult situation for this one. To be sure, though, we are up 27.6% off of this low point here. We seem to stabilize a bit around this area. We formed a large volume node here, so that makes me a little curious if perhaps there were some traders who think the bottom might have been in, at least temporarily, in this semiconductor name here. We can see RSI has also been improving. We were in the oversold area there, severely oversold. We were around, I think, 15 or so. Remember, RSI only goes from 0 to 100, so that's quite a low reading. And we did trend upward. We made our way above the 50 midline. We held on to our trend line. However, we are still short of our old highs and we need to clear this area right here near 2466 or so to really get some further progress on this burgeoning uptrend here. Today, we are finding a little bit of resistance at our orange 63-day EMA price, kind of sandwiched between the 63 and 21-day EMAs between 2254 and 2389. So those are some natural kind of bookends here for our price action. If we were to keep moving lower beyond the confluence of our short-term trend line and our 21-day EMA, kind of a support zone between our recent lows and our yearly lows near like 1884 to 2035. To the upside, recent highs, 2466, and then the bulls would want to try to fill this gap near 2889. A tough situation overall, to be sure.
Yeah, trying to fill that gap. I mean, it just seems so far away when you talk about 29. I saw Deutsche Bank go hold with a $25 target and a few others that were similar to that. Joe, what kind of time period are we talking for when? Because you said you do like Intel, but I am curious as to when this thing can, come back to life.
Yeah, well, we're talking breaking that 28 level. That might take a little bit more time, but it does seem to me like there are buyers on these pullbacks. There are people interested in merging or buying parts of the company outright. There are people looking at taking equity stakes in Intel. So it seems like on these pullbacks, there is a bid. I think there's potential for an upward catalyst on this earnings. If they can talk about their corporate restructuring, cost-cutting measures, that'd be great. If they can talk about when these new chips are coming on with the timetable, that'd be even better for me. I just want to play this earnings. I want to buy it if it pulls back. I want to own it if it goes higher. I can do that with a little bit of a fun trade. I want to sell the no 22 put, buy the 24, 27 call spread. All in all, I'm going to collect money to do that. Basically a stock replace, and any money I would be looking to buy Intel, I'll put into this trade, have the cash on hand. If it pulls back, I get to own it below 22. If it trades higher, I'm going to participate in that upward trend. With the caveat, I'm stopped out at 27 again. I don't think there's much more room above 27 anyways.
Yeah. Up next, Palo Alto. Morgan Stanley raising the price target there at 421 from 390 recently. Right now, Palo Alto's at 375 and change. Where do you think this one's headed, Joe?
Yeah, I want to own this one for the long term. I'm thinking 400 looks good to me. But bottom line is, I want to own this thing because people will need more and more cybersecurity, and not just in the United States. It's really a global concern. All of the conflicts going on around the world, unfortunately, it does not seem like they're going to be ending anytime soon. And there are other methods of being nefarious, and Palo Alto is right on the front line of that defense. Of course, cloud is a huge area of growth. Of course, that's not stopping anytime soon with all of the new AI infrastructure we've been talking about. So yeah, I think Palo Alto is absolutely a staple there. Should be owned by anyone looking at this cybersecurity world. So yeah, I think it's a fantastic name, and I want to own it for the long haul.
There was some talk too about how it would fare after CrowdStrike's big outage, and maybe that could at least be some parts of good news, but that seems so long ago. Rick, some of your thoughts on the charts.
For many purposes of looking at this chart here, this is the most important point here. This little area here, but in earlier in this year, from February or so, because right after we hit our highs, 380.84, catastrophic gap down on earnings here. We fell from about 359 all the way to like 260 or so here. We did make our way back to the upside though. And one thing I found really interesting is that we didn't even touch our purple 252-day EMA, which speaks to how quickly this stock rose up, that it outpaced this long-term moving average by such a large margin. And even after that extreme drop to the downside, we didn't even touch it here. Once again, we didn't touch it here either. This point, we did find some support around this level here. So that's the area where we really started to see things take off here. We had a ceiling that we hit at this light green line here, 346. That was another ceiling all the way back here before we had that small gap up heading into the highs. So we struggled a little bit around this area. You can see there was heavy volume in this space here, a consolidation area. We had a downward sloping trend line in effect after failing to make it above our previous yearly highs. Now We have crossed above our moving averages. Once again, they are trending upward here. We have crossed above our gap levels. We have our sights set on that high point here. Now, we are making highs above this previous peak here. We're not quite at those highs near 380.84 just yet, though, but we have a rather steep trend line in play. We're pushing to the upside on RSI, getting close to the overbought area. So the setup looks pretty promising for the bulls here right now. If we were to move back the other way, though, green line here, 360 or so gap level, that would be one point to watch. And then perhaps even here, 346, our repeated ceiling we discussed, that is in confluence with our yellow 21-day EMA. But we're more interested in the upside here. So how do we project potential resistance if we were to keep moving upward? Standard deviation channel study, blue linear regression line, line of best fit, +1 standard deviation channel lines up almost exactly with our previous high point there, 379, 380, around this area here. If we do break to the upside, potential resistance, +2 channel at our orange line, 413, around that area. A big leap to be sure, but just, this is just what the study tells us we could see in the future around that point.
Yeah, look at those recent highs, looking back to those other highs. I won't say higher highs, but certainly on that trajectory. Let's talk about any final thoughts on this thing here, Joe.
Yeah, I got a trade that's developed or designed just to partake to the upside. Again, my thesis is I'm worried about the volatility. I don't want to have some downside if we go lower. So another stock replacement, buy the 370 400 call spread in January, sell the 340 put, another trade where I can collect money to set on the sideline. I don't lose any money all the way down to 340. I get to buy the 340 below there. That'd be great for me. And I get to participate to the upside. We trade up to 400. I'll get all of those gains. And again, 400, we're just talking about an area of resistance. Don't need to own any more gains past 400 anyways through January.
Okay, next up, we're looking at Berkshire Hathaway. Year to date up about 30%. Some of your thoughts on where this could be headed?
Yeah, so it's almost like a defensive name. Of course, we know it does own Apple, but it owns industrials and Coca-Cola and McDonald's. So I just love the name for the long-term cash cow. They don't have any debt. It's going to do very well if the economy is slowing down just a little bit. So, yeah, I think it's a great spot to park and wait and watch the rest of the market churn a little bit. It's been a fantastic performer for my entire life, and I don't expect that to stop anytime soon.
Okay. What do you think, Rick, about the charts? I mean, it hit a recent high of 484. Tell me some thoughts about the technicals.
A lot of sideways price action here for long stretches. I mean, look at we barely made any ground for this whole period here before we had a sharp rally to the upside, quickly faded, came back down almost to our low point. You can see our volume profile point of control came in right around 408, then another steep rally into those highs, 484. Now stuck once again, moving sideways, bouncing around our 21-day exponential moving average, our old high right here, our green line, a consolidation point, and then a low point, 449, 449, 450, around that area. Then the high point, our red line, 462. That's where the bulls want to push above. We tested above it. Haven't quite managed to clear it with any conviction just yet here. A curious ceiling on the RSI as well, repeatedly bumping up against that area. Look for price to clear resistance and for RSI to break out in tandem here, but more biased toward the upside. We're above our moving averages, RSI above 50, moving upward here. The next stop would be those highs, 480, 482.
Okay. Look, I mean, when we look at that and think about Berkshire Hathaway, a lot of insurance stocks, rail stocks, Apple, we've been selling off Bank of America there, but that's a lot of those holdings, and buybacks too have been on the Berkshire Hathaway plan and agenda, it seems. Joe, final thoughts?
Yeah, just for me, a great spot to hang out here. Defensive name. The buybacks are fantastic. The leadership is fantastic. The debt is fantastic. So I think if there is a bit of a pullback, they're going to be ready to make some purchases. They always are. And if not, if we just kind of grind higher, they have some really good, solid defensive names, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, specifically.
Yeah, and also raised nearly $2 billion in a yen-denominated bond offering. This week as well. Thank you both so much for the big three today. We had Rick Ducat there on the charts, Joe Tagay, Rational Equity Armor Fund, and we looked at Intel, Palo Alto, and Berkshire Hathaway for the big three. Thank you. Coming up next, the spotlight on the earnings from Delta and the look ahead, the reaction in the stock, but what lies ahead for Delta and the rest of the group overall? We have an election, then we have the holidays. What you need to know. Trading 360. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly. With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customized to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Pedalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. A spotlight on Delta. The numbers came out, and there was some disappointment and weakness within the report, even on the outlook, which was lowered a bit. Though there was some positive thoughts about after the election, that there would be a bounce back for getting on the planes and traveling during the holiday season. Where do we really stand? It's still having a winning week and did get an overweight reading over at Barclays today with a $60 price target. Right now, it's trading at $50.75. Joining me right now, Matt Maley, Managing Director, Chief Market Strategist, Miller Tabak and Company, founder of the Maley Report. What was your take as you comb through those Delta earnings?
Yeah, Nicole, the numbers weren't all that bad. Of course, they had the problems this summer with the cybersecurity issues and CrowdStrike, et cetera. So we knew that was going to be a problem, and it was great that they said, they took ownership of it and said, hey, we're taking care of this, and we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. So that's kind of a one-off thing. But I am worried about the two things. Number one is the capacity issues. That we've been hearing this from a lot of the different airlines, especially on the domestic side of things, that they've got too much capacity, and that the demand, that they their expectations for demand for the second half of this year haven't been met. So that is a concern. And when the CEO came in and said that was concerns over the election, that's historically not necessarily something that's really had a big impact on demand for airfare flight. I mean, think about the holidays. People don't, people make their decisions about what they're going to do around the holiday long before the election. So I'm a little skeptical about that's the real reason they're having some demand issues.
Yeah, you make some good points about that. What does Delta need to do differently? I mean, when you talk, obviously CrowdStrike, I would agree that most people are saying it was a one-off, but we have fuel prices that have been rising, for example. They've had a relatively tepid time with fuel, I can say, right? Because we haven't had fuel surging much. So what do you think are some of the headwinds that this company faces?
Well, again, this the issue of demand, and we saw today where the University of Michigan consumer confidence number was quite a bit lower than expected. And so I know we're hearing the economy is really holding in there and such, but holding in there and really growing are two different things. And of course, we have this situation in the Middle East, which could create some headwinds if it becomes a much bigger issue. And of course, it's been escalating for a full year now. The one thing I don't want to sound too that I'm like crazily or wildly negative here on the group. It's had this unbelievable run. Delta's rallied very strongly. The entire group is rallied really strongly, and it has become overbought. So that's another reason why I'm a little bit more cautious. So I don't want to say that, oh my gosh, you've got to completely abandon this group. I'm just saying that after the big run it's had with some of this new news, people don't want to necessarily buy every little dip that may take place over the near term, even though that worked really well over the last couple of months.
How would you compare Delta to the other names? I mean, do you think Delta's a buy? Do you think some of the other names are a buy?
Well, I think if you look at the XAL, which is the airline index, it's bumping up against its 200-day moving average, and it's also getting quite overbought on a near-term basis. Again, it's had this great move in August and September. So I think that, again, on a technical basis, which is more short-term, that creates some headwinds, and it'll keep it from really rallying in a big way near-term. So I guess my point is they're all kind of in the same boat, but I will say this. Delta, I think, is probably the best run airline out there. When you do want to move back into that group, and I think that'll be weeks rather than days, you do want to look at Delta. I think what they've done here with this CrowdStrike issue, they've met it, and they're not avoiding it at all. And so, a well-run company. This is the one I think you want to stick with. Some of the others a little bit JetBlue. They've had some issues there, and of course we got to figure out what's going to happen with Southwest Airlines with the people on the board and things like that. So I think Delta's really your best play.
Yeah. Oh, so Delta is the best play. So I was going to say, which is really your favorite of the group? So it sounds like Delta. And also, how does this translate? Because they are sort of alluding to a strong holiday season. But to your point, most people would book their holiday plans well before Election Day. How does this translate into other things like cruise lines or hotels? Are you feeling confident on those groups? Any names?
It's the one thing, again, I get a little bit nervous about, and this issue is just becoming a focus for people, of course, what's going on in the Middle East. If this war becomes if hopefully any kind of strike will be measured, but if it becomes bigger, then we'll start worrying about terrorism and such. I don't want to predict that, but it's just something that you do concern ourselves with. That said, well, you look at the cruise lines; they act very, very well. But again, with this consumer confidence issue, still a problem out there. It's I guess my point is I worry that we get a lot of bullish things going into an election. The economy tends to look a little bit better in the month or two leading up to the election because of all the fiscal stimulus that's added to the system. Once that fades away, it may create some more problems. So I do worry that and remember the presidential election cycle usually means that the first year of a new administration tends to be a tough year for the market, tough year for the economy. Not horrible, but tough. So again, these are stocks that I think I'm not going to be chasing. I think there's other areas in the marketplace that are going to give us some better returns.
Yeah, I was giving some price targets earlier, and I'll just add that J.P. Morgan's on the higher end here with a new target of $80 for Delta in the next 12 months. It's at $50 today. Matt Maley, Miller Tabak and Company, founder of the Maley Report. Matt, good to see you. Thank you so much. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Sillis is standing by. He'll take a look at Intuitive Surgical after J.P. Morgan raising the price target on shares and the company earnings next week. So he'll break down the report. He'll give us an example trade. That's next here on Trading 360. We'll be right back.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We've had three big banks reporting today. We heard about JP Morgan. You also have BlackRock, which is higher. JP Morgan and BlackRock higher. And there's Wells Fargo. Diane King Hall is with us, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at Wells Fargo. And this one, too, a winner today as far as the stock. Tell us some of the details people are focusing on.
It's interesting. It is actually a mixed picture at Wells Fargo, but investors choosing to focus more on the positive than the misses, right? So when you look at their numbers, adjusted EPS came in at $1.52 a share. That was better than expected. Revenue totaled $20.37 billion. That was a little short of expectations. The big thing that investors were paying attention to for this cycle of earnings when it comes to the banks is net interest income, because that had been a fuel for all of these banks in this higher interest rate environment. The expectation was that it would come down, and it did for Wells Fargo, unlike JP Morgan Chase. So net interest income was $11.69 billion. That was an 11% decline from the same time a year ago. It was a little weaker than expected, but in terms of the path forward from here, they maintained their guidance for net interest income through the balance of the year. What else helped to kind of soften the blow for Wells Fargo was an increase in investment banking activity. We did expect to see that with the bank, so we did indeed see that with Wells Fargo, with JP Morgan Chase. Investment banking fees jumped 37% to $672 million during the quarter. So again, it looks like investors are paying more attention to the positives when it comes to Wells Fargo's latest quarterly report card. Shares jumping more than 5%.
All right. Thank you for that. Everybody who's watching the net interest income on each one of these today. And we'll have so many more banks, folks, next week. So this is only the beginning of earnings season. In the meantime, thank you, Diane King Hall. We turn our attention over to the disruptors. George Sillis is with us, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at Intuitive Surgical. And you had JP Morgan raising the price target on ISRG and on the shares ahead of next week's earnings. As they said, a lot of earnings next week. Some of your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at ISRG, Nicole, I mean, the stock has performed exceptionally well over the last year and actually in the last few years as the robotic surgery market has really developed for ISRG. They have about 80% of total domestic market share for robotic assisted surgery, but they are also selling, maintenance service and product support, as well as service and education training for their installed units, as well as analytics. And I think what's happening here is, if you look at the number of installed units at around 8,300 total global installations, that grew only about 4%. Last quarter on a year-over-year basis, but at the same time, the number of procedures actually grew to about 19%. So I think what's happening here is the unit economics is improving as more and more of the sales component for ISRG is not new installation of the core equipment, but the consumables, which are essentially higher margin revenue streams versus the actually installed unit. I think if you look at also the technology as well as the education and training that the company provides for the users of this technology, it creates high switching costs. So once this unit is installed in any hospital or surgical center, there's too much cost to switch to a competitor. And at the same time, like I said, this company ISRG has about 80% of the market share domestically for robotic assisted surgery. So I think what's happening here is that going forward, the number or percent change in installed units is going to increase at a moderate pace, the mid-single digits, but the unit economics is increasing because of the consumable portion, because procedures are actually increasing on a per unit basis. So with that said, JP Morgan sees that EBITDA growth is expected to increase compared to its 5-year averages, and they increase their price target on the name to $575 from $495, and they maintain a buy rating.
575, and right now it's at 485. So tell us about your example trade, please, George.
Yeah, so Nicole, you have to keep in mind earnings is next week, so there could be a lot of volatility in earnings, but overall, I think around the 495 area is an area of resistance, which has really met that level since going back to August. I'm going to go into this prior to earnings bullish, but it doesn't necessarily mean anyone else has to. But with that said, if it breaks above that, I think it'll clear the 505 area post earnings. So what I'm going to do in this case is, because there's high volatility in the options, I'm going to put on a bull call spread or a bull call vertical, and I'm actually going to buy the 485 call. These are November contracts, by the way, that expired 35 days. Buy the 485 call, and then simultaneously sell the 505 call. Now, altogether, this would cost you about $9 a share or $900 a contract. So it's a bullish trade. The stock has to essentially hit the very least 494 by expiration of 34 days. And of course, you're outlaying $9, but your total return potential is $11. So it's more than 1-to-1 return on risk. And the max return is $11 if the stock hits 505 or higher by expiration. But keep in mind, this is a risky trade as we move into earnings, because if I'm wrong, you could certainly see that premium of $9 erode to zero very quickly.
George Stillis, thank you. Our disruptor every single day, today being ISRG, Intuitive Surgical. Thank you, George. Coming up next, our 360 round, we're talking all about Tesla. Last night was the big event, the robo-taxi event, how much the Cybercab costs. There seems to be some feeling that there wasn't enough clarity on a few things, from full self-driving or the economic plans of how this will work and so on and so forth. Let's ask our panel next, as the stock is down about 8%.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Do you want to stay up
Schwab
to date
Network.
with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for
Ethan! I'm my favorite client.
Great! I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward,
Find the next trend.
from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for our 360 round. We're looking at Tesla after the big robo-taxi event last night. Everybody was waiting for it, right? It was supposed to be on 8/8. It was moved to 10/10. We got a lot, but was it enough? Garrett Nelson, Vice President, Senior Equity Analyst at CFRA Research, and Carl Broward, Executive Analyst, ICCars.com. Thank you both for being with us. Carl, what were your initial thoughts? Were you impressed or were you left scratching your head?
Definitely tended more towards scratching my head and not as impressed as I was hoping to be, mostly because these were items or technologies that we've been hearing about for years. And there wasn't anything really dramatically new except that we got to look at the robo-taxi. And I found that curious because, Elon knows how to make an attractive car. It has a nice shape to it, but it only has 2 doors, which seems a little counterintuitive for a taxi. If we're trying to make a fleet of cars to move people around efficiently with no drivers, I would expect a 4-door vehicle that's easier to get in and out of. And then we saw robots and we saw a new self-driving party van. And then there's no set timeline except maybe 2027 for the self-driving technology to start rolling out. That's 2+ years away, and there's a lot of other players out there that are going to be a lot further along in 2 years besides Tesla. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't super impressed.
I watched the video. I wasn't able to stay up. It was late because it began after 7 p.m. Central Time, after 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So I wasn't able, but I watched a lot of the clips this morning. And the car was cool, and the robots coming out were cool, and him driving down Warner Brothers Studios in Burbank, California, cool. But the 2027, is that a kick you in the teeth moment? Because there's never enough clarity. He says 2027, and is it really 2027? Garrett, is that one of the reasons you cut the price target today?
It is. We were left scratching our heads as well. We get that it was a robo-taxi event, but there was no mention of the mass market EV, which on the last earnings call, Musk said it'd have first production in the first half of next year. Now that's just months away. So there was absolutely no mention of that. No mention of the Roadster either, which management said they would have first production by the end of next year. So those are 2 big question marks that are still out there. And our big problem with this story is just the lack of visibility looking out over the next 2 to 3 years as far as what's going to drive the earnings growth. If you look at consensus estimates, analysts are expecting EPS growth of over 80% between this year and 2026 over that 2-year period. And we're really scratching our head. We don't know what's going to drive that earnings growth over the next couple of years. And so you look at valuation, the stock heading into the event was trading at 75 times the consensus estimate for next year. That's a pretty lofty multiple. And so I think what you're seeing is some multiple contraction, just given the reality of what we saw and the lack of clarity surrounding the story.
Yeah, and that's something that Morgan Stanley said, and that's something that OPCO has said. They wanted more clarity on a lot of the details, from full self-driving to the economics of it all and the market plans. How will this actually work? So they were left saying there was no go-to market plan. They did like the 20 cents a mile that it would cost, though that was a little more than expected, but potentially made an advantage over Uber and Waymo. When you look at Tesla, Carl, is it still the leader? You had BYD chomping at the heels. You have a lot of other EVs there sneaking up. I know people like to think of Tesla as not only an auto company, but a technology company, an energy company, and so on and so forth. Tell me some big picture thoughts, Carl.
Yeah, I think that's what really worries me, at least, and maybe others, is that I almost feel like there's this kind of race between how much longer can Elon ride the pure EV revenue stream, because at the end of the day, that's his business model today. And his product's looking older and aging, and there's increasing competition from everywhere, from all these other, mainstream automakers in the Western hemisphere. And of course, China is just coming rapidly with lower cost, new and increasingly impressive electric vehicles. So everyone, including Tesla, is under pressure to try to compete with China and with each other. And in the meantime, as Garrett was saying, what is going to drive this growth in the next couple of years, and how long of a runway does he have before he has these all new business models based on self-driving or personal robots when the timeline doesn't seem to be too consistent. We've been hearing self-driving in a couple of years for 8 years.
Okay. And so, Garrett, what are your buys these days? I mean, we have names and makers here at home. We have a lot of Chinese names. Which names are buys right now for you?
Looking across the auto space, there's not much that we like right now. We have sells on Lucid. We have a sell on Rivian. The big theme we're seeing is the rise of hybrids. Hybrids are proving to be much more popular with consumers than pure electric vehicles. They're growing faster and they're selling more units than electric vehicles. And so you look at some of the automakers that are more leveraged, who have made bigger bets on the hybrid side. It's really a lot of the Asian manufacturers such as Toyota and Honda. We have a buy on Toyota looking at that group, but it would really steer investors away from some of the U.S. manufacturers. In fact, we have no buys on the U.S. automakers. We have a hold on GM and a hold on Ford as well, hold on Tesla. So we'd really urge investors to look elsewhere.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, I heard that the Genesis, I mean, that's not even a name we talk a lot about, but that it drives by itself. If you're on the highway, you can sort of take your hands off the wheels, and it knows to change lanes and things like that. But where are we really? And people were hoping all of this Tesla stuff would happen now, not 2027. Okay, Garrett Nelson, CFRA, Carl Brower, iccars.com. Good to see you both. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us, friends, here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. Download our free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Fast Market is next.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly?
It's controversial. The oligarch is saying, oh, wait, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Happy Friday. Welcome to Fast Market. Alex Coffey in for Tom White and Kevin Hanks. Good lineup of stocks and companies to discuss today. A little bit of a semiconductor theme. We're going to look at option strategies and discuss AMD, Broadcom. Like Folio is going to break down consumer sentiment around NVIDIA. Of course, one of the most important names to the overall market these days, given its market cap. Taking a look at the overall market, though, now just a few hours into the final trading day of the week, we do see a lot of green on the screen. The NASDAQ 100 has oscillated a little bit between green and red, but really after that first hour of trade, the S&Ps took control in terms of bullish reactions to some of the data and just general continuation of the recent trends. You do see a new figure there for the S&P 500, 5814. As we continue to march towards all-time highs, something to watch as we wind down the week. Russell 2000 joined the party as well, up a healthy 37 points here in real time. So all four of the indices are green on the session. I know it's called Fast Market. We're going to slow it down a little bit. We're going to bring in our next and co-host, our next guest, and really the co-host for the show. Joe and I are going to spend the next hour together. Joe Mazzola, head trading and derivative strategist for Charles Schwab & Co. I say that, Joe, because there's a lot to discuss here, and we got an hour together to kind of go through these things one by one, so no need to rush through anything. I want to start with just generally your thoughts on how this week is shaped up in the context of the year that's been. It just seems like we go from one risk to the next, and the market just takes it in stride.
It is digesting every type of risk and just moving on and pushing forward. Alex, I think one of the key takeaways from this week, was this idea that, okay, is inflation really in the rearview mirror? Is it something that we can kind of move forward from? Because we got job numbers last week that looked really good, but then we get the unemployment, the jobless claims came out this week, and maybe they weren't as good, maybe showing that people are looking for jobs, especially on the continuing claim side. It's harder and harder to find them. Does that show a slowdown in the economy? Can we look at the inflation data and say that, okay, well, if we can get that out of the way, then the Fed can be a little bit more stimulative and by cutting rates. And I think when everything is said and done, if you just kind of pull out all those factors, what we have now is we have an economy that's chugging along. We have inflation that, while it's hitting some bumps in the road and isn't a straight line down, is moving in the right direction. And we're seeing, a labor force that is becoming less and less restrictive as it was before. So that's going to start pushing down wages a bit. It's going to, help profit margins for companies. And it is going to kind of move in a little bit more towards an equilibrium like the Fed was hoping for. So whether that means you get another 50 basis points of cuts towards the end of the year or 25 basis points of cuts, I don't think that matters. What I think matters is that, while we might be, who knows what inning we're in terms of the economy, it still is humming along. It's still moving in the right direction. And that the markets can digest that and continue to kind of plug forward.
We can hit on some of those economic data points more detail in a moment. I want to kind of build on the sentiment that you're describing. I don't remember where I first heard it, or of course I would attribute this quote to them, because I think it's a great one. The quote is, "A hedged pot rarely boils," Joe. I know you're a derivatives guy. I know you look at this stuff on a daily basis. Is there any kind of sense that if there are risks out there, although they've seemed to dissipated, market participants are prepared for them? Because I see an elevated volatility. We've certainly seen treasuries, although they've come down, they've obviously come down from the prices have come down from elevated levels. Yields have spiked from really low levels relative to where they've been. To me, there's indication that there was already kind of risk off positioning in the market. Even if this risk comes, how much is it going to scare things?
Well, if you look at what's been happening in the options market, and I'm glad you bring that up, Alice, because I think it's an important point. The skew, right? So the puts relative to calls, it's basically in the 75th percentile, meaning that, it's only about 25% of the time that it trades at these levels. So basically, you're starting to see the hedgers come out in full force. They've been doing it for weeks now. It's nothing new, but it's pushed it up to levels where a lot of people have purchased that downside protection. So should there be a pullback, there are some hedges in place. Now, a lot of that has to do with some of the geopolitical risks that we're seeing. What's interesting to me is that I'm not sure how much of that is tied to the election, because some of the bigger trades that we've actually seen have been a little bit more near term. There's a good chance that that's probably due to the rise of the kind of the shorter term options. People want to look for event risk and hedge that as opposed to holding out of these positions over the course of 30 to 60 to 90 days, as traditionally had been the case. So there's a lot more choices for hedgers now, but either way, hedgers are stepping in. And you can see the skew as you got there, but at the same time, you can even take a look at the VIX, which is trading 20 now. So it's still elevated. It's not the 21 level that it was yesterday. So it's coming a little bit, and it's actually coming a decent amount over the last couple of days, but it's still elevated. And you would think that as we're kind of pushing towards new highs, like we see on a daily basis here, you would think that would come back down to the 15, 16 level that we saw maybe at the end of September. That hasn't been the case because of the elevated hedging that you mentioned.
One thing I like to look at too, Joe, is the relationship between volatility, VIX, as you mentioned, and then its own volatility, which of course you can look up as VVIX. That ratio right now is about 5.6. It's been a lot higher. Now, it doesn't work quite as well as a contrarian indicator for overbought conditions. It really can flash those oversold conditions when you start seeing that relationship below 3. But I'm glad you brought up skew as well. And what you'll notice, and there's not a perfect way to look at this, it just kind of gives you indication of sort of how things are priced. But you go back to the end of July, which of course we knew what happened to kick off August. We were basically at year-to-date lows for skew. So that's kind of the recipe for those big tail risk moves, is people were off sides into them. And so now if they're more on side, you can see how there's a little bit more reasons to think that velocity risk isn't necessarily there. I think that's the point you're making, right?
No, absolutely. That was the big issue in July headed into August, was that everybody kind of had the same trade on. It's been a while since we talked about the yen carry trade, but I mean, that was a big part.
All right.
read deeper into the minutes, it was really more of
Okay, just looking through some of these names. Uber, breaking out. Lyft. Anybody take Lyft? I've never taken Lyft, only Uber. A couple of dozen Uber trips, I guess, over the last couple of years to the airport and back, usually. To drop off my car sometimes. Didn't feel like waiting. Microsoft moving a bit lower. Microsoft just can't get out of its own way. Supermicro had a little dip. So if you like BNC pivots, I love to look for these BNC pivots. All right. So if you were focused on Supermicro, this looks really good. But you didn't want to buy the high of the day earlier. So what'd you do? You waited for BNC. There you go. There's your B pivot right there. What time is it? 11:15. So somewhere between 11, usually and 2 is the best time. Picking it up at 46.50. $2, $1. So yeah, Supermicro looking good. AMD, same thing. AMD. Okay, you got these dips to buy. You don't want to buy the high. Buy the dips. It looks like it'll dip again if you missed AMD. Okay, Qs. Qs. All right, we're pulling back a little bit on the Qs. So is futures. Futures pulling back a bit.
Did anything really change your views from jobless claims or the inflation data this week in terms of the general trajectory of either market?
No, I think they're
Micron just sitting here. Micron. Okay, Micron is at the highs. Let's see. Micron. Okay, Uber, Fastenal, Grainger. Big move on Grainger, construction. Industry group. Wells Fargo, nice push on Wells Fargo. Okay, just off the highs. I have some shares of Wells Fargo. I sold the 61 covered call because I want to get taken out at 61.
Yesterday, but I think it's more important, as you mentioned, Alex, to take a look at kind of smoothing out that data. Look at a 30-day moving average. Look at a 60 or 90-day kind of a
NVIDIA, watching NVIDIA.
You will, and what you'll see is, like I said, you'll see everything.
Can we get a run? Can we get a run higher in NVIDIA? Lots of calls trading on NVIDIA. Noting last night.
We'll see whether or not that was a blip as we look for revisions, and that's the other
NVIDIA.
consideration too. Is not only can we not look at this as you mentioned the sawtooth or the blip, but at the same time, remember we're going to get revisions on all this data at some point too, especially on the non-farm payrolls. So the overall move, right? The overall direction is kind of heading down for both job creation and it's heading down for inflation, and it's starting to get closer to that equilibrium, which means that the Fed can keep moving in the direction it's moving. Now, how quickly it moves, that's a different matter.
Joe, we got to keep things moving. I do want to touch on the last one, which, of course, consumer sentiment. I guess my big takeaway is you continue to have kind of headline macro data, stock market.
NVIDIA, yeah, it looks good. It's above Kumo. That's a 5-minute. Okay. Above volume by price. That's good too. NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA. Micron trying to turn back up. NVIDIA. Watch NVIDIA. Okay, maybe we get some. All right, we got some supply overhead. You can see that. Buy order blocks trying to push us back up to 135 and change. Okay, let's see. Once again, NASDAQ 100. Okay.
And he's always generally a little bit more cautious than his peers.
Yeah, let me just finish up that point that you were talking about with the consumer confidence, because I think it's important. And this will make its way into the bank earnings as well too. It's a bifurcated economy.
Fastenal's up 9%. FAST, Fastenal up 9%. Very nice pop on that one. Fastenal dipped all the way back down to the low. Man, that was a good one. Missed that. I did talk about it, but didn't do anything with it. Fastenal dipped in the morning and then just keeps trending. Fastenal, let's see what the numbers say. Fastenal dividend. They only beat by a penny too. I noted that earlier. They beat by a penny, but yet they like it. industrial suppliers. So that's good for the economy. Lots of analysts talking about a soft landing or no landing, meaning economy is in good shape.
Completely empathic to, the situation that most people are kind of going through right now. But
Tesla drifting a bit lower now. Tesla.
they're looking at bank earnings, and right now that's net interest income. And so when you're taking a look at a company like JP Morgan,
ENVX, ENVX. That looks pretty good. Innovix, let me see what they do. ENVX, ENVX. Innovix, let's see what their numbers look like. All right, they report November 5th. Jason, I'm sure you know that. Look at the numbers. ENVX.
Another thing too, if possible, those who are invested want to stay invested. I mean, stocks have been one of the greatest assets defending against the cost of living, defending against inflation.
Right.
So unless you're forced to kind of go to that safety valve, you're trying not
plus 3,800, plus 38.71%.
their position. But Joe, we'll take our first short break. We get back, we'll kick off our semiconductor conversation. We're going to start with one of the big players in AMD.
38.71. All right, that's a big revenue growth. Advanced silicon anode lithium ion battery development. Okay, so I like that idea. Okay, so that looks good, Jason. Building the right side of the cup, I could see 19. 19. Top of cup. All right, so that'd be a nice gain there. What does it trade per day? It trades up 90 cents a day. 90 cents a day. It's currently up 98 cents. Full ATR. ENVX. All right, let us know how that one goes, Jason. Maybe we join you. Looks like it wants to take out 13. There's a pivot there at 15, at 16, 48, and 1868. RSI shows bullish trend persistent. All right, looks good. 921, 21 crossing up through the 50-day. Today, or yesterday, 9 EMA took out the 200-day and the 50-day last week. Looks good. Looks good. No volume overhead. And it's in an industry group that is definitely growing. I always wonder what they do when they recycle these batteries. I mean, is lithium doesn't lose its molecular structure, does it? How do they reuse it in a battery? Anybody know? Anybody study lithium ion batteries? I don't get into the R&D that or the D&D that in depth. But do they recycle battery? I mean, I know there's companies out there recycling. What do they do with the recycled components?
Joining us now, it's our delight to welcome in our next guest, Diane King Hall, senior markets correspondent for the Schwab Network. Diane, thanks for taking the time. Join us here on this Friday ahead of the weekend. Let's talk some.
Okay, we got a fade in the markets. Don't forget S&P 500, fifth week up. Okay, we want to see a close up here. Want to see a close up here above yesterday's high, preferably. 921.50 are still pointing up and to the right, but this is the fifth week up, so I'm very cautious now as we continue to push higher up on the week. 5 weeks in a row. Do we make a 6 week? Last time we pushed higher was 4 weeks, and only 3 of those weeks were above the 10 EMA. Prior to that, in June, July, we had 1, 2, 3, a little pause, 1, 2, and then a big pullback. Prior to that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks up, and then a pause and a pullback to the 10 EMA. Popped up the next week, pulled back to the 10 EMA again, and then followed through for 3 weeks. So 5 weeks up, I'm thinking, you know, it makes sense to take a little profits off. I'm talking about short-term swings. I'm not talking about TRBCX or long-term trades. I mean, that's just too granular. I wouldn't be I almost used the F word. I wouldn't be too granular with this. TRBCX looks like it's going to break out. Most likely will. 6,000 is the target for year end. So more than likely TRBCX, RGAFX. And I forget the one that Angela, you mentioned. It's a Vanguard fund, VG something. VGA. I want to say VGFX. No. Vanguard growth. Admiral Shells is this one? VGIAX, is that it?
I guess one of my takeaways is I didn't hear enough about.
All right, so these look really good. This one's breaking out, actually. Vanguard's Admiral shares. So I think this comes close to matching the TRBCX growth. Same stocks, 110.31. It's due to make a base, though. Maybe after the election. And then we bounce after the election, we bounce and then into year end. 6,000 is a target for many analysts. You know what? Let me shift gears here.
Likely somewhat disappointing when you compare it to, say, the Blackwell launch, which, you know, we saw NVIDIA be rewarded when we heard more about Blackwell. Bank of America says
AMD trying to take 166.25. We can do that. 166.50 would do it. Looking for a follow through. Okay, let's change channels here. Listen to CNBC for a few minutes. Fastenal still moving higher. Fastenal is the top of the NASDAQ 100.
If we're having a valuation discussion, as I just said, it's 9 times forward earnings, but probably more to the point, it's
Supermicro. Okay, looking for a higher low. Generac.
Significant below tangible book value. That in and of itself is not an accelerator necessarily for what a stock price is going to be.
I submit to you, okay, that Citigroup's performance this year and over the last 12 months is
Uber, just off the highs, Uber. Uber. Okay, Uber, looking good. Uber. Okay, continues to grind higher. Uber.
I will draw a distinction. BlackRock has had a fabulous run. I'm not selling a share, but it gets a little harder to buy BlackRock after the run.
Micron, looking for that to push higher. Micron.
You just have to reflect it in how you pick
I just go back, you know, we've been hearing on this program at minimum for 5
Micron.
years people. I'm not suggesting
Micron on the 4-hour chart looks like it's trying to break higher. Micron. It's down the list on the S&P 500. All right, looking at the top 25, top 30 stocks on the NASDAQ 100. Just let me go down the list here. Zscaler, Supermicro. It's a nice mix, Pinduoduo. So Mondo posting a comment about more stimulus, Chinese stimulus. All right, so what was that? Tiger, T-I-G-R, Tiger. Okay, back. Okay, here's your BNC pivot on Tiger. Okay, Tiger looks like a BNC pivot.
Is not the pure play that a Goldman is, right? Because it has a massive consumer credit card business, it's got a massive commercial business, so it's a different kind of play. And I own some B of A, but not nearly as much. You own Citi? Have you done that yet? What do we got to do here? Oh, you probably have to sell.
All right, coming up, hitting the skids. Tesla is tumbling its robotaxi debut, failing to impress. Halftime committee member Brent talking.
They're almost giddy that, you know, it's almost, I almost sense a giddiness on the part of talking heads on the media, you know. I mean, shit, the things that Elon has done. I don't know. I'm a fanboy. The things Elon has done since his trip to the U.S. with $2,000 cash that his mother gave him. His father gave him 2,000 traveler's checks, I believe, $2,000 from his father. Went to the U.S. from Africa to study. Look where he's gone. SpaceX, proving the previous astronauts wrong that poo-pooed his ideas. No way you can like reuse a rocket booster, and he has them return it to Earth. It's crazy. And Powerwall, EVs. A lot of people don't like them, but hey, whatever. Wasn't originally his idea anyway. EVs, it was another person. He just took what someone else did and improved on it. They almost went out of business at one point, right? 3 failed test launches, and then finally the 4th one worked. Okay, so I'm looking for a B and C pivot on Tiger, TIGR, up FinTech. Okay, watching for that to move higher. Micro stocks, just remember it's Friday, so we're 5 weeks up. 5 weeks up. Watch Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's marching higher. I have to tell you, when I get back to even on Bitcoin, it's a long-term investment, but get back to Bitcoin even, I'm probably going to stay out of that for a while. To a profit, of course. Let's see, Bitcoin. Currently a little bit underwater on CONL. It needs to get above 67.5 to break that downtrend on the daily. Okay, we got a ways to go. 62,500 looks like that's in the cards. 62.5. So got about 5,000 points to go.
You got this.
All right. So Tony talking about CONL. CONL. Yeah, look for an ABCD pattern, Tony, for entry. Okay.
The bookend is Tesla, which is down near 8%. That's after the robotaxi event failed to impress many. I'll give you some of the commentary here. Adam Jonas, Morgan Stanley. That's it. Disappointing lack of detail. Tony Sacconaghi, Bernstein. Overall, we found it underwhelming, stunningly absent on detail. Wells Fargo, most razzle-dazzle, little substance. And that, frankly, seems to be the biggest takeaway. All style out in LA and little substance. And it's clearly taking a toll on the stock and giving Uber a nice boost. Let's bring in Bryn Talkington. She owns the stock.
Okay, CONL looking pretty good. Nice move off the low. CONL. Okay. Moderna, DoorDash, Fastenal, Moderna, DoorDash, Siri, and Mercado Libre, top 5 on the NASDAQ 100. Amgen is number 3 on Amgen. What is Amgen doing? Amgen, AMGN, Amgen. Okay, it looks like that's turning the corner. That's number 3 on the S&P 500. URI just popped up, United Rentals. Okay, so I'm almost sensing there's a idea that the economy is going to do better, that there won't be a recession. Many are talking about soft landing or no landing. What's the 10-year doing? 10-year needs to back off. Okay, 10-year. 10-year could roll over here. That's a 200-day overhead. Rollover would be good for the economy. You know that the Fed's going to lower rates, maybe a quarter point, 25 basis points next time. but they're definitely going to lower rates. I have a 3% mortgage, so I have no interest in doing anything at the moment. Tesla, all right, just sitting down here at 220, more and more puts being monetized, most likely. Maybe next week, Tesla can push off of this support level at 220.
Yeah, I would agree, right? I think, but once again, for investors, the way I'm looking at it right now, I sell calls against the position, so I closed those out today. I bought them back. The stock has support, really strong support around 198.205, which is still quite a bit lower. But on October 23rd, remember, that's earnings. I think they will talk about the cheaper car. I think they will talk about full self-driving and how that's going. And don't forget, it came out early this week in China. Their China sales, September year over year, were up close to 20%. And so I think this is a good, healthy pullback, but I think we're going to get details when it comes to earnings in a couple weeks.
All right. I appreciate you, Bryn. Thanks for coming on, talking about this. Bryn Talkington. Jenny, I mean, we said about Uber is rallying. Josh Brown, obviously has a huge position in Uber, and he posted, quote, the big winner from last night's launch is Uber. I own it, which all of you know. He's just making a full disclosure there. But Elon announcing a, quote, Uber killer was...
Rick, if you happen to be listening, which key is that?
I think it's weird that it was ever kind of positioned as an Uber killer, because that never seemed reasonable. I don't know if many of you read the Elon Musk biography by Walter Isaacson, which is a phenomenal read. But what you see is, and he said it in the thing too, he's like, look, I'm bad with time frames. Like, forgive me. He is bad with time frames.
Breezy Palms Resort, Isla Morada.
If you receive them in the future. So the Uber killer really, that never...
Oh, that's beautiful.
The fact that this was hugely competitive in the near term doesn't make sense. Uber is doing something extraordinary. And by the way, they're partnering with Waymo.
Man, the Florida Keys are such a beautiful place. It's like, yeah, paradise. I'd like to go down there and, broadcast for a week or so from the Keys. That'd be nice. During the late fall, like maybe November, going into early December. Maybe I'll do something like that. The kids, well, my son's got to go. Oh, he's off. He's got break. Maybe I'll take everybody, the family, down to the Keys. That'd be nice.
For the gas or the charging, with the robo-taxis, it's the company.
All right.
So they don't,
Looks good.
Doesn't make money. It's unclear when they will make money, and they're the leader in the industry.
Right, here's the bottom line: is Uber has the proven technology today. They're growing their earnings by 100% this year, 42% next year. They have a 4.5% free cash flow yield. Trades at 38 times what it's there. Like, they're cranking out the dollars today. And for the foreseeable future, which is like several years, like that's what I want to own. I want to own that technology. I want to own that cash flow.
Let's get the headlines now with Dom Chu. Hey, Dom. Hey, good afternoon, Judge. A bipartisan group of lawmakers is seeking more information about a China-linked hack on U.S. broadband providers. The House Select Committee on China sent letters yesterday to Verizon, AT&T, and Lumen Technologies after the Wall Street Journal reported hackers breached the companies. The hackers reportedly obtained information from systems the U.S. government uses for court-authorized wiretapping activities. Iran is telling its neighbors not to assist Israel in a potential retaliatory strike following last week's ballistic missile attack. Tehran warned that countries helping Israel in any way could escalate into war. NBC News reported that news. Arab nations, including Jordan and the UAE, host U.S. military bases. Israel has vowed to respond to that strike.
Okay, Tiger, T-I-G-R. Okay, nice pop on Tiger.
As you can see there, much further south than usual. It was visible as far as Florida and even in brightly lit areas, including Chicago and New York City. I know some of our neighbors here in the tri-state area saw some of those lights as well, Scott. I don't know if you did, but they were spectacular down here.
I didn't, but I did get some photos from people who did, who sent them my way.
Northern Lights, huh?
Appreciate that, Dom Chu.
Is that, that's kind of creepy when you think about it. Pretty far south. Got to be that climate change. Is the Earth tilting more on its axis, or about, some people were talking about the poles flipping and all that stuff, freaking people out at some point. I laugh because I'm ignorant of those things, scientifically speaking. Frano's the biology professor. I'm sure there's other professors in the room. I believe acceleration. I forget what you are. Finance, I believe. No, what are you in? Acceleration. I know there's a number of professors in the trading room, college level. Let's see. Palantir, Enphase is just kind of taking a break at the highs. Looking for a follow through next week.
Their coffers just by selling those chips, because there's a lot of don't even have their processing speed to be able to use those Blackwell chips. Can you talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think you think about where companies are, what they're going to be building, and it's whatever is on the shelf.
Micron pulling back a bit. Micron on a 5-minute.
If you're a little bit behind, I mean,
okay, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA just sitting here at the highs, just off the highs. NVIDIA is about 75 cents off the highs, it looks like.
In order to, be the market leader in some area, for example, we talked about Optimus, whoever creates the first household.
Thanks.
Robot, it needs to be the best one.
Okay, so we got earnings next week. Citigroup reporting, PNC on Tuesday. Are we off Monday? What's going on Monday? My son's off, so I guess we got a holiday on Monday. What's today? October. What the hell is a holiday? What's the holiday on Monday?
Technology has always been that way, but when you look at this chart, this looks like a linear chart, right? It's going up and to the right, but then notice the scale on the left. That's not a linear scale. That is an exponential scale. So that is 10x. Every time it moves up one of those numbers, it's 10x. So if you were to put this on a linear scale, it would just look like a hockey stick. And so it is incredible what's coming down the line. And I think, honestly, it's going to happen a lot sooner than people think. I think that there's going to be a massive disruption in labor markets when it comes to, if you're at a desk job, if you type on a keyboard, your job is in jeopardy. And all of those companies that employ thousands of people that do that kind of work, their profits, their margins are going to go through the roof, and or the price to the consumer is going to go to the floor because it's going to be so much cheaper. So it's going to be an interesting move, I think, in the economy. And all of it, again, talking about the stock, all of it is going to funnel back to
not a holiday. Okay, it's Columbus Day. I'm just looking at the earnings dates. There's no earnings on Monday. Columbus Day. Okay. Columbus Day. Okay. Bitcoin still pushing the highs of the day. Bitcoin, NVIDIA.
Even if there is a ton of productivity happening in the world. So look, I don't know. There's certainly uncertainties around this, but for the companies involved and those invested in it, I mean, few companies have. It's crazy to say in the case.
Okay, let's see. Enphase. Okay, looking for Enphase to turn back up. All right, so this is a good example. Enphase, good example of BNC pivots. Very bullish look to it on the daily. If you look at Enphase, okay. So I promise you, if you're a new trader or someone that hasn't been trading for very long, and you see a setup, let's say you look at Enphase and you think to yourself, oh, that's a nice bullish bounce. Okay, earlier this candle was full to the top. Okay, so you see a bullish day and you think to yourself, oh, okay, maybe we get a trade here. So what I'd be looking for is a BNC pivot. Well, we've had a couple of dips. This looks like ABCD, looks like ABC, and then take off to the upside, maybe another ABCD pattern on Enphase. So maybe it pushes back up to the highs again. That would indicate institutions are active. Okay, so First Solar also showed strength this morning. inside day, it's above the 200 day. So if I'm looking for a bounce, I would see how the markets play out during the day, and then I would be looking for B and C pivots. So if this starts to go in the opposite direction, start to move higher, you could put a stop underneath this level right here and look for higher prices on Monday if you're short-term swing. Okay, Tiger, up FinTech. Discussion is that we'll see more stimulus over the weekend. So here's A, here's B. Looking for C and D on Tiger, up FinTech. Okay, let's look at a few more. Let's look at, say, Supermicro. Supermicro looked good this morning. Supermicro, all right, it's above the 9 EMA. 50-day is bearing down on price. If you were bullish, you'd probably look for a B and C pivot. There's your pivot right there. So why would you buy the high of the day when you know that's the wrong time to buy most of the time? Now, there'll be a rare occasion where you buy on the breakout and it keeps going. Okay. Meta did something like that recently, right? Let me go out a couple of days. Meta did that recently, I believe. Yeah, over here on the 3rd, the 4th. Okay, we had some nice bullish action. It dipped and then ran higher the rest of the day. There was a chart that did this recently. Who was it? BTC, USD. Bitcoin, nice bounce on Bitcoin. Okay, CONL, Coinbase. That looks good. But what you'll be looking for is a B and C pivot. All right, this is a good example. Not really much in the way of pivots. That's showing strength. That means, to me, this says, although I can't guarantee you because I don't have a way to check it, but when I see a pattern like this, that's nearly a straight line, that 100 period moving average on the 1-minute chart. That looks like institutions buying to me. So I'd be looking at the daily, looking for a follow through next week. Still wouldn't buy the high of the day. All right, we got a beach ball here. Okay, in phase starting to turn, in phase. So you get a B pivot right here on in phase. Okay, looks like a B pivot. Watch the histogram bars, okay? They're still red on the 5-minute, but not on the shorter time frames. 2-minute, red to yellow. So probably the 5-minute will turn as well. Okay. Look for higher lows. Buy order blocks. You can see those below price, pushing higher, stair-stepping higher. Tesla trying again to bounce at the 220 level. Micron's still pulling back. Let's see. DoorDash with a nice pop today. With Uber, it makes sense. You know, competition, robo-taxis. Big gap up on Uber. DoorDash did the same. Nice gap up and a follow through. DoorDash.
AVGO stock is, modestly lower. We'll be right back. We'll talk more right after this.
Up FinTech trying to push. All right, so what I'm looking for is a move during the next couple of hours, maybe some short covering. No holiday. No holiday on Monday. Yeah, what I would like to do is eventually get a Mercedes travel van, you know, with the bed and a galley and a shower, dry shower and everything. And start off down in Key West, drive up through Florida, and then go west through Texas and that area, out through Arizona, up through California, through the northwest, and then from Canada, go back towards New York and back down to Myrtle Beach. I'd like to make that round trip at some point in the future, broadcasting along the way. That'd be kind of fun. Staying at nice hotels along the way. And, you know, campsites. All right, watching Tiger up Fintech. Markets are kind of sleepy right now. Although it's not a stock market holiday, it does feel like the volume has fallen off. Maybe we'll get some sort of surge end of day. So look for BNC pivots. All right, watching the futures pull back a little bit.
Welcome back to Fast Market. Alex Coffee in for Kevin Hanks and Tom White. I do want to take a look at the overall market now about the.
All right, so it does feel like we could see a pullback. What's your target, Money Magic? What are you looking at?
You see one of the four major indices in the U.S. in red territory. But let's call that unchanged. It's not even, you know, more than
SPY, S&P.
1%. But notably,
S&P is pulling back now. Okay.
Of the four major indices, as it's the, of course, powerhouse tech index, the Nasdaq 100, which has been weakest of the group all day long.
Wall Street gave out Columbus Day for Martin Luther King Day. Yeah. Got to be inclusive. Okay. Yeah, stocks are giving back some of their gains for the day. Nvidia pulling back. All right. What's the Qs doing? Qs.
Looking at gold, pretty significantly higher as it continues to work its way back towards that 2,700.
Yeah, I could see what you're saying. 5,700, 5,750.
Down a little bit, and then the U.S. dollar index is a little
5,700, 5,750.
Bringing back in Joe Mazzola as well as our first guest here, our last guest rather, George Tillis, Senior Markets contributor here for the Schwab Network. George, what a great way to round out this show. Get your thoughts on Broadcom here. I would say the overlooked name in this.
All right, let me look at 0 day.
If you would just take away the name at the top.
0 day starting to fade down the lower Bollinger Bands.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you look at Broadcom, the stock, it's actually hit new highs this week. And ideally speaking, NVIDIA is making some nice moves to the upside, but it's not hitting all new highs. And, you know, when you think about the Max 7, you got to think of maybe including Broadcom eventually in that space because of the market capitalization around $860 billion. But it's also what they do. And this is an interesting company that really started off with application-specific integrated circuits that basically developed semiconductor solutions for connecting wireless and wire devices, everything like set-top boxes that are connected to Bluetooth or even 5G. But what's happening with this business is over time, it's morphing into essentially a software infrastructure and security solutions business. So they basically integrate all these semiconductor products alongside system security, data centers and servers, as well as network and storage. And it really is a backbone infrastructure stock to the build out of data centers and artificial intelligence. I mean, they've made a lot of inroads. They're buying a company called Computer Associates going back a few years. They bought VMware, the virtualization cloud software, which competes now with IBM and Hewlett Packard Enterprises. And this company has just been growing tremendously in terms of its prospects, adoption, if you will, from major, Fortune 500 companies, which about 80% use their products. But you have to consider the build out of AI.
All right, Tesla's starting to turn again.
Google, Amazon, all these big companies have declared that they're willing to overinvest in AI rather than be underinvested. And within the backdrop of artificial intelligence, Broadcom is an infrastructure stock that is highly utilized and of course, synergistic across different technologies, including hardware and software.
George, one of the things that I think analysts have been attracted to in terms of Broadcom itself is, number one, as you mentioned, the tentacles that it has across all these different platforms, but also just the cash flow. This thing has been a cash machine in terms of the generation. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, if you consider the business itself, I mean, look at the revenues are about $60 billion per annum. But at the same time, the company's been generating a high cash flow yield of about 11%, which again, anything above 10% is very generous. The other thing is, if you look
Tesla
at
looks like it
sales
wants to
last
push
quarter,
here.
or actually on a year-over-year basis, on the trailing basis, sales have actually improved by over 30%. But one of the things about their net income, it only grew essentially by 11%. So it looks like there's a lot of backlog when it comes down to their products and services on a trailing basis. But essentially, it's hard to find a company that's both done two things.
All right, thinking about buying some Tesla calls, a vertical for November. Probably the 225, 230 or something like that. The 40 deltas are 235.
It's a cash flow machine. It's generating pretty significant gross margins, especially on software, because software right now.
All right, Tesla, looking at some November verticals, maybe 230, 235, something like that. It needs to get above 221.50. If it can manage that, I'm going to take that trade probably. Okay, the high this morning was 223. Okay, looking for Tesla. Tesla's at the 50-day, right? Below the 50-day, Tesla, I believe. Tesla. Yeah, it's right below the 50-day Tesla. Does it move down to the 200-day first?
They basically are the same exact chart when you look at that. Performance of NVIDIA a little bit stronger. Rolling 30-day correlation, 0.92. So, I mean, you know what NVIDIA is doing. You got a pretty good idea of what Broadcom's doing. Talk to me about your example trade in this particular name.
I just wanted to point out something that George brought up I thought was really important is this idea that
DoorDash hanging out at the highs. DoorDash just looking at Tesla. Tiger Up FinTech. TIGR. Tiger Up FinTech. ABCD pattern. Okay, we're coming back a little bit.
There is the potential to unlock some value in there, and the company has been giving a lot of that value back to investors in terms of the dividend yield, and then that cash flow that I mentioned a little bit earlier. So just something to kind of keep an eye on. That being said, right, you're going to say, well, why are you talking about this trade then? I'm looking at this really, really more so from a technical standpoint. Looking at kind of this stock could break out of the range fairly quickly, right? So that this trade could be a dud. But I'm looking at this and saying, okay, it's losing a little bit of the momentum. The last time we traded up around the RSI was much
Up FinTech.
So you're starting to see it lose some of their relative strength as it kind of
Looks like we could see a lower B pivot on Tiger Up FinTech. All right, I'm keeping an eye on the New York FANG index stocks. Let's take a look at the New York FANG index real quick. New York FANG. See what that looks like. Okay, so that's trending. That's trending. All right, let's look at the weekly. Okay, so 2 weeks up, we paused. 2 weeks up, do we pause again next week? Or do we rally up to the highs, the New York FANG index stocks? Do we rally or do we pause next week? The last time we ran up for 2 weeks, 5 weeks ago, 2 weeks up, pause. 2 weeks up. Do we pause next week or do we test the highs and then pull back to the 10 EMA just prior to the election? I don't know. I'm just thinking of timing wise, what's going on here. New York FANG index. Okay, so we had these waves down. Big wave down in July, smaller wave down in August, very tiny wave into October, and then bam, we blast higher. Okay, we never got down to 11 there on the stochastics. Stochastics never got down to that 11 mark. Now we're embedded. Okay, Stochastics embedded. That's just telling me to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Be nice to see a little rally into the close. Okay, RSI still higher. Okay, so this looks okay.
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria.
Kind of taking a break, right? Got a doji on the New York FANG index. Doji day. If we close just a little bit higher, we'll have a bullish bias for Monday. Okay, AMD looks like it wants to bounce. AMD. Maybe AMD wants to play end of day. Okay, so you got a nice bounce so far. All right, so here's a good example. Okay, so you got a bounce at the 200-day. RSI is above 50. Stochastics not turned up. Not turned up. So that's telling you that there could be a close in the lower half of the daily range. What are we seeing on AMD? All right, it's bucking the trend. So maybe Stochastics over the next couple of trading days, Monday, Tuesday, maybe that can turn up. It looks like AMD wants to play right here. AMD looks like it wants to play. Okay, AMD looks like it wants to play.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways, as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
What the hell are they talking about? This advertisement just gets on my nerves from time to time.
10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
That's the lady who says it's all about making money. No kidding. No kidding. Trading is about making money. Only making money. Okay, AMD looks like it wants to go here. Watch AMD. All right, so if you look for the B and C pivot, okay, we really don't have one. We're just cruising higher. There goes AMD. AMD about to go.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away, off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything.
That guy sounds like Ben Shapiro, his voice. It's so funny. All right, so AMD.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, let's look for AMD to pack a lunch and go. All right, here goes AMD. AMD looking good. Looking for the follow through. If you bought earlier when we mentioned the buy signal. Okay, watch that buy signal. Just keep trailing your stop.
Objectively strong week as the S&P did hit another new all-time high today.
Well, if you were to ask my fiance, I never shut up, so I don't think it's a big deal that I'm on here for a couple hours today. But I'm actually looking forward to this because when you're the host of a show, you're getting other people's thoughts. On this show, I can give you some of my thoughts.
AMD is trying to go here. AMD.
This is a really, really impressive showing. Not only the S&Ps, but the Russell, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all green today. Another really, really nice week for risk assets. And so the story continues. As Scott Bauer told me this morning, what's next? So we're just going to the next thing. And it continues to be just one risk knockdown than the next.
Yeah, and I would say what's next is a great way to look at it because, frankly, we did get PPI, more muted reaction, but now we have earnings. We have big bank earnings that so far have been
I mean, nothing but upside. We've heard strong commentary out of JP Morgan. Still, the U.S. consumer remains relatively resilient. So far, earnings have been objectively, at least as far as the bank read, pretty solid. So we get more, obviously, next week. But on the show, as always, we will be stepping away from the macro. We'll be focused in on some of these individual stories. We have a nice theme, actually, to kick off the show with Upvote and Downvote. We will be looking
All right, there goes AMD.
The world of EVs, really following that We Robot event from Tesla that was delayed, then saw shares down about 7.8%. So pretty negative reaction from the street today. We'll also be diving into all things Broadcom. We will also be looking at
AMD. Looking forward to Rip here.
Of course, so we have a bit of a mixed picture for the rest of our show. We'll close things out with actually a name I don't believe we've ever discussed before. That is Red Cat, which is a drone technology company now announcing it has a pretty major deal with the U.S. military and perhaps looking to increase the technology there. So a name we've never discussed before, but it's a pretty interesting story today.
Yeah, a lot to get through. Big stories, of course, were some of those events the last 24 hours. The Tesla one being the one I know you've been more excited about. I'll be honest, I was in bed at 9 p.m. last night, which is when locally that event, I think, kicked off. I woke up and was delighted with the details or the lack of details, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it. So I'm looking forward to talking more about that. Let's do Upvote, Downvote, not endorsements, not recommendations. We got to start there. We'll start with some Tesla. Big move to the downside. It's counter trend, I would say, to the overall market today. It's counter trend to Tesla itself. But Tesla is volatile. It's a roller coaster ride in terms of a company the size of it, the notoriety of it. One of the things that makes it so exciting is the fact that this is a stock that moves around.
And I will say that Tesla, going into this report, or like this event, had run up so substantially that Elon Musk's valuation had increased by, I mean, almost double. I was reading
in terms of net worth.
In terms of net worth, right? So then he's now 3 times richer than that of the next richest person in the auto space. I believe it's like the.
I thought you were going to say the next closest person. I'm like, wow, and Tesla is 50% off his highs too. Holy cow!
Can you imagine? I do think that he's still at least in like the race for one of the 5 richest people. But the way in which his wealth as of late has run up as a result of all the expectations for the.
All right, there goes AMD.
So I think this had to meet a very high bar. I don't know, frankly, why I was surprised that there was such a negative reaction because, I mean, I could see it. Like, he really didn't give much details. There was definitely heavier on the showbiz later on the actual footprint and layout to how we're going to get there. The most concrete detail that was unveiled, I think, was their Cybercab. Probably by 2026 was the word he used, and hopefully not before 2027, but that's somewhat the timeline right now goal.
All right, so it's about +2 now.
To achieve those goals, though, Tesla will have to master 2 pretty major hurdles. One, and that's cutting the production cost of its EVs, making them drive themselves as well, without any human intervention to a safety level it's capable to appease these regulators. Tesla gave basically no evidence on how they're going to reach either of those scores. So that's not great. He also didn't really give his guests at the Robotaxi event some progress on really what they're doing to get there. Musk did say that the unsupervised version of FSD will be available in California and in Texas next year. But he has, unfortunately, a really nice track
Okay, AMD looking very strong now. All right, looking for the follow through. I just posted on StockTwits. I'm sure there'll be other people that see the same thing now.
These events with broad strokes, the street likes details.
Isn't she lovely?
I'm going to push back on that. You see that chart?
Isn't she wonderful?
When we first started hearing about this Robotaxi event.
True.
So we watched the stock go up, and it's still higher than where it was around this. Tesla's done something really, really nicely over the years, which is promise a bunch of things and then like kind of get there. But the stock does so well in the run up to it that even when it gives it back and it disappoints, it's still been a massive success. There's a reason this guy's #1 on the Forbes billionaire list. And while maybe he is down a measly $10.5 billion in his net worth, I don't think he's losing any sleep over this. I just don't think so with a net worth of nearly $250 billion. I think he's doing just fine. I also just don't know that he's the guy that really cares that much about how much his net worth swings.
All right, looking for NVIDIA to continue. All right, so what is the futures? Futures a little bounce. Okay. AMD, Super Micro, Micron,
is just a
All right. Do they get one little push, one more little push higher? Markets feel exhausted. Some stocks, pulling back, giving you an opportunity. We were trading 171 yesterday on AMD prior to their event. Dropped nearly $10, depending on where you were in. It's more than $10. Yeah, AMD looking for a follow through.
But we're still a ways away from that. And actually, our next name today is trading pretty nicely on the session as a result of some of these lack of details. You'd have to imagine that's Uber, which is touching a new all-time high today. We're up 9% on the session. Actually, the chart of Lyft looking just as strong on the daily session here because both these names getting a nice lift. Ride-hailing companies, I think, have been seen to have some degree of concern regarding Tesla.
All right, the markets feel very sleepy at the moment.
Had been more quick with a superior offering armed with its unsupervised self-driving technology. I think Uber and Lyft have been concerned about their market share eroding. But
Trump Media doing DJT.
For the next 2 years, Uber and Lyft can have much of their market to themselves. They only are really
Okay, a little dip in Trump Media. Hit all the targets for the week.
Driving capabilities in the ride-hailing space, but even those companies are leagues away from actually being fully operational. So I think that the disappointment, unfortunately, Tesla's
AMD.
was Uber and Lyft's gain today because they still have command of this space for the time being.
Wow, I got to be honest. I'm embarrassed that I didn't get there. I was thinking, like maybe it's because Uber has investments.
Yeah, exactly. Lethargic would be a good.
It's way simpler than that.
Yeah, I would say lethargic.
Literally technology that could the need for Uber or change it altogether. Wow. Sometimes you just gotta look for something. Overthinking is the enemy in this business.
It's a Friday.
Let's talk some race, which of course is Ferrari. This is completely different, right? This is like the highest of high-end luxury when it comes. Actually,
Nvidia.
On the road the other day. I feel like I see Lamborghinis. I feel like I see some of those other supercars a lot more often. Ferrari, impressive looking little rig.
Oh yeah, I mean, I rarely do you see.
They're always weird colors like yellow,
which is the only reason I think you notice them. But their clearance, I always think driving in the city of Chicago is potholes. Everyone that drives in Chicago knows the roads are not exactly up to par with like a safe driving condition. So I always see these cars and like they're low clearance. I'm like, how is your car doing in these roads? But nonetheless, JP Morgan did upgrade shares to overweight from neutral. Price target of 525 up from 385 after meeting with management. And the firm did say they believe the company's
AMD, a little buyers underneath.
Visibility earnings growth will increasingly be valued by investors amid growing macro industry and geopolitical uncertainty. They also left the meetings more confident that Ferrari will prove imperious to the present slowdown in China and European luxury goods brands, saying that their upcoming battery EVs also should be a true Ferrari delivers an incredible driving experience, and they also think that could come as soon as next week when they debut their latest supercar is what it's called. So tying into the EV conversation, I have to imagine an electric Ferrari is really expensive, but one can dream, right? I mean, that sounds like a cool car.
It does. When we compare this to the last one on our list, which is going into, there is so
let me
much
switch channels here.
That seems contradictory within this space, right?
Petition and that. Obviously we didn't get a lot of detail around when all that's going to start to happen, and that's likely the drive that we've been stopping in the near term.
What the hell was that? Just went across my lawn.
Yeah, I think the ensuing event makes it a little bit more real, and we know he'll roll things out maybe before they're ready for prime time. So at some point, it's going to be on the road.
It is so gorgeous outside. After that storm cleared out all the air, all the stinky air from up north.
What does that say to you?
Yeah, so that's a good question.
All that Yankee air. Okay, looks like we're starting to see some bids coming in. I'm seeing higher lows, seeing higher lows.
20 to 30 cents overall. Like that's obviously would be a benefit to the consumers out there in general. The Uber and Lyft right now cost per mile is like
All right, seeing higher lows now. Looking for follow through.
$2, and a lot of that goes to the driver itself.
Okay.
Over 70% of that goes to the driver right now. So if you remove that driver, there's obviously a huge economic benefit
to both these companies. But again, the question is like, who's going to end up owning it? Does Uber and Lyft need to go out and order a significant amount of cyber cabs themselves? It would change the whole cash flow profile of the companies, the earnings trajectory, and so on. So they go from basically asset light to asset heavy, and so on. So those are all the questions that need to be answered along the way. Are these going to be, are these companies going to have to maintain fleets and whatnot? So plenty of questions still to come, and obviously, without a lot of significant answers from Tesla yesterday.
No, I appreciate you thinking through this and those economics as well. Curb your enthusiasm, I think is the message here. Connor, thanks for your time. Good to see you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Connor Cunningham with Amelia. Well, we've talked about Tesla and Uber's robo-taxi ambitions, but remember, it's likely Alphabet's Waymo that's leading the driverless race at this point. Deirdre Bosa brings us more on that angle in today's Tech Check. And speaking of the competition that Connor was alluding to, Deirdre.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that last conversation. My takeaway is that CEO Dara Khosrowshahi has done really an incredible job of putting Uber adjacent to robotaxis, but that is just it. It's adjacent. Uber does not have the tech itself. It's just a network that could still be disrupted. So the real winner from last night is Alphabet-owned Waymo. While Tesla hopes to start production on our Cybercab before 2027, Waymo already has a fleet of more than 700 driverless vehicles, no safety driver, delivering and charging for thousands of rides per week, and it's expanding rapidly. Now, the two key ingredients that Waymo has relied on, trust and technology. Waymo's technology, more proven and more expensive, potentially making it harder to scale. Tesla is
surprising results. Steve, latest
Okay, looking for a follow through.
Retail Monitor. Do tell.
Yeah, Kelly, consumers look to have taken a break between the stronger summer and
Jensen looked pretty put together with his black leather jacket.
7 straight months of gains, a decline. The Retail Monitor, powered with actual credit card spending data from Affinity Solutions, shows spending down 0.3% when you take out auto and gas. That followed a half-point gain in August. Spending grew 0.6% year over year. Now take out restaurants as well. That's what we call our core retail index. It shows a similar 0.3% decline and a 0.9% positive year-over-year gain. The decline was broad-based, though, with only 3 of the 12 sectors showing gains. They were non-store retailers, that's mostly digital sales, clothing and accessories, and a modest gain there for health and personal care. Gas stations were down, along with furniture and home furnishings, as well as building and garden supplies. NRF economist Mark Matthews telling me September is historically one of
AMD.
the weakest months for retail sales since it's sandwiched between big summer spending and big holiday spending. October numbers will probably have some real impact in there for both Helene and Milton. Our initial read of the data is that it's surely to pick up those effects from the hurricane, though there could have been some impact at the very end of the month. But NRF economists see consumers otherwise in relatively good shape, low unemployment, good real income gains, and low inflation, at least in the goods sector. That should allow a return to healthy spending for the holidays if they want to do it.
Okay, let's see. Buy order blocks.
In such a good mood, I guess. By the way, what did the sentiment numbers say real quickly this morning?
All right, AMD. All right, looks like I was going to break out here.
I'm sorry, Kelly. I did not see the sentiment numbers.
I didn't either. I bet Tom knows. But the fact that we're not even talking about it, Tom. No. Steve, you've done enough. Thank you. Steve Leisman, Tom Porcelli is here on set with me. We're talking about inflation, which does look like it's easing. The Fed is on track to cut rates, or at least has been. The pace depends on the labor market. Tom Porcelli is PGIM's fixed income chief U.S. economist. Do you know what happened with sentiment this morning?
So I think the thing that people were really talking about with sentiment was the 1-year inflation measure.
Up or down?
It went up, but here's the thing, though. It's very incredibly volatile. If you look at the 5-year measure, the 5-year measure was actually down. So I don't know that there was much to make of that there. And I think with sort of all the inflation data that we already had in hand between CPI and PPI, I think people already were sort of digesting those, and so I don't think the sentiment stuff really mattered that much.
UMich sentiment unexpectedly declined in October's prelim survey. 68.9 versus expectations for improvement to 71. Current conditions did drop. Expectations dropped by a couple of points. This would fit more with what Steve's data on kind of a pause in spending would tell us. But how do we know at what point this consumer pullback is anything more worrisome?
Yeah, so here's what I would say. There's been a lot of data of late, and people have loved to talk about the payroll report. I think that over the last 2 weeks, I think the most compelling piece of information that we've received were the massive upward revisions to the income data from 2 weeks ago.
Absolutely.
That to me was, I don't like to be hyperbolic, but so I won't say game changer, but it was compelling.
Yeah.
And
but maybe it was a game changer because
could have been.
For anyone who's not familiar with this, for years we had seen income measures disappointing while production measures were holding up.
Yes.
And the question was, is production going to be revised down, weaker economy, or is income going to be revised up?
Yeah.
And income was revised up.
And where it was revised up, I think, was also very compelling, right? So it was like, yeah, you got some improvement in wages and salaries, which is great. But you also saw interest income rise. You saw dividend income rise.
Oh, that's
Prider's income rise. So
So in other words,
yep.
The source of better than expected income that has been supporting this economy is literally from high rates because people are earning more interest income, and then the market doing well, you get dividend income.
Yeah, I think
that's fascinating.
That's exactly right. And look, let's just be clear on who that impacts most, right? It's mostly sort of a top quintile dynamic. For us, what that really suggests is that it puts a floor underneath economic activity to some extent. So I think, the conversation about recession, which I think is still fair to sort of wonder about that, but I think that that's just thrown a bunch of cold water on that. So I think the state of the consumer seems to be much better, particularly post those revisions.
In our few final moments, what happens with rates? Can you imagine if they cut 50 and then pause?
Okay, AMD looks like it wants to go here.
So I think this gets to the payroll report, right? right? And what I would say on that is like that the payroll report doesn't erase all the things that happened immediately before the payroll report, right? The quit rate is still down. The hiring rate is still down. The labor differential, which is just a measure of confidence toward labor, that's still down. So there's been an assortment of other data that have actually deteriorated. The one thing that hadn't was the payroll report on that last Friday. So I would sort of really tread carefully with this idea. We're not saying that.
Okay, watch AMD. AMD looks like it's going to rip here. I know, Steven, you love to trade AMD.
I do. In fact, I think quarters for the next couple of meetings.
That, by the way, that I don't like that was. I should have stepped outside last night. I mean, it was like green and purple.
It was amazing. Wow. Yeah, absolutely.
Tom Porcelli with PGEM. My next guest says we're in uncharted waters here with double-digit earnings growth as the Fed starts easing. But just because it rarely happens doesn't mean it can't continue. Joining us now is Julie Beal. She's Chief Market Strategist at Kayne Anderson Rudnick and a CNBC contributor. Great to see you again, Julie. Working overtime. But let's start here again. We teased a little bit on your NVIDIA position. Can we just start there? Because I always think of you as more of a small, maybe it was a small cap when you
Micron, looking for a follow through. Micron, let's take a look at Micron. We want to see the same thing on Micron we're seeing on AMD, buy order blocks. Okay, there's one there. That was yesterday. Looking for a buy order block, not a sell order block. I want to see a buy order block and a push higher. Okay, Amazon, looking for buy order blocks on Amazon. Okay, the buy order block right there. You see it? Amazon. At 188.80 live screen.
But the thing that gives me a little bit of pause in terms of adding is just that there's so much customer concentration.
Okay, Amazon buy order block right there. You see it? You see that buy order block? Okay, 9% of today's volume. Not a lot, but got to break a structure. Good looking 4-hour chart. We've been building over the last few days. You can see that 4-hour chart, that buy order block there at the recent low. That was, what day was that? That was the 7th. That was Monday. Oh, Amazon is going. I mean, let me take a look at Amazon. I really want to buy some Amazon. Amazon. Yeah, that looks good. Amazon into next week. Looks like it could go. All right, I'll start a small position. I know we're near the highs. Let me just look at it one more time. Maybe I'll wait till Monday. It's not too bad. We're off the high. Okay, so I'm going to buy some Amazon. Amazon. Let me go out. When does Amazon have earnings? Amazon earnings, our survey says October 24th. So we got what, 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks Thursday. So the 24th of October. All right, let's go out to the 25th of October. We'll buy those. And I'm going to do a vertical. I'm going to do at the money. I'll do 190. All right, 190. Oops, shitski. All right, delete that. I'm still fumble fingers with buy vertical with toss. I do like it. I do like what I've been working with on. Okay, 180. Let's go 190. Buy the 190. Sell the 190. Oh, it doesn't have the 190. 195. 190, 195. Buy. 190, 195. Amazon just bought the 190, 195 for earnings. Okay, let me show you Amazon. Okay, so Amazon. All right, so we got an ABCD pattern. Okay, is what I'm looking at. Here's A over here. Here's B, C. So now I put a stop underneath B. Stop under V. Under B. All right, stop under B. Taiwan Semi's moving. Thank you, dollar. Appreciate it. Timely posts in the trading room. Lots of you sharing ideas and alerts in the room, which are very valuable, especially when it comes to breadth or junk bonds or the 10-year US dollar changes, that we might not be identifying. So, all right, let me just mark this up real quick. Okay. All right. So A, there's your A right there. Okay. A. B and C. We're looking for higher lows on C. Okay. So higher lows on C. There's a buy order block right there at the same time. Okay. Looking good. Looking for this to go. Look at the histogram bar. Okay. Look at your histogram bar. That's telling you this is a opportunity. Okay, watch the volume. Okay, watch the volume. All right, this looks pretty good on daily. All right, so resistance overhead. Resistance. Okay, so 194 is resistance. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. Okay, volume looks good. All right, so far so good. All right, so stop if it takes out B, obviously. Stop. Stop under B. Okay, there's B. See, all right, that looks good. Looking good, looking good. Sing it, Janice. Looking good. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Hey, hey. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Tyler Matheson. This is your news update at this hour. The Trump campaign is requesting military aircraft and vehicles for the candidate to travel in during the final weeks of the campaign, along with expanded flight restrictions over areas where he lives and campaigns, and ballistic glass to be pre-positioned in battleground states. This is according to news from the Washington Post, which says the campaign made the unprecedented request after government briefings had said Iran is still actively plotting to kill him. Boeing is filing an unfair labor practice complaint against the striking machinists union with the National Labor Relations Board. The company accuses the union, which represents more than 30,000 factory workers on the West Coast, of not bargaining in good faith. Boeing pulled its latest contract offer earlier this week, citing the union's refusal to seriously consider its proposal. And Toyota is making its Formula One comeback. The Japanese automaker will become the technical partner of American racing team Haas. Haas will keep its own name, and Toyota won't supply the engines. The team already has an agreement to use Ferrari engines through 2028. Kelly, I know you were waiting on that news.
We're more of a NASCAR, I'm told. Tyler, thanks. Coming up, financials are the best performing sector today as bank earnings.
Okay, looking for a follow through. Okay. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee, but that's what we're looking for.
CEO Robin Vince joins us next. And before we head to break, we want to update you on Pebblebrook Hotel Trust. The CFO, Ray Martz, joined us Wednesday to discuss the company's storm prep at their 5 properties in Milton's Path. He's let us know those measures paid off, with all guests and employees safe, and 4 of those properties already back up and running. The beachfront rooms at La Playa in Naples took the biggest hit, but crews are working round the clock on site.
Okay, Amazon, looking for a nice little follow through.
Dollars of damage from Milton alone, and saying he'll make a request to Congress for more money. We'll be right back.
Amazon. It's a Friday, so I'm not looking for much. It's Friday. Okay, desktop. Looking for Amazon to continue, maybe. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I like these buy order blocks. When we see these buy order blocks, okay. There's one at the open this morning. We've run up. There's your A pivot, B pivot, higher low, C pivot. Now we're looking for it to follow through. If it follows accordingly. Okay, watching that. Let's see. Home Depot. Not at the best levels of the week, but, you know, still got time on the options. Look for a follow through. Nano Nuclear just kind of went sideways. Feels like one of those days where only people that are left trading are professional traders or trading rooms like ours. Volume is tapered off on many things. Bitcoin's trying to take out the highs. Bitcoin. Okay, AMD. Still watching AMD. AMD. Okay, so Kelly Evans will switch channels, listen to Schwab the rest of the day till 3 o'clock. All right, credit. They're looking at a credit on Netflix.
Big round number around 800 could be
Okay, call calendar. Oh, that's a debit. Okay.
$2 debit, $200 in risk. This one, I would say, Jenny, while it's not impossible for it to get to 800 for some other circumstance, is probably really relying on some sort of blowout earnings to send the stock towards that number. So if you don't feel that way about earnings, you probably wouldn't look at this exact example trade or something related to it. You would adjust to better reflect where you think the stock might be after this earnings announcement, which is next week, I believe.
I mean, this name also too. Just I was giving the analysts' thoughts on this. The high is $900 a share in terms of analyst price calls, and the lowest 545. So that just goes to show this is one of these polarizing names. There's no sells in this name. There are 2 underperforms, 33 buys, so it skews definitely more optimistically. But yeah, that spread $900 to 545. Obviously, we're trading somewhere in the middle right now, but there's a lot of conviction on this name. So we'll be watching that earnings very closely, as we both have said. This name moves. It almost has like a snap, like.
Well, and to put context to that, last year around the earnings event that is essentially a year after, so it'll be next week, year anniversary was $344.73. It's doubled and then some from that price. So I know it's a high beta stock, but that's a big move for any company, let alone Netflix, over this last year.
And it goes to show that the password sharing worked. As much as I'm mad about it, I am still now paying for a screen that I did not pay for before. So to their credit. But we'll leave it there for our Netflix conversation. Now coming up next, time to look at Broadcom, which is pulling back pretty substantially today, actually off of its session lows. Still hanging on to a decent rally on the week, but this name still gets a lot of love from the street. But Bank of America with a buy rating. We'll dive into that analyst note coming up next.
All right, so I just got an alert. My son just bought NVDX. All right, so let's see what he's looking at. He's looking at a B and C pivot. All right, and he's looking to hold this into earnings, NVDX. NVDX. See that? Kid's learning good. All right, let me buy him 100 shares. NBDX. NBDX.
Trading the trending names every day.
All right, yellow, red histogram bars looking for a dip to get bought.
Ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to dive into all things Broadcom, which has been actually one of the more interesting trades of the semiconductor space this week because we have been sitting at all-time highs, and today pulling back a bit, Alex. So today is not exactly.
All right, AMD looking for a continuation. AMD. All right, so we're looking at these buy order blocks, and we continue to build buy order blocks, moving higher. AMD.
Well, I said this one fast, Mark, as we talked this name alongside some of the other names in semiconductors. I was like, if you just covered this name up, so I'm doing that for those who are watching on my screen. I just looked at that chart. You could convince me this is NVIDIA's chart. I mean, they look a lot alike in terms of the performance. Now, it hasn't moved quite as dramatically in terms of percentage terms, but that shape, there's a really, really strong correlation between NVIDIA and Broadcom right now. So you look at the analyst breakdown.
All right, Amazon pushing higher. There goes Amazon. Amazon on the move.
There's general optimism in this name. Makes sense. What's it worth?
No.
Going to go? How is it going to get there? What's the volatility going to look like? Those are all questions that I cannot answer, but I'm not surprised that 90% of analysts on the street have a buy rating on this stock.
I'm not either. And yeah, I always like to look at market cap just because I think it paints a great picture of like the company scale, how massive it is. And I was frankly shocked when I looked at Broadcom because I mean, like you look at a Micron, it's like 120 billion. You look at AMD, it's like around 100. Same with Intel, same with a lot of these names that we talk about so frequently in terms of semiconductors. You look at this name right now has market cap of over $840
All right.
So actually putting it very much on par with Taiwan Semiconductor.
There goes Amazon. Amazon.
Just my own attention. I pay a lot of attention to Taiwan Semi. I don't necessarily pay as much attention to Broadcom, and I think maybe I should be. And today, with a note to match, Bank of America did keep a buy rating, focusing. They said on this 100 to 100.
All right, Amazon looking good. Amazon looks good. Okay, ABCD pattern, Amazon. Amazon looks good. Looking good.
Their meeting, when they just met with management, focused a lot on the growing AI opportunity, or around 12 billion or 24% of their sales in fiscal 2024, and that longer term total addressable market of, like I said, 100 to 125 billion. The demand they also highlighted is growing rapidly, and they continue to see these large language models driving the ever increasing AI cluster sizes. So near term, management characterizes AI visibility pretty well with good support and adequate supply of their Asia supply chain, which refutes any concerns about packaging allocation, were their words. So this note is definitely very detailed. I just pulled out the highlights, and I think that there's definitely a lot to like as far as like what this analyst laid out following their takeaways from management.
So I always think about this, like I'd watch a sports game or something. This is gonna have a point, so just gotta trust me here. And then you'd like read about the game recap the next day, and you're like, did that guy watch the same game that I watched, or did he just look at the box score to see the final score? So I'm gonna just be honest. This is a space that I broadly understand. Look, they're making technology you need for technology, but all those words that you're saying, from silicone to GPUs and all this, I'm not going to pretend I get it. The same I think about digital assets and crypto. The same I feel about some of the medical products and things. Like, I broadly get it, but I'm not in the weeds. And so what I do get though is revenue numbers. This stock, This company has seen revenues go from a year ago at this time, growing 4% to expecting to grow 51% this particular quarter that we're about to hear from them. That's the difference in terms of why this stock's done so well, is the numbers from how much they're making money-wise are accelerating. Now into the future, that's not supposed to necessarily continue to happen. So there's risks out there if this AI excitement doesn't continue to maintain itself. But in terms of what product they make and where they fit, there's someone watching us, I'm sure, that is in this space. They work for one of these companies and they know the intricacies. I don't pretend to, and that's why these analysts that are in this world have jobs. And I'm not going to defer to them, but when it comes to the technicals and which things are going to work this way, I'm going to assume they know what they're talking about.
And it's true. I think that there's definitely a way in which, like, you could trade this name, you could invest in this name even without understanding.
All right.
Because frankly, like, you can paint a broad stroke. Hey, you can see 5 to 10% compound annual growth as far as their overall, like, conversion rates. You can see, I mean, like, these various ways VMware has continued to expand pretty substantially. The thing I actually like, honestly, about this name when looking at, like, the analysis of this company, because I'm a person that trusts fundamentals more than anything, is I like actually that they're not a pure play into AI, that they still have software and they still develop a lot of their technology that, sure, utilizes AI, but it's not like a super micro, right? I mean, this is not a name that if you say the demand is maybe overdone or there's this AI bubble, I think we're a bit past that narrative at this point, but this name has exposure into the other world of tech, which I think is still important.
No doubt. I mean, and if you've been invested in this name pretty much at any time frame, maybe
Okay, AMD continuation.
doing okay. And
Supermicro bouncing. Tesla pulling back. Tesla pulling back. All right, it's Tesla, the lows of the morning.
And again, it just comes down to your own risk tolerance, your own investment goals, your own time horizon. But it also goes to show too that you don't need to be an expert on everything, but you do need to kind of have a broad understanding, and you do need to, of course, have a plan. I would say that when it comes to investing in things. And so if you're just a technicals person, you're just a fundamentals person, you use all of it. Most importantly, most important decision you make when it comes to making a trader investment is when you actually click that button. And oftentimes the decision there is how much, what price. And so that to me is where you get yourself into trouble. Too big and bad price, that's the recipe for disaster. Properly sized positions at good entry points is the name of the game.
That a good entry point, I feel like, is like the $1 million problem, because we're always trying to find the right entry point into these names. Although today's pullback definitely helping. We're down 2.5%. We're still hanging on to a modest gain on the week, but obviously seeing some substantial selling today, underperforming the overall market. I will also say that this name also trades at a forward multiple of around 32 roughly times. So it actually is still cheaper, relatively speaking, than the semiconductor industry, the tech industry. Slightly more pricey than the S&P 500, but in the world of semiconductors, it's actually, relatively lower valued. But we'll leave it there for our Broadcom, our semiconductor discussion. Coming up next, we will be completely shifting gears, looking at our under 30 name today, which is RedCat, which is a drone company, seeing some movement on the back of a U.S. government deal, which they will help with the hurricane response. We'll discuss more coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab Investing Themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
All right, looking for Amazon to push a bit higher. AMD trying to get above 168 and change. Okay, Amazon's still pushing. Micron trying to get back up to the highs of the day. Supermicro turning the corner. And we got a bid in NVIDIA starting to bounce.
trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hinks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and we are talking Red Cat today, which is a drone maker. I have the images of these drones pulled up. They look really cool, but I'm not an expert on this drone world, to be quite honest. So here to bring in the expert now, I'd like to welcome in George Chill, senior markets correspondent for the network. So George, walk me through the story today. Of course, I did see the drones helping with some of these relief efforts for the various hurricanes in Florida. So that's great news. I mean, I love the way technology now can serve like the greater good here.
Yeah, I mean, there's an interesting stuff going on in the drone.
All right. Amazon pushing a bit higher.
Supplying drones that are actually used not necessarily for civilian use, but also for military use. I think this is quite important. And, you have to think about drone usage, or maybe the absence of drone usage, going back to July with the Trump assassination attempt. One of the things I thought about initially was, why wasn't there a drone doing surveillance of the area? And so I think, with that said, I think the usefulness of these drones are becoming more important and ubiquitous across the scale for not just civilian, but also commercial and military application. Just think if the Secret Service actually had a drone, was utilizing it for surveillance during that day. Anyhow, if you consider what's going on with the business itself, this company, they've actually been generating quite a significant increase in revenues. I mean, last year's sales were less than 5 million, and if you look at the last 4 quarters, we're at 19 million. So that's over close to 300% increase in total sales for the underlying business, and they keep securing contracts. I mean, just a few days ago, they were awarded an additional $1.6 million contract from the Customs and Border Protection Agency, which is the Department of Homeland Security. The other thing is, as of recent, this company is also utilizing their technologies for the Florida National Guard to do surveillance and, of course, damage assessment, as well as search and rescue because of the hurricane. So I think this is an interesting situation for companies that are probably going to be generating, more revenues because of demands for, drones, especially in the military application going forward. But this company, essentially, if you look at it since April, has been moving quite significantly. So it wasn't necessarily a day that it's been moving. It's actually been moving, for about the last 6 months, with the stock higher at close to 300% over the last year.
Technology specifics aside, George, I know one thing that you like to look at is sort of just the general financials of a company. We know this is bucketed into that non-profitable growth tax bucket. But I'm looking at free cash flow. Look, it's still burning cash, but that story seems to be one that's improving. It's not at this point where, it's, let's call it $250 million market cap. It's not burning $50 million a year here, George.
Okay, Amazon looking for higher lows.
Which is seemingly still a lot of money.
AMD, got a feeling a lot of people will be interested in AMD. It's about to break out here. AMD, watch AMD.
Is my assessment of that correct?
AMD is trying to go.
First off, I mean, the stock has been trending since around April, and it seems to be holding, or at least, coming towards that 50-day moving average, or if you'd like to smooth things out, the 20-week moving average. If you look at that in that regard, which is equivalent to
Bitcoin still going. Bitcoin.
With that said, looking at the market capitalization and the cash needs, the market cap is around 265 million, so let's call it $250 million. And I looked at the last 4 quarters of losses, excluding cash and operations, the net loss was 28 million. So essentially, the company could issue, 10% additional shares to cover, an additional years of losses. But 10% now, if you look at the stock price, is about 35 cents or so. So, and with that said, if it does drop another 35 cents, it still would hold some of those. I would call it more intermediate term areas of support, which include, of course, your 10 and 20-week moving average. So I'm not saying it's a buy, but when I look at the financials, they're not bad and they're generating more revenue. It would only take a small increase or a bite size of a major contract. In fact, the Army is looking to secure about $650 million worth of drone purchases.
Trimble, TRMB. All right. Looking good.
That would be tremendous. So
Nice breakout.
this is one worth watching. I'm not suggesting it's a buy or a sell, but it is certainly one worth watching because of what you alluded to. The cash burn isn't that bad compared to the market capitalization, and then the technicals also match.
Yeah, and that's also a really good point here, George. I think a great breakdown on it, making an 11% plus move to the upside today to close out this week. Red Cat, which I recommend anyone Google their drones because they're actually really fascinating. But thank you as always, George Tellis, senior markets correspondent for the network. And just to check in on the market, pretty much
AMD still going. All right. Supermicro looking for a new high. Looking for it to run towards 45. SMCI. Okay, we had a couple of opportunities here on that was another one. Okay, still kind of choppy. Supermicro. What is Tiger? Up Fintech still sitting here. Okay. Amazon, a little stumble there, Amazon. A little profit taking. AMD holding up fairly well. AMD is going. Okay, looking good. Okay, AMD. Looking good.
Stay informed, stay ahead, tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data.
You certainly see patterns. Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are on the
All right. AMD
Set yourself up
still pushing.
It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going
AMD looking good.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single
Tesla, if you like the dip, looking for it to bounce next week. You got a dip again. Tesla.
everyone. Welcome to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides, and a happy Friday to you, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the
All right, let's trade, guys.
You're with us. It's another winning week on Wall Street, making it 5 in a row. And the S&P and Dow.
All right, GNRC. All right, that had dipped recently, so okay. Generac. That could just be, I don't know. It's kind of hard to trade the news, though. That's pretty good information. Can you confirm that? I can't confirm it yet. Generac. Yeah. Okay. Generac. Let's see what Generac looks like. GENRC. GNRC. Nice little pop.
The S&P right now is 5810. The Nasdaq at 20,258. That's only fractionally higher. The Dow up more than 0.75%.
All right, Generac did bounce at the 9 EMA.
92, and the Russell gaining 1.8%.
GNRC. Oh, big, huge, humongous spread in the options. Damn. Okay. Can't chase that. The options are ridiculous. There's a spread of about $1.50. That's crazy. Let's see.
So joining me right now, David Nicholson, Chief Research Officer.
$2 spread.
David, thank you so much for being with us today.
There's a $2 spread in the options. Can't play that. You could sell premium though. Let's see. Sell premium. Let's see. Generac. That's a good idea. Let's see. 160. Let me see. 160. When are their earnings? 160.
Well, Nicole, I think it was a huge
160.
for science fiction fans.
155.
Not so much of a win for investors, unfortunately. You could say that Elon Musk rolled out a time machine last night after getting, I think, a 45-minute late start to the event. He essentially repeated what he said
Sell
during
puts 155 by the 150. Let's see what those.
a bit of confusion
From
my perspective, even though I'm very much an Elon.
All right, let's go 165. Sell the 165. Oh no, okay, I got this backwards. Sell the 165.
And if it's such a great ROI opportunity,
Buy the 150. No, 155. No, 160. Duh. Okay, $1.85 credit. When do they report? Make sure I don't want to buy this or sell this before earnings. GNRC. Okay. October 30th. So that's only a couple of weeks away. So I should go back. Let me go to October 25th. Okay. 72 cents. 160. Sell the 165, 160. Generac. 160 is pretty close. 160, 155. They have earnings. They have earnings in a couple of weeks. So I'm going to pass on Generac. Looks like it'll keep going, but I don't want to sell puts at the high of the day because this could pull back, in which case those puts would become more valuable. The place to have sold it would be right on that dip pivot. Unfortunately, the options are there's such a big spread between the options. There's a $2 spread. So let me see what next week, maybe a different expiration. Okay. Maybe a different expiration. Let's go out 1 week. Let's see what those are looking like. Generac.
I think really tough from an investor perspective, but if you're a believer, if you're a speculator, great.
That's a little bit better. Closer. A 50-cent spread, so 25 cents.
And we know that they often have to delay. That's already far away, and you do see some of the other vehicles with
Wait a minute.
already under.
I'm on January. How the hell did they get on January 25?
No pedals, no steering wheel, so it takes it to
180.
another level. But you are seeing people with their their hands off the wheel and maybe holding their phone or doing something else other than driving the car. It's already out.
180.
It's just now he's trying to get it out further, but maybe too late.
Let's do 175.
There certainly seems to be frustration
180.
with the 2027 deadline there.
175 is possible.
How about we turn our attention over to AMD shares? Some of your thoughts on what's been going
170, 175.
As far as share price is concerned, I
$2.
think the market isn't dependable when it comes to immediate recognition of reality, but it's really good at eventual recognition of reality. So setting aside any questions of, well, why wouldn't it go up on good news? I think over time it will. AMD is very well positioned. They rolled out a bit of a trifecta of data center, hyperscale cloud, and consumer device strategy. Kind of a shining star in among all of the rest of the really good announcements is this idea that they're pushing hard into the back-end networking side of things. So these are devices that connect all of those GPUs together.
AMD still pushing.
Technology stack, and they're
You know what?
for making all of this stuff work, and that's critical if they want to be
GNRC, I'm going to cancel that order. I'm just going to, I'll pass on GNRC. I understand the catalyst, but I can't buy the high of the day. That's, even if we are a little bit off, can't buy the high of the day. Can't do it.
But they've taken a backseat to Intel for so long in the enterprise data center. I think they've sort of shied away and they've let that enterprise sales and marketing muscle atrophy over time. I'd like to see them double down on that. I think there's real upside there. Intel is vulnerable right now in that space, but they won't be forever.
I just saw Roth MKM has a $200 price target on AMD. Cantor has an overweight, a 180 price target. It's at 168. Curious whether or not you'd be buying either or AMD and Tesla.
Buying Tesla, my personal thought is, again, if you have faith in the AI and robotics and autonomy vision that Tesla has over the next 5 years, absolutely. That's very, very different than being an institutional investor and looking for returns over a short horizon. AMD, I think, is absolutely poised to do very well over time. And so regardless of specific targets that are being tossed around today, I would be very, very positive on the idea of AMD being that corporate shield, frankly, for NVIDIA as we move forward, as they get more and more scrutiny around the questions of monopoly and the exercise of monopoly power. So really, really bullish on AMD, but Tesla as a stock, sadly, they didn't deliver last night in my mind.
How about NVIDIA? Because you talked about AMD sort of working along with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has been obviously the front runner. Is NVIDIA interesting to you?
Yeah, NVIDIA is interesting. I think that that close watchers of the AI space are predicting that this rise and fall, if you will, the sort of disruption curve is going to be the quickest we've ever seen in tech history. In other words, I don't think NVIDIA is going to have a 30-year dominance in a space like an Intel did, whatever the number is you want to put on that. I think that investment in alternatives to what NVIDIA does in 100 different areas are going to be, it's going to be fast and furious this year. So they're going to be under assault. It's going to be a death by 1,000 cuts. So NVIDIA is in great shape. Their market share will continue to be 90+% over time. But I would say margin erosion is something for people to pay very, very close attention to with NVIDIA.
We're hearing mixed reviews about where the market could be headed overall. You do have an election coming up. You do have the Fed's decisions coming up for the rest of the year. We're at 5,800 now in the S&P 500 at new record all-time highs today. Some of your thoughts on where the S&P could be headed between now and the end of the year?
Well, if my magic crystal ball was good enough to call, I wouldn't be here talking to you today, even though I love you like a sister. But I would say, say nothing dramatic will happen before the election. and then all bets are off after the election. How's that for a gutless hedge?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, a lot of people are very concerned. I'm hearing a mix. Some people are saying, look, it's just noise. The election is noise. Don't worry about it. And others who are shoring up cash because they're worried about the uncertainty or what could happen.
Yeah, no, I changed my mind. Changed my mind on Generac.
Following the election as they try and settle all those numbers. You know, are you in it for the long term when you look to 2025 and 26, for example?
Yeah, I think so. I think betting on the U.S. economy and frankly betting on the global economy, specifically being as entrenched in AI as I am, I really do believe in the promise.
Okay, looks like S&P continues to move higher. AMD doing a nice job of keeping us in this trade. AMD. AMD, nice job. Nice job. Thank you. Look at TTM.
Some panic along the way, but I think generally speaking, good things are ahead.
All right, David Nicholson, Chief Research Officer, the Futurum Group. Thank you so much for being with us today.
AMD starting to go now.
Coming up next, Options Corner. Rick Ducat standing by, and he will highlight unusual options activity we're seeing from the day. How investors are looking to trade on high sizzle names. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, VF Corp. We'll be right back here on the Watch List on Schwab Network.
AMD looking good. Okay, it's 212 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
Okay. Looking really good.
Schwab Network.
Come on, NVIDIA. NVIDIA just sitting there sleeping. All right, Tesla bouncing off the low.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Oh boy. Looking good. Sing it, Janice. Looking good.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. Glad you're with us for Options.
Man, what a day.
Where we
Nice reversal on AMD.
options trades we're seeing throughout the day. For that, we welcome in Rick Ducat, chartered market technician here at Schwab Network. And you have a theme, some high sizzle names. Of course, this morning, JP Morgan out with its quarterly numbers. Good news there. You found a trade, and we want to hear more about it.
I like doing themes.
Micron looking for a push here. Watch Micron. Might go. Micron. Let's see if we got some buy order blocks on Micron. We got a sell order block right overhead. We need to break that out. We need to take that out. It'll go away. Watching Micron for a minute. Watching Micron. Okay, look at the TTM. Look at TTM. It's cyan.
really interesting trades here that seem to have been done by the same person, same time, same number of contracts here, but vastly different in terms of their structure here. So 2 separate legs. The first leg, plus 1,110 October 11th, 212.5 strike calls at a $10.05 debit. The second leg, same quantity, plus 1,110 October 18th, 227.5 calls at a $1 debit here. So very different, parameters for these trades here. And, I was amazed when I was looking at this trade here at how insanely risky the first one is. We have a 0 data expiration option that cost over $1 million here. So the cost
Okay, Micron.
of the first trade was,
Chips. Can we have a nice finish on the chips? Okay, Micron, AMD. Update AMD. Still going. Okay, so Micron had a good reversal yesterday. We're still at the 200-day, so if we can squeeze through the 200-day, note the Bollinger Bands are paralleling the 9 EMA 21-day. RSI is rising. This tells you strength of trend. This is Micron, strength of trend. You can see Bollinger Bands, red lines, turned up and paralleling the 21-day. That's telling you look for a grind higher. Grind is fine. Let's get above the 200-day and grind along the upper Bollinger Band next week. Volume looks good. I'd like to see a little bit more volume before the close so that we can have another accumulation day. AMD with the dip. AMD getting the dip getting bought. Man, if we were to close above yesterday's high, that would be awesome. A $10 move in one day would be huge, huge. That'd be huge. Up $4.76. AMD.
Sure. The break even for the one today came in at, let me see real quick, 222.55. So we are.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Generac. I hope that does continue to move higher. I would like to see Home Depot and Lowe's also moving higher. Home Depot, I'd like to see that moving higher.
Solid move to the upside here. Much lower risk for the second leg. That's only about $100,000 that they.
Lowe's. Okay, that looks pretty good. Lowe's at all-time highs. Lowe's. Home Depot did dip. Home Depot did dip. Okay, let's look at the weekly on Home Depot. Okay, new all-time highs on that one. AMD is looking really special. Okay, Micron needs to push through this area. I'm going to watch Micron just for a minute just to see if this order block will go away. Okay, breaker block. All right, we need to break through here.
Big move. Both reported earnings this morning. Bank of America enjoying the party here with a nice push above that previous resistance area that was carved.
AMD looking good.
$41 mark here, and they've got their own earnings coming.
Apple's turning the corner.
Next week here.
Apple is turning the corner. Good job, Apple. Micron. Trying to get back up there. Micron.
January 17th, 41.43 strangle at a 353 credit. So we're selling the 41 puts and we're selling the 43 calls.
FYI, I forgot to mention it. I had a limit order to buy the December 110, 115 call vertical. I think I mentioned that yesterday. That I was looking for a dip to buy. I got filled. Okay.
So you'll get a bigger credit, but the trade-off is very important here because the trade that we have here, this short strangle, it is not risk-defined. You could have potentially unlimited losses on the call side here and catastrophic, but not technically unlimited losses on the put side here. So our break-evens that we need to consider, 37.47 to the downside, 46.53 to the upside. So about
okay. Let me just post that in the alerts channel. 110, 115 December.
Just to stay right where you are right now and not move. You want to stay in that flat part at the top of our little mountain there on our risk profile there. A $1 move in the underlying translates to $1.17 million in profit, or rather a loss in this case, because the max profit will be if nothing changes here. The stakes are very high for this one. Expected move 5.2. So, the break-evens are within range, but that's not what you want for this trade. That would be the dangerous thing for this trade. So there's some heavy risk on the table for this one. Sizzle 5.1, not as big as JP Morgan, but still really high. 5 times the typical volume here. 297,000 options traded. 10,000 is about 3% or so of that total number.
All right, yeah, I saw the Sizzle and the last one was 6.7 you had, and this one's 5.7. And VF Corp, which is the parent of so many cool names and brands that we know. I think North Face is under that, Vans is under that. You need some big moves for these people who place these trades. Need some big moves, right?
Yes. So this trade is a little different here. This is perhaps our most unorthodox trade setup here. But it's in addition to being the smallest name we're covering and kind of the only one that's not a bank, it's actually the most significant trade relative to its own market. It has the highest sizzle. So when we look at the trade, though, so what we've got plus 7,500 November 1st, 2123 call vertical. So a long call vertical. But they're also combining it with long puts, plus 7,500 November 1st, 17 strike puts. All coming together at a 97-cent net debit. I don't know if there's a specific name for this type of trade here, but it's, a long call vertical plus a long put. 21 days out, not a ton of time here. And what we need for this one is a big move in either direction. When we look at our break evens, 1603 to the downside, 2197 to the upside. So about a 20% drop, almost 21% drop to get to that downside break even, a much closer target for the upside at 8.6%. Max profit, $12 million if the stock goes to zero. That would be that long put coming into effect here. But the long side profit camps out at about $772,000 here. So you can see on the right side of the screen, we have kind of our long call vertical risk profile here, combined with our long put vertical, our long put on the left side there, giving us this rather unusual shape here. So you can see that we kind of the opposite of our last trade. We want a big move in one direction or the other. If we stay the same, we will lose the whole amount that we paid for this one, which was $727,000 or so. A $1 move in the underlying translates to about $1 million of profit here. So we would want that to move on as
Micron looking for a follow through. Okay, there goes Nvidia. Nvidia going.
The long side, much higher potential on
Angela.
the side here. The highest sizzle of our three names today, 8.7, so very high sizzle. And the biggest trade relative to its own market here. This 22,500 lot trade.
Okay, there goes Nvidia. Microsoft on the move. All right, the FANG stocks are catching a bid now. New York FANG catching a bid.
Pretty impressive there. And then as we looked at that, we see the action right now is just down, but I saw Jefferies has a hold and Goldman Sachs has a neutral, but these trades need some action. That's for sure. Thank you for all.
Okay, let's go take a look at the New York FANG index. Okay, it's always good to keep an eye on this index because invariably you're going to be trading one or many of these. Look at the New York Stock Exchange.
A most desired area. We pray for Florida. Lot to discuss. We'll be right back.
New all-time high, new all-time high on the New York Stock Exchange composite breaking out today. New York Stock Exchange composite. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. All right, so we will have a bullish bias for Monday if it closes up here. Oh, beautiful. It's a beautiful morning. Ba, ba, ba. Bum, 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 ba, ba, ba. Do, do, wah. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay, so New York FANG index. Okay, so this is that's looking pretty bullish. All right, so if we close up here, It's a modest move today, a little bit tighter price action. Not surprising with Gamma the way it is. Pretty sticky in this area. Sticky, not stinky. Sticky in this area. Okay, let me move these over. 50, 200 day right there. 200 days there. Wow. This is a beauty. Okay, this looks good for next week. If we can close up here, this looks good for next week. Wow. Impressive.
Have a choice in how you invest
Do,
with
do.
Schwab.
Accelerate your market now.
All right, so
Shift your perspective into full view. Real-time
shoot.
example trades.
Downloads.
Full hours of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market.
New York Stock Exchange Composite 2,000 stocks.
12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Fedelides on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. A few market movers for you. We're watching Fastenal, the top performer for the NASDAQ 100 today. We did see a report that
Forget about the 100 stocks. Wow, don't forget about it.
finished stronger than it began, despite challenging conditions, disruptions at the end of the quarter from Hurricane Helene. The strong report is also fueling optimism for the U.S. manufacturing economy. Rideshare stocks are jumping after Tesla's robotaxi event failed to impress investors. Shares of Uber jumping to all-time highs, on pace for record close. Note from Truist pointing to Uber as a winner in the long run in the autonomous vehicle arms race. Shares of Lyft, which have struggled since reaching a 52-week high in March, are also
Definitely.
in today's trading. Let's turn your attention
Good trading, folks, in the room.
what's changing and what you need to know. Rates coming down. Florida, well, we prayed for Florida. And what kind of confidence do consumers really have? Let's dive into all of that. With me right now, Dolly Lenz, CEO of Dolly Lenz Real Estate and
Dollyland?
Managing Director, Dolly Lenz Real Estate. Great to see you both. Thank you for being here. I always start with we're praying for Florida. I know you've done so much in Florida. Every time I speak to you, you talk about Naples and West Palm. And what would you say is going on there other than the devastation we're seeing on television?
Well, major weather events are never a good thing, right? And at least in the short term, they're a terrible thing. So lots of cancellations of deals, lots of bad stuff going on as expected, right?
New York FANG Index looks good. All right, let me go take a look. Okay, you guys don't see this. New York FANG Index looks good. If you're trading any one of these 10 stocks in the box, this is important for you to follow this particular index. I would suggest making up a chart if you don't already have one. There goes Generac. Generac's on the move. Generac's going. Okay. Let's see. We want to go to the S&P 500 equal weight. Okay. S&P 500 equal weight. Survey says that's bullish. S&P equal weight.
Well, inland is a little better, right? But even inland really was affected by this hurricane and the prior hurricane.
Right. And what kind of towns would that be?
Well, Orlando, center of Florida.
But even
right?
Disney was closed, and that's only happened, I believe, 11 times ever in history.
Yeah.
So it's really everywhere's affected. It just depends on where the hurricane is really coming from.
Yeah, and I don't expect you to know this answer, but I wonder how long it takes to rebuild and get sort of these cities back up and running. I mean, do you have any idea? I don't expect you to know.
Ian was devastating. So Ian probably took a good year to actually rebuild, right? But there was rebuilding going on, progress made in 2 months, in 3 months. So it's interesting how it's not as bad as it appears once it's over.
Right. It's good for people to be careful and to go where they need to go. But we were lucky, I think, with Helene.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk big picture. Rates are supposed to be coming down. They're not.
They did. So we were
They did.
here. Yes, we were here the day before the Fed cut rates 50 basis points, which which we were so excited about. They came down, and then as a result, pending home sales increased by 2%, which is the biggest bump in 3 years. That's huge.
Right.
But of course, because of this good jobs report we just got, they're back up to about 6.6%, which
How low did they get? I mean, were they getting close?
Yeah, 6.26%.
So that was getting pretty close to 6.
Yes.
You know, we see the 10-year bond back to that 4.1 level over the last day or two. I don't know whether it's the second, but the point is that it's stubborn.
It is.
Sticky. It doesn't just come right down.
Okay, big move there, S&P.
Right? So it's employment data.
All right, S&P equal weight index looks good.
Just the Fed cutting rates is
But
the
as
problem.
rates come down, confidence is still, though today wasn't so great, but confidence is still generally somewhat strong when it comes to, because the affordability is still an issue, and those prices may go higher.
But listings surged 34%. That means that hopefully we pivot to a buyer's market,
Right, that's
right?
the bright spot for people looking to buy, because obviously with all this going on, people have a choice. Your home isn't going to sell as fast, so if you want to be the next to sell, you have to be a little bit realistic in price. And speaking about New York City specifically, in the luxury market, we were, you know, a little bit shocked today. It's 540 days on market average before you sell your home in New York City.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it is a long time. Think about it.
What
Like
did it
years.
used to be?
It's like a year.
Yeah, and a year was high, but it was 6 months for a long time. Then it went up to a year.
Right.
You know, New York
So
is a
365 days versus 540 days, big
Right,
difference.
it sounds better when you say 540 days, not couple years.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and that's what we're telling our sellers, right? If you want to be the next to sell, you have to be realistic on pricing, and that number also encompasses an 11% drop from the most recent asking price.
Right.
So think about that. What was the original asking price? So it's really probably a 30% drop, not 11.
When we saw the most recent inflation prints, which I guess people seem to be relatively happy with, you know, you had Logan from the Fed saying the recent inflation data is very welcome because things seem mostly to go in the right direction. Shelter even came down a bit. How are we doing on rents versus buying, at least in New York City?
New York City rents dropped a little bit recently, so
Ooh, what just happened? Okay, my account just like went poof. All right, my Thinkorswim just like just disappeared. Oh wow, that was weird. That was never had that happen. Okay, let's see. Thinkorswim. That was weird. Just completely shut off. Something's going on there. All right, that's all right. I'll just log back in. I see you, kitty cat. I see you. You want my attention? All right, so that was weird. Trey weird. I don't know what happened there. Okay, we're back. Hi, kitty cat. Hi, my kitty cat. Probably have to increase the memory or something. Okay. Okay, nanonuclear, watching that one. S&P equal weight index, watching that. Micron. Okay. AMD. AMD, nice little crest at the highs there. AMD. Okay, looks good. Let's see, AMD. Those are October 25th calls. Okay. AMD looks fine. AMD. MD. Am I talking to myself? No, I'm not on mute. Okay. All right. So I don't know what happened there, but my toss crashed. Just bloop, gone. Let's see. What time is it? 2:35 on the East Coast. Cat keeps nudging me with her nose. All right. What do you want? You hungry? Are you hungry? Okay. Let me take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
You know, do you think one candidate, without being too political, when you have a home or want to buy a home or, I don't know, want to get a loan, do you think one candidate may help folks a little more than the other?
I mean, one candidate probably is more pro small business. And I think that candidate, whichever one that might be, would likely help homes sales more. Because it's the first time home buyers who are really out of the market.
Right.
And those are the ones we need to get back in. And the ones helping small business thrive are going to be the ones that influence the real estate market most.
And we saw the 25,000.
Exactly.
Right,
Yes.
to give folks, to get them started with that. I'm not
Exactly.
sure how the government will pay for that.
Right. No, we're going to pay for that.
But
Yeah.
it's a nice idea.
Yeah.
But you do expect housing to remain hot. I mean,
Yes.
it's real estate, it was always said real estate's a great investment.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Only if you time it right. So you really have to be thoughtful. Real estate can be a very good investment, but you can't need to sell.
Right. It's not liquid, right? That's a huge negative of real estate.
Yeah.
So if you need to sell and these insurance costs keep going up and your maintenance and all of these things, right? That's going to be a problem because you will take a loss. You have to buy well because selling is difficult, as we just said. In New York with these 540 days or what.
That's
have you.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
And luxury market is quantified by how many rooms or above a certain price.
Probably 4 million in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. But across the country, one thing we are seeing is a lot more than ever, $100 million plus sales.
Yeah.
Right. So California, Florida leading the way.
Yeah.
But there are others that are happening. And that's huge.
Right. The wealthy are still very wealthy.
Yes. And
we always say you're over the $1 billion broker. You've had so much selling that you've done. I've lost count on the billions number. And you often bring to us some of the snazzy, glitzy sales or anything like that. The famous people. Anything you've been watching of late?
Malibu is on fire. Malibu, there's like no inventory and multiple $100 million sales. And Palm Beach area, right? Not just Palm Beach Island itself, but Palm Beach area on fire.
Like such a limited inventory in these places.
Right.
And so that keeps pricing high.
Interesting.
Yes, very
So
high.
California is back. I mean,
Well, Malibu is back. You know, I think the LA region, but Malibu is super back.
Very interesting. Always great to see you.
You're the best.
Dolly
Thank
Lenz,
you.
Jenny Lenz, we thank you for being here and giving us your perspective, your color from the streets and your experiences. We appreciate it. Of Dolly Lenz Real Estate. Dolly Lenz, Jenny Lenz. Thank you. Still ahead, some portfolio strategies to consider and why one guest sees good things ahead for PayPal, Pfizer, and Amazon. We'll be right back.
Bobby was looking at Shaq yesterday, right? You were looking at Shaq? Okay, S-H-A-K, Shaq. Okay. Looking for a breakout? You looking for a breakout, Bobby? Shaq looks good. A quadruple top of sorts. Low resistance area on Shaq. All right, NVIDIA pulling back a little bit. All right, Caterpillar. Looks good, Caterpillar. So economically sensitive construction. Oh, you know what? There's probably a lot of that to deal with. All the cleanup and the road building and everything. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, so Cat, if you get a chance on the dip, yeah, Cat looks pretty good. Bollinger Bands are starting to come together. You guys that bought the 9 EMA, probably better. I don't want to buy intraday right here.
Is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400
Florida,
tailored to platforms
Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee.
and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Penalides. We have a look at some different stocks and strategies.
Yeah, United Rentals. Yeah, that's a good point. United Rentals, URI. United Rentals, URI.
Synergy Advisory Management Group. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm getting mixed reactions on how people feel.
Yeah, United Rentals. I like that idea a lot, actually, because they'll buy a lot of machinery. More than likely going to need a lot of machinery for the cleanup.
Have come to fruition. We've seen, rate cuts. We've seen a lot of these AI stocks do well. We've seen a lot of the technology sector do well. And,
So we'll look for that to break out.
I think that this is still going to continue on a little bit longer here, Nicole.
Supermicro new highs, SMCI new high of the day.
Final stretch of this year.
Yeah, I mean, you've been bullish, so you continue to be bullish. I mean, is today a buying opportunity? What days are the buying opportunities, and what would you be buying? Before I get to the specific stocks, are there
United Supermicro, SMCI, Supermicro. Okay, got a new high over here.
And these stocks are, when there's a little bit of a dip, a lot of the money keeps going back into the same stocks. And these stocks are doing well. Their earnings are doing well. And I continue to think that a lot of these leaders that have been moving the markets quite nicely this year are going to continue. Case in point, I highlighted a few stocks that I continue to like. And I kind of look back in the beginning of the year, and a lot of these stocks I've been pounding the table on all year. I think they're going to actually still move higher.
Yeah, you have a few names that are in focus here. You think about PayPal, and this is a turnaround play. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, I like PayPal. It's one of my newer picks in the last quarter or so. I like the fact that they're a leader in the digital payment space, and that's the way of the future. People are just not using cash anymore. They have some new leadership that came in last year and implemented some cost-cutting measures. The stock, in my opinion, is still trading very cheap. PayPal has 400 million users, and 100 million of them happen to be outside of the U.S., which should bode well for them. And they're also launching into the ad business to pitch data to some of their advertisers. So I think that the stock right now looks cheap, considering that the stock was trading over $300 back in 2021. We've seen the stock move up nicely in the last year, and I continue to think that this stock should do very well. Usually, I put like 20%, where I think the stock could move in the next 6 months.
Wow. Okay. So that is some conviction to this name, followed by a dividend play. I mean, are you often looking for different dividend plays?
Well, as interest rates go lower, I always highlight some dividend plays.
All right, looks like profit taking in today.
Unfortunately, Pfizer really hasn't participated since COVID in the rally. They're down quite a bit, almost 50%. And the dividend is 5.7%. A lot of activists are looking at the stock right now, thinking the stock could be very cheap. They have some really good drugs out on the horizon that could really propel the stock. And I think with the cheap valuation right here, And should the market pull back at all, I think Pfizer would be a very strong play in someone's portfolio.
Right. And then good old Amazon. Is this, I don't know what you call Amazon at this point. Is this a growth stock? It's unbelievable because it's just off its all-time highs.
Yeah.
But some of your thoughts here on Amazon. Is this still a winner, especially in the Mag 7?
Yeah, I think Amazon's going to be a winner here for quite a while. Sort of like how Walmart was a winner back, in the 80s and 90s. So I think Amazon's here to stay for quite a while. They have a really diversified.
Apple turning the corner. Maybe Apple end of day. Apple.
They had some cost-cutting measures.
Hour and 15 minutes to go. Apple ABCD pattern.
Their advertising and web services are doing extremely well. And, even Prime Video, they're getting more involved in the NFL and their streaming is doing very well. And, they're diversifying their whole business. And I just like Amazon and continue to think that it's going to be one of the leaders here in the markets in the end of this year and into 2025.
We have Tesla in the news. We have 3 banks in the news as far as them reporting. Delta reported, Pepsi reported. We're already underway with some exciting names to watch overall. Are any of them exciting to you at this time that you can share with us?
Well, I think Tesla is a pretty exciting stock. I know they came out, and it wasn't favorable what a lot of people had to say. But in the future, I do think that they're going to do very, very well. It may take a while longer for their plans to.
Apple looking forward to push. Apple.
Tesla would definitely be an interesting play.
Apple turning the corner. BNC pivots.
Do very well in the future.
Apple ABC looking for a follow through. All right, we had this fair value gap over here. We just came up to it. Buy order blocks starting to build up.
Over the next several years, and I think the stock should do very well. And of course, another stock that has lagged is Disney, and I think Disney should do well also. And as we move out of tech a little bit, going into 2025, we may see some of these value names pop up, and I think that they could do well. But right now, it looks like we're still in growth mode, and I think we're going to be there till the end of the year. Right now, we're in this. We're going to start this seasonal pattern that does very well, usually starting in November and all the way till May. So we'll see where this takes us.
Yeah, and those names, Nike, Tesla, Disney, are big names. They're leaders in their categories, names people love, brand conscious. People love those brands. They repeated customers, things like that. It's great to see you, Andrew Ahrens. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts right now. Still feeling bullish. Andrew Ahrens, founder and partner at Synergy Advisory Management Group. Thank you. Coming up, earnings season is now underway. The big banks really kicked it off. JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo reporting this morning. And next week, we have even more. So let's dive into all of this right after the break. We'll be right back here on the Watch List on Schwab Network.
All right, Dexcom with a nice bounce. Cadence Design. Netflix, number 4 on the S&P. NASDAQ 100, sorry. Tesla, number 5.
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab?
Down 8%.
Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full-service wealth management advice and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest.
Fastenal, Moderna, Siri, Packard, DoorDash, AMD. All right, looks like AMD is going to go again. AMD, Apple, maybe a scalp into the close.
Earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. only on the Schwab Network.
Pump it. Go Amazon. Apple, looking for higher lows. Got a fair value gap right here. Fair value gap. Right there.
Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
All right, what did I do here? Did something.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm glad you're here with us. Just looking at some of the numbers for JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock. The S&P 500 closing out the week here. We're seeing record territory. We've had strong earnings from the banks kicking off earnings season. And we'll have more next week, right? We were talking about Bank of America on Tuesday. You'll hear from Citigroup,
Amazon.
Stanley, and many others, just to name.
ABCD pattern on Amazon.
We have our panel here on board. David Traynor, CEO, New Constructs, and Pierre Boulay, a managing director at global consulting firm SSA and Company. Thank you both for being with us. So, David, are there clear
Tesla
winners or
at the low.
points to make after we've already heard some of the reports?
I think so. I think banks remain a very underappreciated group, especially the top performers. We've had JP Morgan is on our focus list and one of our top picks for a long time. And we pointed out
Amazon.
the free cash flow generation is enormous. We think this is a better stock individually than holding the entire S&P 500. There's less risk, more upside, despite the diversification in the S&P. So we're excited to see JP Morgan performing so well this year. We don't like BlackRock or Wells Fargo as much, but JP Morgan remains one of our top recommendations.
So you like JP Morgan better than the entire S&P 500. That's pretty impressive. And JP Morgan has been a stellar performer. Year to date, it's up about 32%. And 1 year, 53%. Jamie Dimon has made comments and the outlook as well. What are some of your thoughts, Pierre, on some of these names?
So I think I agree with David that JP Morgan is a clear winner. Jamie Dimon has been managing the firm in an extremely effective way. That's the understatement, I think, of the year. And they are outperforming at this stage anyone in the market. However, I'm a little more bullish likely than David about Wells Fargo. They have been going through a tremendously difficult time, and they are beginning to emerge from that. A lot of the moves that they are doing are correct as well. They are beginning to get out of the mess. And in fact, their results are quite encouraging, but definitely not at the level of JP Morgan Chase.
Yeah, look, JP Morgan seems to always be everybody's pick, and Pierre, you made that point, but Wells Fargo, you're bullish on a name that
Apple.
struggled through a lot of PR issues and mishandlings that they had to deal with, now a different company, and actually some good bright spots. But year over year, there was some concern about net interest margin, net interest income, and things like that. Pierre, sort of, when you look at Wells Fargo, why Wells Fargo now?
So
Okay, Apple going.
Definitely a consumer banking business mostly, unlike JP Morgan Chase, which is extremely diversified, at least in the financial services area. What they are doing on the consumer banking side is to clean up their books, make sure effectively that the risks, specifically the credit risk, is controlled. I personally believe that the credit risk is not going away. And in fact, banks like Wells Fargo or JP Morgan Chase are very, very careful to not issue too many loans. I do believe it's not only an issue of demand, it's an issue of supply, where they are very, very careful to the loans that they underwrite.
Yeah. David, are you making any moves ahead of some of the names for next week? Bank of America, Citi, Morgan Stanley, PNC, and others. Are you thinking that one may be an extreme bright spot or one may be a complete dud?
Not really. We're not seeing anything extraordinary happening here. And I also agree with Pierre. I think Wells Fargo is doing the right things. They're moving in the right direction. We're just looking for a little more evidence that it's going to pay off in the end. So, but otherwise, we think there are plenty of great stocks in the banking sector, but you got to be selective. There's some bad ones too. And But we're not expecting, Nicole, any big shocking headlines coming out in earnings in the next few days.
I mean, we've seen investment banking do well. I was just talking about net interest income, but you do say there's some bad ones. I mean, what makes for a bad one? We're seeing mostly the big money center banks reporting first. Are the bad ones that something you care to talk about? We're also seeing Morgan Stanley, Truist, KeyCorp, M&T. Anything else you can highlight for us, David, ahead of next week? Because there's a lot of names to watch.
Yeah, I think when we say good and bad stocks, we're going to say that about pretty much every sector. There's really not a sector out there where we would say universally all the stocks are good.
Okay,
Apple.
Apple.
This is probably it's our highest rating in terms of across the entire sector. But when we look at
Okay, Apple's still going, breaking higher. Had that fair value gap. We're into it right now. Fair value gap right there.
So we would say that kind of categorically about every sector.
Right, but overall, you did feel that the group has some value, and JP Morgan being your top pick.
Fair value gap is filled now. So it appears getting close.
Throughout the next week. Thank you for the setup. We appreciate it. The look back and the setup.
Apple.
David Traynor, CEO at New Constructs, and Pierre Boulay, Managing Director, SSA and Company.
Cyan color bars on the 5-minute looks good.
Press here on the watch list. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides. Market on close for Oliver Rennick is next.
Apple looking good. Okay, we've got an hour and 4 minutes to go. Hour and 4 minutes to go. Okay, you hear that bullish flow? You hear that bullish flow right now?
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it.
Okay, Amazon, can we go a bit more?
As a trader, is to just make money. With a history,
Apple.
geography degree.
What is that? That's the 4-hour. Let's take a look at the hourly chart. Hourly, 1 hour.
Because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself and find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So, how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find
Okay.
opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity.
30-minute Apple. 30-minute Apple is turning. 5-minute, nice rally on Apple. AMD looking for another leg higher. Amazon looking for a break higher as well. Micron. NVIDIA looking for the bounce.
I'm a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
All right, they're talking Bloomberg. They're talking Trump media right now. Let's see what's going on. Trump media. All right, they're talking Trump media on Bloomberg. All right, I don't see anything right now to do. Okay, Apple. Back to Apple. Apple on the move.
So what does all this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up. Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
Oh, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft going.
5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector. Now there's a market for everything.
There goes Microsoft.
Market overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay, fair value gaps keep showing up there. A lot of volume coming in real quick. Stocks gapping up. A lot of fair value gaps. Watching buy order blocks. You can see those building on Apple. If you zoom out, you can see those buy order blocks. Okay.
Counting down the minutes till the weekend here. But more time for stocks.
Buying the dip.
We're all-time highs. Russell 2000 has been leading the day. It's now almost up 2%. We were looking at it this morning, about like 10 a.m. It started getting interesting. The Russell rallied and faded and then came back, and we were kind of walking through the logic on MTL. What would get in the way of a ramp today didn't seem like much. Kind of was expecting that since Wednesday. Took a little step back on Thursday.
Okay, we got an hour to go. All right, it's 3 o'clock straight up. Power hour. Let's see if we can't get a follow through. Okay.
Ask our experts over this final stretch what the weeks ahead are likely to hold for your money, including fund strategist Tom Lee. Will join us in just a moment. Lots of questions this week about the future path of rate cuts. And on that note, the former Cleveland Fed president, Loretta Mester, will be here as well with her outlook. We're excited about that interview, too. Let's check the scorecard here. There it is. With 60 minutes to go in this week, strong bank earnings, a good PPI report have sent stocks higher today. We're on track for record closes yet again. Goldman hitting a new high today. And elsewhere, two stocks moving in opposite directions, but on the same story. Tesla is lower after its robo-taxi event failed to wow the street, at least most on it. Uber rising on those developments too, and there's Uber up 11% today. It does take us to our talk of the tape, the Bull Run, which marks its 2-year anniversary tomorrow. Let's welcome in Tom Lee, FundStrat's managing partner, head of research, also a CNBC contributor. It's good to see you on this Friday. Welcome back, Tom.
Thank you, Scott. Great to see you.
I led in here with the fact that, we have this streak going for stocks. We've above 5,800 for the S&P for the first time ever, though it seems to me from your notes that you're a little bit cautious as this month progresses. Why?
Well, Scott, we're cautious, but we advised our clients to be buying the dips. And the reason we're cautious is that I'm probably saying something very obvious, but I think investors want to see who ends up becoming president after election day. So I think we are in a period where markets are just sitting on the sidelines, but at the same time, 2024 has been such a strong year, Scott, that I think the last 2 weeks have proven that maybe macro is taking a little bit of a step back now, and liquidity and all this cash on the sidelines is really the dominant factor.
You think we just have to get the election out of the way, and then it sort of clears the way for what you still think can be a pretty decent rally? I think your target's 6,000 or around that.
Yeah, Scott, there's a lot of firepower supporting stocks post-election because we've got a Fed that's dovish and the economy looks healthy. I don't think we're in a recession. And so, the 3-month and 6-month outlooks are very strong for stocks. And I think China, while there's maybe some hesitation, but China's government is really starting to unleash some measures, and that's supportive of that region finally turning. And of course, the third factor is, I think after 2 years, investors who've been very cautious are starting to realize that, the $6 trillion of cash on the sidelines and the low levels of margin debt need to be put to work at a time when the Fed is supporting the economy.
The other possible headwinds, I think, are ones that are maybe outside of the political cycle, at least as people, refer to them. Valuations, they say, are too rich or stretched, right? The S&P is about 21.5. That's above, obviously, its historical average. Yields are up. Now, you could make the argument that they're up for the right reason, but I think they're still up a little bit more than people thought they might be after the Fed did its 50. And then the Fed's going to be a little bit slower and smaller in the way they progress with rate cuts. Is that an issue? Of course, the flip side of that is, well, why would they need to do anything anymore anyway? Because the economy is as resilient as you just suggested it is.
Yeah. Well, on all those points, Scott, on valuation, I know people use the aggregate number for the S&P, but it is misleading because, as we know, the top 7 stocks do have a higher deserved multiple, and the median PE, it's not that much cheaper, but it's around 18 times. But that's not a bad deal considering the 10-year yield is actually a 25 PE. And with regard to the Fed cuts possibly slowing, I think what really matters now is the Fed is on a path to essentially normalize interest rates back towards neutral because the inflation pressures are ebbing. I mean, I think even CPI this week, even though it was a little hotter than expected, really didn't send a signal that inflation's reaccelerating. And so the Fed is, on a path towards 3%. And I think that's really constructive for stocks.
Let's say we can all kind of come to agreement, because I think we could say that the consensus is bullish at this point. People think stocks are going to go higher from here because of the economy and rate cuts. The principal disagreement among the crowd at this point appears to be where. Where do you need to be positioned to take advantage of a market that looks like it really wants to go higher? You obviously have suggested that small caps could have the opportunity to have the biggest jump between now and the end of the year. That's a controversial view because, if yields are elevated, if the economy is slowing at least a bit, or there are questions around it, maybe those stocks don't do as well. I thought it was interesting, the thoughtful commentary that Ricky Sandler put forth of Eminence yesterday on social media, to where he says the best place to play offense, and he thinks you should play offense, are in below mega cap companies that have interesting earnings equity stories at mid to large cap, not mega, but mid to large, and he doesn't say small. So how would you argue your points against those?
I'd say that we're on the same side of that line, which is market breadth is expanding, and he sees a better risk reward in mid to large.
Uber is running.
I think there are some reasons. There's argument that maybe you can find higher quality and longer histories, but I think that small caps really do perform when the market is believing we're having a soft landing. I don't think that they can make that case in their mind yet.
Bitcoin new high of the day.
Whether or not Harris or Trump is president, but I think once we're through that period, I think small caps not only have underperformance as a tailwind, but it's really, and I know I'm repeating myself, but median PE of a small cap stock is 10.7 times. It's like 7 turns cheaper. We're already looking at third quarter earnings growth of 43% versus around under double digits for S&P. So you're getting better growth. But I think small caps probably do better if Trump wins, just because
Amazon
potential for deregulation and M&A. So I think that's why election day probably is a pivot point for small caps.
Would you agree with Mr. Sandler that the market at the index level is both expensive and consensus, and that's why he has the urge to look elsewhere? Mega caps are underperforming, or at least the NASDAQ is today.
Apple.
And maybe that's how the story is going to end up playing out for at least 2 of those reasons that he mentions.
Well, I think if someone thinks PE's
Apple on the move,
stocks, then people are cautious. But to me, the PE is rising because the U.S. economy and companies survived a stress test, Scott. We had a pandemic. We had global trade stop. We have a huge inflation cycle. The Fed, the fastest rate hikes in history. Let's say 4 things that just bombarded corporate earnings, and companies are producing record profits. So to me, they survived a stress test that warrants higher multiples. I just don't personally think 20 times for a category leading company is expensive, even 25 times. And like if we're talking about NVIDIA, why I don't know. Sure, the cap should be 30. So I think that we have this uncomfortableness because PEs are rising, but I think companies have really survived, 4 cataclysmic stress tests too.
Tom, let's broaden the conversation. Let's welcome in some guests. Shannon Saccocia of NB Private Wealth, RBC's Lori Calvasina are with us today. Shannon's a CNBC contributor. It's great to have you both with us. Lori, you're reasonably cautious on this market. Your year-end target is below where we are today. Why?
Yeah, so look, we do 5 different models to come up with our target, and a couple of those actually did go up to 5,800. The 5,700 is the median, essentially. And we do feel neutral in the short term. I think a lot of the stuff, that Tom talked about, kind of getting through this election, we do normally see a bit of a pullback. prior to the election. We haven't gotten that yet for October. But I do think valuations feel a little bit full for the here and now. When I fast forward, though, into 2025 and I run my valuation numbers and we take inflation down a bit more, we bake in some more Fed cuts, we get 10-year yields down a little bit more. Our modeling suggests you can get to a 23 times trailing PE, and if you use my earnings around 268, that gets you to 6,200 on the S&P, 6,500 if you bake in consensus earnings. So I still feel reasonably constructive over a longer period of time. But right now, the valuations we feel like we're where we deserve to be, and sentiment is a little bit stretched.
You think that it could be a little tactically messy between now and the end of the year as the election takes center stage?
I think that's a perfect way to put it. And, I tell people we can't live in the tails, right? And maybe I'm a little bit too guilty of doing that right now. But we do think that, there's just a lot of uncertainty related to this election. And one thing I hear from investors is, what if we don't have a resolution, sooner rather than later? I'm not saying it has to be decided the next morning, but there are some concerns about kind of what awaits us on the other side. And if you even look back to 2000, when the case got kicked up to the Supreme Court, that's one time in recent history where we didn't get our typical post-election pop.
Yeah, Shan, what about that? The market has this incredible tunnel vision, it seems. It doesn't seem to be too worried about what might happen with the election today, but obviously as we get closer, it's going to focus more heavily on what it believes the outcome might be, and thus what sectors and stocks are going to possibly perform better in the months ahead. How are you thinking about those issues that Lori so well articulated?
I don't disagree. I mean, we do have that one particular example of uncertainty leading to, significant weakness in terms of the market trading in 2000. I think the most important thing that we're looking at, though, Scott, is that, I think we talk a lot about the differences between the two candidates. I think it's important to focus on the similarities. If you think about things like deglobalization, if you think about the protection of certain important industries, the CHIPS Act, infrastructure, Inflation Reduction Act, there are parts of those spending bills that will continue for many years to be stimulative to the economy. And so I think in this shorter term positioning, of course, you're going to be looking at what does it mean for healthcare companies? What does it mean for energy? What does it mean for defense? But I think more importantly is looking to some of those similarities and understanding that you can capture opportunity going into 2025 on those areas of similarity that frankly are unlikely to be upset by either candidate. I do agree that we'll see some uncertainty if we don't get that answer fairly quickly in the days following the election. But I think in terms of seasonality, boy, we've kind of blown those comparisons out of the water with September already. So I think we should be geared up for something perhaps a little bit different than what we've seen historically.
Lori, what about rate cuts? I feel like the market has like 1.5 feet on the idea of resetting expectations thoroughly now as we move forward. I don't know that we're all the way there, but Edgar Denny sat in his chair yesterday and said, one and done. He doesn't think they're going to go anymore this year. Boston yesterday was on the tape. Said, yeah, I mean, if the data suggested I could be totally comfortable with not going again right now.
I'll go back to my valuation model. I can only really make the math work to get us higher if I get in a decent number of cuts next year. I will say that as a house, RBC has not been looking for a series of 50. We were back in the 25 camp. Our rate strategists were on that last meeting, which was obviously a very divisive meeting. But I do think in general, whether I'm talking to hedge funds, whether I'm talking to long onlys, they've been anticipating some significant interest rate relief. And if you even go back and just listen to companies and what they've been talking about the last few quarters, how many times have we been hearing about the cumulative impact of inflation and uncertainty over interest rate policy as something that is restraining not only consumers, but corporations in their business activity decisions? And so I really think if we don't, we just can't sit here and keep debating. We need to know the outcome of this election. We need to know what the Fed is going to do, that they're on a particular path, or actually you're going to see this paralysis in corporate America, frankly, I think get worse.
Okay, so Tom, rate cuts justifying the multiple of the market. Lori makes a good point. It's like if you were justifying the valuation before based on the number of cuts you thought we were going to have and the size of them, and then those don't live up to that expectation, then how can you justify the multiple being where it is?
Well, I think maybe, if we step back, we never know what's priced into stock. So I think it's hard to say how many cuts were priced into the equity market multiple. I think stocks are being supported because there is a lot of cash on the sidelines, Scott. I just think a simple thing to point out is margin debt is like 730 billion or something right now. It was 936 billion in October 2021. So in the last 4 months, margin debt has actually been flat. Actually, it declined. So there's less money buying stocks, but they're being supported. I think it's because they're being bid. I don't really know how many cuts were priced into the PE. None of us really do because there's so much that gets priced into why stocks are where they are. There's never really equilibrium in a stock price.
No, but something's got to give, though. At some point, right? Earnings have to live up to a higher expectation, potentially, if you're not going to get the cuts that you might have thought you were going to get in order to justify the multiple that stocks are trading at. Tom, don't you think?
True. I think one thing we have to keep in mind is that there is excess interest rate cost in the economy right now because the mortgage, the 30-year mortgage, should only be 1.7 percentage points higher than the 10-year yield. So in a normal environment, the 30-year mortgage should be at 5.7. I think it hit 6.7 this week. And we know credit card debt's going to get cheaper, and auto loans and small business borrowing costs and home equity lines of credit as the Fed cuts. This is going to unleash not only ease financial burdens, but unleash pent-up demand because we know, just look at the ISM. Companies have been cautious for 2 years now. Companies are cautious for 2 years. It's not as if the economy grinds to a halt. It's now 2 years of pent-up demand that has to be normalized, and that's why earnings could really do well next year.
Shan, you agree with Tom, and I think Lori agrees with both, that it's these other non-Mag 7 areas of the market, and if you want to go all the way down to small caps, you can put those into the groups you think are going to be the outperformers moving forward.
Yeah, higher credit growth, Scott. We're talking about lower interest rates. We're talking about stabilizing inflation. Clearly, Tom made an excellent point earlier on the relative valuation. But can I just go back and talk a little bit about positioning? Because you just asked about the multiple of the market and thinking about valuation.
Well, Tesla not getting much of a bid, right?
In terms of the path of interest rate cuts, there is a lot of volatility in the bond market. There's a lot of volatility in the yield curve. But what's not as volatile and what is pretty certain is that rates in the short end of the curve are coming down. So Scott, I would say that one of the as long as we continue to have this data dependency, this whipsawing from meeting to meeting in terms of expectations for the Fed, how many rate cuts will we have? What does that look like for 2025? That actually supports positioning and flows into the equity market despite the valuations, because there are these other factors in terms of the boost to underlying earnings from a resilient economy, better credit growth, lower costs, lower rates. All of that sort of supports this outsized multiple, at least right now, as cash.
Home Depot trying to turn up. Home Depot.
Lori, that kind of Rick Reeder's point when he was sitting with me recently was like, look, the market is stretched, and I'm uncomfortable to be bullish here, but there's so much money around that it's really hard not to be.
I totally sympathize with that. And again, I don't feel bearish longer term. I would say, though, tactically, when I hear the word positioning, the hairs on the back of my neck go up a little bit, because if you look at AAII net bulls, we've been hovering around the 1 standard deviation mark in recent weeks. And that's tactically where in recent years we keep having these 5 to 10% drawdowns. If you look at the CFTC data that comes out every Friday, and I haven't seen today's, I don't know if it's out yet, but it's been just climbing higher and higher and higher for S&P contracts. For NASDAQ contracts, it's been bumping up against historical highs. And those are charts that when I talk to my clients in meetings, we all sort of agree they keep you up at night. So the positioning does feel a bit stretched. And even if you want to look at Federal Reserve flow of funds data.
AMD looking for another follow through move here. AMD, we got 40 minutes to go, 41 minutes to go.
Sympathize with the idea of where else are you going to go when things still look okay. But we are at the same time hitting some tactically concerning pressure points.
Yeah. Tony Coscarello, I've cited him often too. He's a Friday note drop guy. And he talks about the flow of capital, tips the scales in favor of the bulls, like many are talking about. I really appreciate the conversation, everybody. Lori, thanks for being here. Shan, thanks. Tom Lee, be good. We'll see you soon. Everybody have a good weekend. Let's send it to Pippa Stevens now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Pippa?
Hey, Scott, Kinder Morgan is at its highest level since 2015 after Bank of America upgraded the stock to buy. The firm said the rise of AI-driven power demand and electrification should provide a boost for the company, whose pipes serve many data center hubs. And Fastenal shares are the top performer on the NASDAQ 100 after better than expected earnings. The company saw strong demand for its safety products, but the daily sales rate in the quarter was impacted by Hurricane Helene. Those shares up 10%. Scott?
All right, Pippa, thank you. That's Pippa Stevens. All right, we're just getting started here on Closing Bell on this Friday. Up next, driverless or directionless? Tesla shares are falling today after the robo-taxi event left investors seemingly wanting a lot more. Star analyst Dan Ives is here to defend his bull case. Lots are making the bear case today. Not that gentleman right there. He's here at the New York Stock Exchange. You'll hear from him next on Closing Bell.
All right, just sitting here watching. We've got 40 minutes to go, 40 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 3:20 p.m. on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'll be here with you until 4 p.m. Now I got a hard stop. I'm going to go over by the beach and maybe have dinner with the family. So I'll be cutting it close. Leave here at 4, meet them at 4:15, 4:20. It's really nice out. Beautiful day.
And of course, with further volatility in the world, it might be a bit tougher on a year over year.
Okay. So gold, the main way to express this right now, it seems like, and it's been cruising. Great year for it. Back in 2008, though, of course, and S&P is beating it over the head, like 500+%. But I hear you. It's been a good year. Thank you very much, David. Great to catch up with you, sir. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you.
Got it. CIO at Livermore Partners. All right, let's talk some more infrastructure. A conversation we had around this time yesterday. As we return, we're going to take a look at ways to express that too. We talked about the new developments from AI powering new data centers and that type of infrastructure build out, but we'll talk some of the other stuff like utilities and more next.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. Schwab. Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Let's talk some trades. Imrit Khan joins us from North Star Asset Management. He's the Chief Investment Officer and Senior Portfolio Manager. Imrit, good to have you here this afternoon. We're going to talk some stock picks, and it seems like you've got infrastructure on your mind, and some of the things we talked about there with David too, kind of the cyclical group maybe waking up a little bit. What do you think about that?
Yeah, happy Friday, Oliver.
Thank you.
We like, in this area of when we have so much uncertainty related to what the Fed's going to do, the monthly readings we get on jobs, inflation, we have a big election coming up here in a couple of weeks. So in that uncertainty, we focus on some of the trends, the mega trends, where we feel like we have long-term conviction. We can be certain as to the long-term trends. And one of them is related to infrastructure. Look, it's no secret the U.S., needs major investment in infrastructure here. Our roads, bridges, water infrastructure, all needs investments. We're lagging behind the rest of the developed world. Just the water infrastructure was put in place in the 1950s, and EPA estimates something like $700 billion over the next 10 years we have to spend to upgrade the infrastructure. So then we're looking for companies that are going to benefit from that kind of investment back here in our infrastructure in the U.S.
It's fitting with the conversation we had yesterday around this time with Sadek Waba, who just wrote a book called Build about infrastructure plans from I Squared Capital. So it's timely. You've got a couple of ways to express this. One is in a water trade. Let's start there because I think this one is a pretty fun way to get into it.
Yeah. So we like two of the ideas that we hold in the portfolio that we've held for a long time. One of them is Xylem. Xylem is a company that manufactures valves, pumps, everything related to infrastructure, related to wastewater treatment, wastewater pumping. They recently acquired a company named Evoqua, and that gives them a very strong position in the purification and treatment of removing the PFAS or the forever chemicals from our water. We follow water utilities, and one of the things that we're hearing is there's something like 6,000 utilities that are going to need to put in place programs to treat and decontaminate the water, get rid of these forever chemicals. So that's an interesting one. They're finally turning their attention also to operational efficiency. They have a number of cost programs to really focus in and extract those synergies out of the acquisitions that they've made in the last few years. So the fundamentals there look very interesting to us, Oliver.
Wow. The shares had a really good start to the year. Got hit on the last earnings a little bit. We've got the next report coming up. What's the general vibe from the report we should be looking for this season, Nimrod? Is it like a big growth company, or is it more about kind of reliable utility style profit? I mean, it sounds like what you're describing is like new markets for growth.
Yes. Xylem, they've benefited from just having growth mainly because of the Evoqua acquisition, but the organic growth has really been in the high single digit range. This is a company that relies on a lot of book to bill. So they take orders and then it takes a while. There's a lag between the orders and the revenue. So there's always that lag going on in their business mix because it takes a while to get the projects out there, converting into revenue. But, it's a steady Eddie type of a company, longer term. Yes, sure. From a quarter to quarter, even you can go through a period where there's a lot of delay in some of these infrastructure projects. As you can imagine, Oliver, with an election coming up, people are not jumping up and down and really spending a lot on some of these investments. But we think that as we move past that, past November into next year, we're going to see that clear up and start to see some more momentum towards their business.
Okay. Seems like the other pick, IDEX, is similar in a way, but a little different, kind of all fitting in within the same theme, though.
Yes. So IDEX is another company. It's a much more diversified industrial. Again, they make the same kind of things, pumps, valves, metering equipment, but used in a number of different industries. The key thing about an IDEX is they hold number one or two market share positions in a lot of niche markets. And they service something like 15, 16 different end markets, everything from equipment used to inspect and monitor the sewer systems to wastewater treatment to even metering equipment that you're using in pharma industry, for the transportation of biologics and so forth. And then, another interesting thing about IDEX is if you look at your local red firefighter truck, the valves and the pumps there are all mostly IDEX equipment. So this is a company that actually has lagged because you're going through this cyclical downturn in some of their end markets, especially in their agriculture market and some of the other markets. But again, our longer term view is that the infrastructure investment needs to happen. It will happen, and it's a matter of time. So you find a good opportunity to build your position here.
All right. Love it. Nice stock ideas. Definitely under the radar for us. Appreciate that, Emma. Good stuff. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Emma Kong, Chief Investment Officer, Senior Portfolio Manager at North Star Asset Management. Xylem, IDEX. All right. Couple water picks. Did it? Coming up. Got options. And we got some trading discussion in Tesla. We're going to be looking at the cyber event in some more detail. Be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by
Okay, looking for Apple to push a bit more. Maybe AMD can do the same.
market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by-the-numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Microsoft still pushing. Microsoft still pushing a bit higher. Evening session. Here's B and C pivots looking for a follow through.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals.
Okay, Apple, Microsoft looking for a follow. There goes Microsoft popping.
40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
All right, let's talk some Tesla. The stock's getting hit right now, but the stock was also pretty darn expensive coming into the report. Let's look at it from the credit side. Ishit Madline joins us from S&P Global Ratings, Autos Managing Director. Ishit, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Good to have you back on the show. When you look at the stock price, obviously Tesla's getting hammered, but that's in the equity world. Does anything change in your calculations on what this company is worth?
No, first of all, thanks for having me. Look, from our perspective, when we think about the fact that several companies have been pouring billions of dollars towards the vision of operating a fleet of autonomous vehicles for over a decade.
Okay, Micron starting to pop. Micron starting to pop.
It helped bring that vision to life.
Micron trying to push out of this tight Bollinger Band consolidation, looking for a pop to the upside. Buy a buy order block right there about 10 minutes ago.
And the only time when we think about upside is if we think there is visibility in terms of gaining widespread regulatory approval. We're not quite there yet. Luckily for Tesla, it's not a huge drag on ratings because they have enough liquidity and access to capital to fund these investments.
Now, the access to capital, I was kind of thinking the same thing because the show was pretty spectacular yesterday. They're on the Warner Bros. Lot and everything. You know, they're not hesitating to spend right now to make a big deal of this. And some would argue that the robos, both the Android and the car, now Van too, that this is really the only way to justify their equity valuations. But to your point about, I guess, from the credit side, it's a little bit more like binary to some degree. Are they running or are they not? Like, are they pretty smoothly running still?
Yeah, so what I'll say is, look, from the standpoint of the rating, we actually look at the fact that they're facing a lot of pricing pressure globally in the US.
Yeah.
The Model 3 has lost steam. The Model 3 volumes were down 40% so far this year. Shares down almost 7 percentage points. It's kind of expected.
Okay, Apple trying to go.
R&D for
Apple trying to push here.
roadmap that they promised. So if I had to pick the most important rating factor, it's got to be the timing and success of its next generation, more affordable vehicle. They talked about it on the last earnings calls. They said it's on track for start of production sometime in the first half of next year. So from our standpoint, that's a very important consideration for market share and, of course, our view of its competitive advantage beyond 24 and 25. So from our standpoint, that's the next transformation chapter. The post the Model 3, Model 5 production overhaul, the next one will be the affordable vehicle, not the robotaxi.
Okay. And it seems like the past year in particular, the margin story, the
Tesla's still pushing a bit lower.
lost, not just Tesla, because I mean their margins are still better than the legacy ones, even after all the pricing cuts, aren't they?
That's right. Yes. And yes, we did take down some of our pricing assumptions, which led to their margins declining. But if you compare it to the automaker average, on an average, the automaker EBITDA is roughly, for an investment grade company, it averages between 10 and 12%. By our forecast, Tesla is north of 13% in our forecast. So yes, even with these price cuts, as of now, it does have cushion as far as the rating is concerned.
Okay. So those who are arguing that Elon's going to blow up his company by investing in these offerings right now, that's a little extreme. Fair enough. I mean, like the risk reward is still worth it if you can actually, get a major competitor to Waymo in major cities. I mean, it seems like that could be a huge source of revenue if it all works.
Yeah, I mean, any potential updates on how they're able to license this, work with partners, get more widespread regulatory approval, all of that is an upside. For now, these investments appear sustainable based on their cash. But again, from our standpoint, the next important ratings driver is really going to be the timing and the success of its affordable vehicle.
Okay, that's a way bigger factor. Totally get that. Okay. So Nishit, I'm also kind of thinking outside the box for a sec, just because I still got like the cyber van in my mind and all these things. One of the ideas is that, you and I go buy one of these cyber cabs and kind of run it like an Airbnb, basically. Do we know like how that would function for Tesla? Like, would they take a cut of anything? Would it just be a one-time sale and then they're out of the picture and then the consumer runs it on the road? What if the thing gets in a wreck? Are they going to be liable for fines? Do we know any of the potential kind of phase 2 of how it would work for Tesla?
Tesla pushing a bit lower.
Specifically know it. Some of the disclosures around timing for monetization, what hurdles need to be cleared, even with the regulators state by state. Even in terms of technology, how many miles, before intervention, what's the benchmark versus others like Waymo. So look, my sense is that we need a little more details. As of now, if you think about the fact that automakers have been focused on this world for over a decade, so it's not the first time we are hearing this concept of a shared vehicle, but bringing it to life and making sure that the assumptions on the cost per mile are clear and more details around the battery range. Without all that, it's very difficult to paint a realistic view as to what this would mean from on the ground monetization.
Okay, so that's all still up for grabs, basically. But for now, got the cash flow to dabble in the capex for this. The last part is it prohibitively expensive to do this right now, Nishit? Like, if they don't really take off, are they going to have to? Is it going to strain their bottom line? To what degree is it straining?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. They haven't really disclosed the actual dollar amounts that's going specifically towards this initiative. But over time, if cash flows in the fundamental business, the market shares keep getting eroded. We don't have timeline or visibility on success of the affordable vehicle, and at the same time, money keeps getting poured into this. All those things coming together, that's when we would start getting worried about the cushion for its current credit rating. But as of now, I think over the next year or two, it looks as if they should be able to manage cash flow.
Thank you very much. Ishit, appreciate the analysis.
Thanks for having me.
Ishit Madlani, Otto's Managing Director at S&P Global Ratings. Let's move on from equities for a moment. Let's talk some commodities. Let's talk some other trading too. Looking at Bitcoin and gold. Then we'll come back to talk Fastenal, which is one of our...
All right, looking for profit taking in a day. Okay, we got 20 minutes to go, 20 minutes to go for the closing bell. Weekend video usually out around 2 p.m. on Sunday, the weekend video. Usually around 2 p.m. on Sunday. So we'll be looking at what we can expect for next week. Just going over some quick ideas. S&P equal weight index is at new highs. S&P equal weight index. Okay, this removes the weight of Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and 12 other stocks that make up 32% of the weight of the S&P 500. So removing the weight of those 15 stocks, you can see that we're definitely bullish with a bias, bullish bias for Monday. Okay, here's the S&P equal weight index. New York FANG index. New York FANG index, 10 stocks, 10 leading stocks, pushing higher along the upper Bollinger Band.
So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks.
IWM, we've got a big bullish candle on IWM. That'll be bullish for next week. IWM will have a bullish bias for next week. The Qs also looks like we'll have a bullish bias for next week on the Qs. And the New York Stock Exchange, pace de resistance. Okay. What were we looking at before that? We saw a weekly chart. Weekly. Okay, breaking higher. New York Stock Exchange, composite. Okay, seeing a little profit taking now.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar.
Okay, Apple pulling back a little bit into today's pattern.
I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Stocks heading to the close in a hurry. Joe Tigay is back with us, portfolio manager of the Rational Equity Armor Fund for last check-in before the weekend. Joe, happy Friday to you, sir. We're on a ramp right now.
Happy Friday. We got some risk on trading into the close. Maybe we're getting the buy the Yom Kippur a little early today.
Oh, is that what it is? All right. Hey, whatever works. If it gets us there, it gets us there. We've also got Bitcoin jamming, got gold up, Russell's out in front. So, yeah, maybe it is a little holiday celebration.
Yeah, it's really good to see for Bitcoin. They've been struggling. I think they're kind of following the risk on trade. I love what's happening. The semiconductors today, they've been lagging some of the rest of the market as we've hit these all-time highs. The semis making a new relative high. I think that's great news. I think the semis have been leadership this year. I want to see them closer to all-time highs if the market's going to continue along with them. Bitcoin, it's good that they're following. They've been kind of lagging, though. They've been trailing behind some of these risky assets, even though it's been a tremendous year for a lot of these risk assets.
Okay, Apple with a little profit taking.
Good to see Bitcoin catch up, too.
What do you think's going on? How come it's been in this down channel for months while equities just grind away?
All right, Tesla moving a bit lower. Tesla.
too, maybe some of the hogglers aren't going to love this, but I think when people are looking for real inflation hedging, they're actually looking more towards gold. They're looking for real tangible assets. You know, the gold and oil and the stocks, those actually are inflation plays. Bitcoin's still kind of a technology spec, pure, you know, more of a that play. It's not really for me an inflation hedge. I know people are saying, oh, but the currency, but you know, but the limited supply of Bitcoin dollars.
Preaching to the choir here.
Exactly, but bottom line is people are only willing. There needs to be a two-sided market, and if everyone's trying to buy it, there has to be somebody to hand it off to. And in this case, it's just not really there. Gold, very long history of being exactly that. This
Uber turning back up. Uber.
And exchange it later. It's, you know, another thing with a limited supply. They're pulling some out of the ground still, but some just wasted every year too. So limited supply of gold. I think that is where people are parking their money when they're worried about inflation. And for me, this trade today is really all about inflation. You know, people are looking at what the Fed's doing. They're looking at what the economy is doing. They're looking at what inflation's doing, and they're saying something doesn't add up. And yeah, I think the best case for the market in the short term is this inflation trade. People just saying, you know, it doesn't really matter. The growth is okay. The Fed's going to be cutting, and we're going to get some inflation. That'll be good for stocks in the short term. I worry more about maybe the second half of next year, or maybe looking out further. But for the short term, we want to see this inflation, and this will be good for stocks.
All right. Gold at 2670 is new highs. Just a matter of time in your mind, then it sounds like you think so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think gold will continue, and you know the market's still kind of fighting the Fed here on how aggressive they're going to be. I'm hearing the Fed saying they want to get towards their normalization on their rates.
All right, we got 14 minutes to go. 14 minutes to go.
Is what normal is, but the Fed's saying, hey, we're going to be cutting rates. I think the market's slow to react to how the Fed is. What the words the Fed are saying. The Fed's saying they're going to cut rates. They're going to be very aggressive in doing so. Short of something very catastrophic with inflation, I don't think that's going to stop. So I think the market will catch up to the Fed, and we're going to see people pricing in
Tesla at the lows.
You know, a year, 2 years down the road.
All right. It's gold hanging in there. Bitcoin trying to take part.
AMD pulling back a bit. All right, so it looks like profit taking into the close for now. NVIDIA pulling back as well. Looking for a follow through next week.
Yeah, it has been in a bit of an uptrend though in the past couple of weeks. We've seen tensions continue to rise in the Middle East. Hopefully this week we saw a little bit of cooling on that. But there is a major market risk though. If we see an oil shock, that can be something that can trigger a recession here, and of course a market correction here. So it needs to be
Uber about to go again. Watch Uber. Uber's on the move. Uber on the move. I got to get this. My partner. All right, that was my architectural partner. All right. All right, looking for Uber to continue.
We have high volatility, so something is out there. The market's saying, "Hey, we should be cautious of something." because there are people buying volatility in a big way.
Yeah, and I'm on the same page. Literally, how it started the show. So we're looking at the same thing. It just doesn't quite fit with everything else going on right now. But to your point about the election, I think that's pretty good logic. Thanks, Joe. Great.
All right, Tesla's starting to bounce off the lows. Uber looks like it's going to take out the high of the day at this rate. Volume coming in. Uber and Tesla moving in opposite directions. Now Tesla's starting to bounce. Okay, we got 10 minutes to go.
Exactly, and this is also, I think, a great read on like U.S. manufacturing because of their mass supply to like basically so much of this country. I think this is kind of interesting. I think you look at the numbers and you would say, why are shares up 9.5%? And frankly, we saw earnings at 52 cents a share. That was a modest beat. I mean, some metrics I had in line, and also sales that came in line. And actually, if you look at year-over-year figures, it's almost exactly what they reported today. So that would tell you we're not really seeing any growth. And the CEO did say this reflects a continuation of challenging business conditions, but the quarter finished stronger than where we began, which is a welcome change. And stronger is good news. I mean, Fastenal, again, a pretty good read on the manufacturing economy. It does distribute tens of thousands of products to various industries across the country. And recently, this name has been stuck in like the longest post-COVID slump ever. Inflation, supply chain problems, rising interest rates, and even political uncertainty played a role.
Okay, Uber trying to make a new high. Uber.
Like I mentioned, the overall lack of growth, earnings per share have been 51, 52 cents, or 50 cents in 8 of the past 11 quarters. I mean, that's ridiculous in itself. Consistent, yes, but no growth there. So at this point, Street is fairly actually mixed. I was reading a really optimistic note. BFA does believe a good time could return. This analyst did recently launch buy rating $85 price target, so some nice upside from where we're trading today, and values the company at now around 37 times its 2025 earnings. They said that Fastenal is right now leading player in this highly fragmented $200 billion North American industrial distribution market. It does have the #1 position in fasteners and the #2 position in safety supplies. So for that reason, they've lagged their overall peers, so there's the upside from here, and hopefully this good time can continue here.
Right. Yeah, pretty good move. Fits in to a broad rally for the week. Nice to have winners of all forms: banks, industrials, tech, a lot of good stuff here that worked. Appreciate that. Good look, Jenny. Good find. Fastenal, big winner on the day. Big picture discussion with the Schwab team taking us into the bell. Russell now up more than 2%. S&P's looking for a 40-point rally to close out this week. All right.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. So if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself, find out how good you are, it is very attractive.
So how are you
All right. Uber at the highs of the day. We got 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. Micron holding up very well.
Enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't.
Uber at the highs of the day. Looks good.
Turns out I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now.
Nano Nuclear trying to push higher. It did make a little push at around 330. Nano Nuclear, if you took the opportunity to exit. Nano Nuclear, nice little pop there a few minutes ago.
stocks and bonds and the big picture centered around the Fed. Mr. Colin Martin joins us, Director of Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab's Center for Financial Research on an inflation week. You're the man. Appreciate you being here, Colin. So tell me what you learned these past 5 days.
Well, it's been a pretty busy week. I think yesterday was a little bit surprising with a better than expected CPI report, although we got a little bit of relief there with the PPI report. When we look at those reports, I think it's important to point out that if you look at the corporate side of the equation, because it's something that I focus on a lot of corporations are those producers who are passing that along. But
Okay, Micron trying to push a bit higher right here. Micron.
still appears to be intact. If we look at, again, just that CPI report,
Apple, a little pullback. Uber,
and maybe there's some cause for
Amazon with a little pullback. All right, so we'll have to wait until next week for those to break a bit higher.
But again, today gave us a little bit of a sigh of relief. So that's the good news. We also got a ton of info from Fed speakers. We got the FOMC minutes. What we learned there was that we have a wide range of views. And when we look at the meeting 2 weeks ago, there was one dissent. But when you dig deep into the meeting, you saw that there were actually some members who would have been more comfortable with a 25 basis point reduction versus that 50, although they came around and
Supermicro trying to push a bit higher. Micron's pushing.
given what we've seen with the strong labor market and inflation that's been sticky the past few months, I think it's going to be an interesting debate at that early November meeting.
Okay. That's
Micron
a welcome thing by the market right now.
having a good couple of days. Micron trying to get above the 200-day moving average. Okay, looks pretty good for next week. Micron.
If you look at the futures market, there's not even a full 25 basis point cut priced in just yet. In other words, there's not a 100% chance of a cut in November. And that's something that we've heard from some of those officials, specifically Bostic yesterday, who mentioned the idea of potentially pausing at one of the upcoming meetings. That is a possibility right now because things are looking good. You hit the nail on the head, Oliver, where things are going smoothly right now. The economy is chugging along. We're seeing upward revisions to GDP. We saw a very strong payroll report. We're seeing inflation that, although ultimately trending lower in the grand scheme of things, maybe it stalled out in the past month or two. When you look at all that together, there's certainly not a case for a 50 basis point cut. And it does open the door for a pause in one of the upcoming meetings. We're not there just yet. We think that a 50 basis
Okay, Micron looking for it to push through the 200-day.
should come in November. But again, we have
Okay, Microsoft pushing it. There goes Micron right now. Micron's starting to run end of day. Micron's starting to go end of day. There goes Micron.
high stock prices, low credit spreads. Things are looking pretty good in the economy.
When you're engaging credit
There goes
side,
Micron.
going into earnings, does that give us an opportunity to take on a little bit more
Microsoft
risk?
with the bounce. Apple pull back.
Does that spectrum widen out a little bit in the quality or lack thereof one should tolerate?
We wouldn't be taking more risk right now. In other words, we wouldn't be adding to the riskier bond positions right now, mainly due to valuations. The story of the credit markets are strong fundamentals, but really, really rich valuations. On the fundamental front, we're comfortable with credit risk in general. We like investment grade more just because they have those high credit ratings for a reason. But if you look at just the overall economic landscape, with strong economic growth comes strong earnings growth.
Nice move on Micron.
Recent comprehensive look at corporate profits, which we get from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Second quarter corporate profits continue to grow to a new all-time high on a pre-tax basis of around 3.8 trillion. Companies have a lot of cash in their balance sheets, and in addition to that, we're actually starting to see yields fall. So that can be a tailwind to corporations. With the falling treasury yields, we're seeing lower borrowing costs or lower refinancing rates. This is all really good news for corporations. But when you think about
Okay, Micron with a nice pop.
the extra yield premium you get or risk premium you get matters. And we're seeing very, very tight spreads. They're actually tighter in the investment grade space right now, which maybe makes sense because there's risks on the margins, but risks to a slower economy generally face the junk part of the market. But if we look at investment grade credit, the average OAS, the average option adjusted spread of the investment grade corporate bond index closed yesterday at just 81 basis points. That was touched back in 2021. And then prior to 2021, you had to go back to 2005 before you saw a spread that low. And in fact, given today's strong equity market performance, maybe we see spreads move a little bit lower from here. but it's going to be difficult to get them significantly lower.
All right, so we got a lot of mixed price action here. All right, folks, got less than a minute to go. Less than a minute to go. I have a hard stop at 4 p.m. Hope everyone had a great week. Have a good evening. Take care. Like I said, I got a hard stop at 4 o'clock. Have a great weekend. Enjoy yourself. We'll see you on Sunday with a weekend video around 2 p.m. Got to run. Ciao.